have come together a little more.
Yeah, this Aethergust obviously going to do a good job of keeping Eagle Karim, a little more alive, but there's a spell pierce, all right, sure. Pay for it, I guess.
Easy deal.
Okay, I still have enough mana to pay for this spell pierce. What are you doing, man? I mean, yeah, sure, you get the prowess triggers, but like, what's the plan here? Oh,
there it is.
A mystical dispute as well.
Functional, functional spell pierce enough to get in for Xaxes.
Settle the wreckage.
I'm glad you asked.
Oh my god! A 100-card historic brawl. Settle the wreckage in hand after I called it.
Riley, here we go. Nothing ventured, nothing gained here. Seasoned Pyromancer can let you ditch your hand in this case to draw 2 cards, and we need exactly 2. We need Bone Crusher Giant and an untapped red source.
Need the Bone Crusher Giant with Stomp, which stops the 9 lives from preventing damage, and we need the red source to cast the Stomp, Dennis. And wouldn't you know
there it is!
At that, I've always maintained, Dennis, I've always maintained that Magic is a very skill-testing game indeed, and Charizard James is showing us just how skill-based this game is, ripping the actual perfect 2 off the top here, and is going to win the game on the spot because of it.
Yo, what's up, Titan Smash? Oh no!
If this was the only way Tybalt's Trickery had ever been used, Riley, I think it would have been balanced the way Wizards intended it.
I think this is actually Magic as R&D intended. Tybalt's Trickery. Getting rid of an eye twitch? Why are you scared of an eye twitch? Now you have to deal with a lolth. What was that?
I'm terrified of an eye twitch, dude. Like, if only it had been something like a lolth, you know?
Raise the alarm. We found their win con. We didn't know what it was, and now we know. I've now found their win con. I don't like it. You fool didn't play around Triple Tithe. Listen. My opponent had Sky Tether main deck and then boarded out of all the bad cards and boarded in good cards like Memory Lapse and Teferi. How am I supposed to win if I know that? Their tempo play of 2 soldiers are going to win them the game. Oh, it hurts. Oh, it hurts. It hurts. I can't look. I can't look. Ow. Man, Valkmir is a problem.
Nope.
Oh no! Wait, what just happened? Why was this 5 mana? Oh no! It came in tap.
Oh no! It came in tap.
Oh my god! Did we do it?
Yes! I attack!
Holy shit!
I attack! I attack! I attack!
Everyone's clenching right now.
No! Oh, he lost! He lost!
I attacked! No! No! What?
Oh, he lost! Oh no! Oh man!
What? What is up, Jamers? Today we're going over the top 25 Magic the Gathering cards from the streets of New Capenna. We're gonna do I don't know if I want to do 5 cards each from each color, or just do like the top 25 overall. I think I want to do the top 25 overall. So we're going to work on that together during the stream. And then at the end, we're going to make a clean, cool, concise 25 to top card in the set. And we're going to work on this together. How does that sound? It sounds great to me. But anyways, what's up? Who's first in chat today? We have Riley once again for like the 18th time. And that's probably an understatement. But how's it going, everybody, on this sweet, sweet Tuesday? I played in a Yu-Gi-Oh tournament yesterday, for those of you wondering, and I made the top 8. I actually went 3-1-1 in the tournament, 5 rounds. One second. Going swell, didn't have to work today? Sick. That's awesome. Okay. So we're going to go over the new CAPENNA stuff. And we are going to do a little bit of a zoomage. See if that works out here. And voila. Is that good? That's good. Okay, so there we go. We're going to go over some cards. Obviously not this Angelic Observer card, but in general, we're going to go over some cards that we think are in the top of their class, so to speak. We're going to go over all the cards. Not every card, because we don't have time for that. But we are going to go over all like the uncommons, rares, mythics, things that we think are like amazing, and then we're going to rate them from 1 to 25. I don't need arena sounds in the background. But let's check out my daily deals first. Yeah, none of those are good. Alright, arena's exited out. Alright, so now since we have this that we're doing here, we have all the white cards that we're looking at, and we're going to rate the top white cards. Well, first off, we have to say what constitutes as a good card. I'm going to say playable in standard. I mean, I don't know if I'm going to be talking about other formats, but we're going to focus this on standard. Anything like this, it's like 5 mana 3/5 when it attacks and stuff like that is like obviously for limited. So, like a 6 mana 3/3 spells cost 1 less for each citizen. Like, nah, fam, not gonna work. ETB, put a 1/1 counter on a creature. That could be standard playable, but like, you know, it's probably not in the top 25 cards in the set if you're picking up what I'm putting down. What up, Christmas? All right. So we're going to go down the white cards, and we're just going to put some cards over off to the side. Wait, this is a... What zoom is this? This is a 250 zoom. We're going to put some cards off to the side that we think they're going to be really good. Boon of Safety is good in like Historic, with Historic Feather. Putting a shield counter on a creature and scry one, and you can keep doing that over and over again, and they keep the shield counters. But something like this 1 mana 0/4, pay 5 mana to have it base power and toughness 5/5 till end of turn and not permanent is absolutely insane. But we're gonna go over to some cards we think are really good. Citizen's Crowbar. What is this card? ETB, make a 1/1 green and white citizen creature token, then attach Citizen's Crowbar to it. Interesting. Equipped creature gets +1/+1 and has white. Tap it, sacrifice the Crowbar, destroy an artifact or enchantment. Oh my gosh, that's hilarious. So ETBs and like summons a creature and attaches, and then the creature gets to throw the Crowbar at an artifact or enchantment and kill it. That's such good flavor. And plus it could be like a 3 mana sorcery. 3 mana, like white, 1 sorcery, destroy target artifact or enchantment if you already have a creature. Because you play this with 2 mana, and then you attach this for 2. That's 4. Actually, 5 mana, destroy target artifact or enchantment, which is a lot worse. Attach to another creature with its equip ability, and then use the other creature, since it doesn't have summon sickness, to pay white and tap it to kill something. That's a lot of freaking mana. But it does make a creature on its own, and give that creature the ability to kill something. Which is like not good, but it's not awful. Depopulate. 4 mana sorcery. Each player who controls a multicolored creature, draw a card, then destroy all creatures. Whoa. Wait, what? You picking up what I'm putting down here? Each player who controls a multicolored creature draws a card, then destroy all creatures. Okay, what's that card that does that? What's that card that used to do that in Standard? It's not for multicolored, but it's like, if a player controls a creature, they draw a card, and then destroy all creatures for 4 mana? Someone has definitely played that against that card before, or played with that card. Christmas, I know you've probably lost to that card playing mono white. What is that card called again? I forgot what set it's from. It's got to be from like, it's before Kaldheim, before Zendikar. More stuff for white. It's before Kaldheim, before Zendikar. It was from, maybe it was from Courier? What the heck was that card called? It was in Standard for such a long time, and it was, like, so good. It was obviously worse than Doomskar, I think. But they're always printing some kind of sweeper for white. I forgot what the card's called. But anyways, is this card in the top 25 cards in Streets of New Capenna for Constructed? Is that the card you use in Niv, 2 white blue? No, the one for Niv is 5 mana, but it brings a creature back to my hand. I'm gonna look it up actually. Draw a card, destroy all creatures, MTG. White. The card is called Shatter the Sky. This card. This is basically the card. Each player who controls a creature with power 4 or greater draws a card, then destroy all creatures. It's from Theros Beyond Death. That's what it was from. Okay, so it's similar to a Shatter the Sky, type card, and Shadow the Sky was a very, very important card in Standard. Oh no, that card is 5, yeah. The only board wipe I know that brings a creature back in the field is Blood on the Snow. Oh, I'm talking about the one that draws a card. Yeah, Shatter the Sky is the card I'm talking about, and Depopulate seems like a better version of that. It might even be just a worse Shatter the Sky, but you can also just do it. It's easier to have a multicolored creature on the board yourself if you're playing a control deck than it is to have a creature with power 4 or greater. I guess unless you have a Goldspan Dragon. I'm going to put this off to the side because I think this might be in the top 25. Depopulate. Because, like, drawing a card's really strong with a sweeper. And it's 4 mana, not 5. Alright, moving on to Elspeth Resplendent. It's a 5 mana, 5 loyalty Planeswalker. The +1 is choose up to 1 target creature. Put a +1/+1 counter and a counter from among flying, first strike, lifelink, or vigilance on it. So it permanently gets the counter. So you just get flyers from this. Basically. Or lifelinkers. Or vigilancers. You're not really going to use first strike, I guess. But can you imagine going, like, the Wandering Emperor on turn 4 into Elspeth Resplendent on turn 5? Like, that's going to be, like, really strong. The fact that this doesn't make creatures outside of its -7 is a little bit alarming, though. So I think this is not a good Planeswalker for control decks. Look at the top 7 cards. You may put a permanent card with mana value 3 or less. I guess it makes creatures. Put a permanent with mana value 3 or less from among them onto the battlefield with a shield counter on it. Put the rest on the bottom in the random order. So I guess you can get a creature off the top with this. So, like, you can get, like, Elite Spellbinder with a shield counter on it, and, like, have a good blocker, and also, like, you can also get, like, a Skyclave Apparition off of this, or, like, even a Wedding Announcement off this. You can do that almost all in a row? What do you mean? Oh yeah, you can do that almost in a row, yeah. End step Emperor, main phase, Elspeth Resplendent, -3, put something else on the battlefield. Pretty strong. Plus, if you're playing a mid-range deck with this as your top end, you can, if you already have a board, you can just plus it twice, and then make 5 3/3 angels. Which is, like, pretty strong. You just win the game, basically. But putting a permanent with mana value 3 or less from among them on the battlefield with a shield counter is relevant, because it also just, if you whiff, it can hit a land, which is not good. But at least can do that. It also puts any 3... There's so many good white 3-drops in Standard that it's like, putting any of them on the battlefield is already, like, really good. You get a Planeswalker and a 3/3. Yeah, it's 5 mana for a 3/3. But you get that Planeswalker that's still there, and the creature that you get can block for free, since it has a shield counter. And then the opponents might have to, like, use a removal spell on the card, and then also jump attack into the Resplendent to kill it, so you basically just 2 for 1. Especially if you get Skyclave Apparition off this. Getting Skyclave Apparition, Brutal Cathar, Elite Spellbinder, Adeline, anything like that off of this is really strong. The fact that it gets a permanent also, you can also get Kaido if you're playing Esper. You can get Kaido, Wandering Emperor, not Wandering Emperor, but you can get, like, Kaido, you can get the new Obnixilis card from this. Like, the fact that it's a -3 is pretty huge. Like, I would have liked for this to be 4 loyalty with a -2. Being 5 loyalty with a -3 means you can't do this back-to-back turns. But white has so many good 3-drops, I think it makes this card so much better. So I think I'm going to put this in top 25. I'm just going to put it over here just to like... It might not make the top 25, but like I'm going to put it there. I'm actually going to lower the zoom a little bit to get a better resolution on the card. Actually, there's just no way I can get better resolution on this, right? Never mind. Okay. Moving on to Extraction Specialist, 3 mana, 3/2 lifelink when it enters the battlefield. Yo, Jeffer! Holy crap!
Go one Jame, 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 go.
Okay. Yo, thanks for coming back. Freaking 19 months. Has it been that long? Actually, speaking of that, in 4 months and 1 day is my 2-year anniversary. So Jaffer has been subbed for like every single month outside of 1 month that I've been a streamer. Whoa. It says currently on a 9-month streak, which means 9 months ago you missed a month. How dare. How dare. How dare. Raydane, oh yeah, Raydane too, no, yeah. Raydane, Spellbinder, Cathar, Skyclave, besides other 3-drops. Exactly. And less. And if you don't hit a 3-drop, you can still get a 2-drop. I think you met me like your 2nd month of Twitch, and I've been supporting since too. Yes. Insane. Actually insane. Well, thank you. It means a lot knowing that you support me for all this time. For sure. People have definitely came and gone, but Jaffer is not one of those people that have gone. Alright, Extraction Specialist is the 3 mana 3/2 lifelink. When it enters the battlefield, return target creature card with mana value 2 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. It can't attack or block for as long as you control Extraction Specialist. Now you're gone? No! No, Jaffer! Extraction Specialist. How good is this? There's so many good 3-drops. Only had to miss 6 days to miss a streak. Yep, exactly. Is this card good, chat? Is this card good? It's a creature that returns a creature, which is good value. But, like, is this better than Skyclave? Is it better than Brutal Cathar? Is it better than Elite Spellbinder? Raydane? Adeline? Like, I can't even fit 4 Adelines in my mono white deck. Like, I can't even fit freaking 4 Brutal Cathars in my mono white deck. Did you do any brews yet for new standard? You're so bored and sick of current standard. I can't wait for new Capenna. I've not done any brews yet, but I've done some mental brews. Like, I'm going to be probably building a 4-color sacrifice deck. With the main colors being Grixis, splashing green for Asika's Chariot to copy Obnixilis copies. What's up, Mike? You made John Nagra last night? How'd that go? Jarrett goes into every green deck still? Oh, I know, because Obnixilis exists and you can copy it. So, Extraction Specialist, I don't think makes the cut. I just don't think it's... I don't think this card fits in any deck. Like, why would you play this instead of playing anything else, any other 3-drop? Unless there's some kind of combo or some kind of, like, Reanimator, Graveyard Synergy. I guess you could play this in... No, it's still not good. I would say you can play this on, like, an Esper deck. You could also play this in a party deck. In, like, Bant Party. Because, like, it is a rogue. It's a rogue, so it works with party. You can bring back your acquisitions expert and bring back your like Yuan-Ti, whatever it's called. I don't know. I don't think it's good enough. Let's see. Getting back Aspirant and being able to throw around counters doesn't sound terrible. What's throwing around counters? What does that mean? Oh yeah, with Aspirant, true. Like that's only if Aspirant dies though. And you have to have the Aspirant, right? And if you don't have Aspirant, you have Extraction Specialist, you're like, oh, I don't have anything to bring back. I'm looking at your list over to the side, Jaffer. The new cards you have in it is... You think Goldhound is that good? It is First Strike Menace, and with Halana and Elena, it becomes really good. Black Market Tycoon is probably one of those cards that we look at, but we haven't looked at those cards yet. Tenacious Underdog. Haven't seen that card yet. Let's see. Oh, Giada. Giada is pretty insane, right? 2 mana, 2/2. It is legendary, so you're probably maybe not playing 4 of this. Maybe you are, I don't know. But each other angel you control enters the battlefield with an additional +1/+1 counter on it for each angel you already control. Which is, like, insane, but this also is a mana dork, too. Tap to add white and only to cast angels. So, like, you play this on turn 2, and if you miss your land drop, you can still cast the 3-drop angel, and it gets a +1/+1 counter. Because Giada is an angel herself. Extraction Specialist with Teleportation Circle. I don't think it's that good. Like, any ETB with Teleportation Circle is good, but, like, Teleportation Circle has to be drawn and resolved. So, this card's obviously broken. broken in Commander as a commander, but does this make Angels a playable archetype in Standard? Oh, it also has Vigilance. That makes it even better. I didn't realize this card has Vigilance. This card's obviously the nuts. It's obviously the nuts, and it's probably going in the top 25. Like, does this make Angels considerably better? And, like, does it fix the problems it has? Isn't the problems that this has, is it just, like, you sweep them and they die and they lose? But, like, Meathook Massacre is not as good against Angels because things have a lot of toughness. And also it's not as good even because you're giving +1/+1 counters to your Angels with this. So you have to have something like Blood on the Snow or, you know, hard removal. Like Shadow's Verdict. I think Angels with Giada is going to be really strong. I think Angels is already, like, kind of borderline. But I think this might put it over the top. I'm going to put this in here. Halo Fountain is a 3-mana artifact. You can pay 1 white and tap it to untap a tapped creature you control. Create a 1/1. So this makes a 1/1 every turn for 1 mana. Which at instant speed. So you attack with your creatures on turn 4. You play this with a white mana open, and then you pass. And then your opponent goes, and then at their end step or whenever you need to use it, you just pay a white and untap your tapped card you attacked with last turn, and you make a 1/1. And you just do that every turn. But you can also pay 2 mana, tap it, untap 2 tapped creatures you control, and draw a card. Would that count for the 2/4/4 Angel spell land? Yes. But Giada can't add mana to cast the Angels. Can't add mana to cast the spell land. Let's see. I mean, I think Halo Fountain could be insane. Untap 2 tap creatures. Like, against control decks, like, say this is in the sideboard, you can just, like, abuse this until they get rid of it. The cost is unplayable. I mean, the cost is only, like, one time you're on turn 4, you play this, you make a 1/1. Which is not good. A 1/1 for 4 mana is not good. When they Wrath, it does nothing. That's true. But then again, if they Wrath, you're losing anyway. I mean, like, let's say they Wrath, right? You have Halo Fountain, you have a mana open, they Wrath. Actually, Halo Fountain's probably going in my CEDH deck. Because I'm playing a combo that allows me to tap creatures for more than 1 mana, and then you can pay 1 to untap the creature. Actually, it doesn't really work like that, right? I might not go in there. Anyway, you can untap 2 tapped creatures you control, draw a card. That's the thing that, like, is pretty good with this card. Is that against control decks? I mean, they're both pretty good against control decks, but you attack them, and then you hold 2 white mana open, which you can, like, do a lot of the time against control decks. You just attack and then wait for them to do something. And then you tap this, untap 2 creatures, and draw a card. And you can just keep doing that. And then you can pay 5 mana, tap it, and untap 15 creatures and win the game. But, like, that's never going to get to that point. If you have 15 creatures, you already win the game. Creature, thanks for the follow. But this card might be a trap, but it also could just be insane. And I don't think there's any middle ground. In a Kinnan deck? Could be cool in a Kinnan deck. I'm gonna put this. I think I'm gonna put this here for top 25, but it might not make the cut. No. Becomes a target of a spell you control, connives, 2 mana double strike. I mean, it's interesting. Draw a card, then discard. If you discard a non-land, put a 1/1 counter on it. Like, putting counters on a double strike creature in its own ability is really good. You have to target it with your own spells, though. I don't think this makes the cut. ETB, gain a life, draw a card. We've seen cards like this before. Doesn't make the cut. Kill shot, destroy an attacking creature. No. Knockout blow. Cost 2 life, start as a red creature. Deals 4 damage to an attacking or blocking creature and you gain 2 life. Whoa. Well, I mean, this card's not better than March of the Otherworldly Light, right? Like, definitely not. But, like, this is really good in, like, white sideboards. I don't know if this makes the cut though. Like one white mana for 4 damage is really good. But does this make the cut over March of Otherworldly Light? I don't know. But dealing 4 to a creature and gaining 2 life for 1 white mana is really strong. I'm gonna put this in top 25 just to keep it in mind. Mage's Attendant, 3 mana ETB, create a 1/1 blue wizard creature token with sacrifice this creature, counter target non-creature spell unless the controller pays 1. Like, this gives me vibes of that 3 mana card in Historic that searches a 1/1. That searches a 1-drop. And then it can stop your opponent from casting non-creature spells. We're going to see anything besides white? That's hilarious. Make a 1/1 blue wizard creature token with... Whoa. Mage's Attendant's really good in party. But party's not good. It could be good, though. ETB, make a 1/1 blue wizard creature token with sacrifice it, counter target non-creature spell unless the controller pays 1. This is going to be like kind of annoying for opponents to deal with. It's 2 bodies and a 3-drop. The 3-mana 3/2 that makes a 1/1 is like 3 mana 4/3 in stats, which is like pretty good on rate. Paying 1 sacrifice the wizard to counter a non-creature spell is really good. Like it makes your opponent just like Doomscar 1 turn later. And that's not even considering making like casting multiple Mage's Attendants. Better if the multicolored creatures are played. I agree. That's why I put it in the potential top 25. Gosh, Mage's Attendant could be like really annoying, like really, really annoying. And this definitely goes in some kind of white taxes deck with like Elite Spellbinder. Imagine like Elite Spellbinder on turn 3, and then turn 4 play a land, play Mage's Attendant, make a 3/2 and a 1/1, and then you now can't Doomscar because they have the 1/1 with the mana available. And then you're like, oh, I guess I'm dead. Because then by the time you can sweep them and pay for the 1, then you're like dead to a creature land. And you can copy with Chariot. Like, you can keep making these, and then all of a sudden your opponent's just locked out of non-creature spells for like ever. Like, that's like the best case scenario for Mage's Attendant. I guess the worst case scenario is like playing this as a 3-drop, and then your opponent gets rid of your creatures. Another teleportation circle card. Yeah, Kiki copies the mage, and which makes another token. Oh, this card is like so annoying. It might not make the top 25. But I'm gonna put it there just in case. Mysterious Limousine. 5 mana 4/4. Whenever it enters the battlefield or attacks, exile up to 1 other target creature until Mysterious Limousine leaves the battlefield. You have not missed too much. We went over 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cards that could potentially make the top 25. We have Depopulate, the Shatter the Sky of the new format, Elspeth Resplendent, Giada Font of Hope, Halo Fountain, Knockout Blow, and Mage's Attendant. Some of these might not make the top 25, but I'm just putting them here just so we can rate them later. ETB or attacks exile to 1 other target creature until it leaves the battlefield. Well, that's good. If a creature is put into exile this way, return each other card exile with it onto the battlefield. What? Five mana vehicle 4/4 crew 2. Exile a creature. And then when this attacks on the next turn, you exile another creature. You don't have to, though. But you can choose to swap them out. And it's really good to exile tokens. This is like the taxi from hell. 1 sec. Jaffer, was that a DM or was that in the server? Looks like it was in the server. I don't know where that is. But hopefully it works out. From what I was told, there's only like a few slots for that, so no worries if I don't get a slot. But I would like one. Anyways, is Mysterious Limousine good? The fact that it's 5 mana is just like, oh god, you could just be casting Elspeth for that, right? Like, what else are you doing for 5 mana besides, like, casting a freaking 5 mana Brutal Cathar? Like, that's not good, right? It can also be a bad ephemerate effect. What, the Mysterious Limousine? Oh yeah, because you can exile your own things. So you can ETB exile your own card that has an ETB effect, and then when you crew this and attack with it next turn, you get to attack with it, exile one of your opponent's things with it, and then you get your card back, and then ETB the card. This works weirdly well with Skyclave Apparition. You can turn 3 Skyclave Apparition their thing, or turn 4, whatever. And then you can Mysterious Limousine on turn 5, exile your Skyclave Apparition, give them the Spirit token, because you exile your Apparition. And then when you crew with this on the next turn and attack with it, then you can exile their token and then bring your Apparition back and Apparition something else. That is very interesting. And you can just keep doing that every turn. Am I reading that right? And then the next turn after you do that, you can just attack you can crew the Apparition for the Limousine. And then Limousine can exile your Apparition and give them a token. That's pretty slow. One second, chat. What's my favorite card in the new set? I don't know. I haven't gone over all the cards yet. I don't think Mysterious Limousine makes it. Patch Up, return up to 3 target creature cards with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. This could be really strong, but like, I don't know whether you'd want to do this instead of just like playing a creature instead of playing this. Unless those cards you really, really need. My favorite cards, just like of cards that I've already looked at, are Obnixilis. Obnixilis is probably my favorite card. Matchup goes in Luris Historic, probably. Because, like, with total mana value 3 or less. So Patch Up can bring, in auras, can bring back a 2 mana aura card and the dog. Which is, like, pretty strong, right? It can bring back, like, whatever that the 2 mana aura cards are, like SRAM and the other one, and the dog. Or any one other one drop, like Esper Sentinel or whatever. But, like, without really strong cards like that in Standard, I don't think this makes the cut. I think I'd rather just play a 3 mana creature. Rabble Rousing. 5 mana. 1 second. Hideaway for 5. When it enters the battlefield, look at the top 5 cards of your library. Exile 1 face down, then put the rest on the bottom in a random order. Whenever you attack with 1 or more creatures, create that many 1/1 green and white citizen creature tokens. Then if you control 10 or more creatures, you play the exiled card. I mean, as a 5 mana champion, that's like so much mana. Like, whenever you attack with a creature and make that many 1/1s is, like, good. But, like, God, that's a lot of freaking mana. Right? No, that can't be in the top 25. It's too much mana. Graphene's Guidance. Creature gets +1/+1. You cast it from your graveyard by paying 3 rather than paying its mana cost. Like, could be good historic auras, but other than that, I don't think so. Graphene's Informant. 2 mana, 2/1. When it enters the battlefield, it connives. Seems like a draft card. +2/+7. Weird. +2/+7 untap it is like crazy for limited. God, what? +2/+7? What's the significance of that being for 2 mana? I mean, wow. Like, this equals removal spell, basically. This is a 2-mana instant speed removal spell. In limited. Insane. Revelation of Power, 2-mana instant. Target creature gets +2/+2 to end the turn if it has a counter on it. It also gains flying and lifelink. Sure. Rumor Gatherer, 3-mana 2/1. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, scry 1. If it's the second time, draw a card instead. This card is worse than... This card is just worse than Welcoming Vampire, right? Like, this works really well with Wedding Announcement. But Welcoming Vampire is just better than that, though. Plus, Welcoming Vampire is a 2/3 flyer, so based on that, this doesn't make top 25, because Welcoming Vampire is not even a top 25. I mean, I guess a card has to be top 25 to be playable in Standard. Like, probably. Sanctuary Ward is a 6-mana 5/5 flyer mythic. ETBs with 2 shield counters. So, like, you gotta exile this. It's kind of hard to kill this card. Whenever it enters the battlefield or attacks me, remove a counter from a creature or planeswalker you control. Okay, fairly easy to do. Very easy to do. If you do, draw a card and make a 1/1. So this is probably 6-mana 5/5 flyer, draw 2, make 2 1/1. Like, this is like the typical, like, control finisher, right? But, like, from 2013? Creature with shield counters on will not be free to kill. Yeah, but if you're playing a control deck, if you don't have a planeswalker on board, you might just have to take the shield counters off this to draw 2 and make a 1/1. Make 2 1/1s. But, like, 6-mana 5/5, like, why would you play this instead of just playing Hullbreaker Horror? Like, why would you play this instead of just winning the game with Wandering Emperor? Or winning the game with Hall of the Storm Giants? Like, there's better control finishers than Sanctuary Warden. And I just named them. I don't think you remove the counters from it. I mean, you can remove the counters from other things you have. You can remove the counters from a Planeswalker, from a Elspeth you have, or from a Wandering Emperor you have. Or from basically anything else. Meathook jumps even higher in value? True. Like, this is not going in your top, like, you know, aggro mid-range top end. 6 mana is too much for that. It doesn't have lifelink. It does make 1/1 blockers. So, like, if you resolve this against an aggro deck, it's, like, really good. Because it blocks the flyers and has shield counters. And your opponent can't get rid of this with Skyclave. They can Brutal Cathar this, though, which is really annoying. This might be like a sideboard one-of in control decks. Or mid-range decks. I don't know. I'm not too high on this card. Like, why would you play this over, like, something like Coma? Like, Vanishing Verse is in the format anyways. So, like, Vanishing Verse can get rid of this. Meathook can get rid of this. March can get rid of this. Wandering Emperor gets rid of this. There's just too many cards that, like, everyone plays that just, like, dunks on this. I mean, it does draw 2 cards, which is good. And like, don't get me wrong. If you resolve this card, drawing 2 and making 2 1/1s and having a 5/5 flyer is, like, really strong. But as a control finisher, this card is not as good as ones we already have. The only way I can see this card being good is in like a mid-range deck against other aggro decks. But at the same time, this can just get Spellbinder. And Brutal Cathars. Ugh. I see this most in like mid-range deck, top end. 6 mana is too much. It's like so much though. Or like maybe like mid-range deck sideboard against other aggro decks. But this doesn't gain life. It's definitely not a Baneslayer Angel. Or Lyra Dawnbringer. Like, I can definitely see resolving this finally, and then your opponent having Brutal Cathar, and then attacking you for game. I'm trying to think of like a scenario where this card's like really strong, and I don't know if that I don't know if that's like in a scenario where we're like in a vacuum. This card's broken. It's an angel, that's true, and it can be played in the Angels deck, but 6 mana though? Technically, maybe 5, because you might have the wherever it's called, Giada Font of Hope on board. This could go in like Angel top end. I don't know. I don't think this is that good. Sky Crier. 2 mana, 1/1 flying lifelink. You and target opponent each draw a card. What? Why? Why? Speakeasy Server. Nope. Looping Protector. Nope. Alright. 6 cards in white. Or 6 cards we found in white. So moving on to blue. All-Seeing Arbiter is a 6 mana 5/4 flying ETB or attacks, draw 2, discard a card. I can see this in like Reanimator decks. Whenever you discard a card, target creature and opponent controls gets -X/-O till your next turn, where X is the number of different mana values among cards in your graveyard. Ah, why doesn't it kill things? This doesn't kill anything. Whenever you discard a card, so it works with blood tokens. Target creature and opponent controls gets -X/-O until your next turn, where X is the number of different mana values among cards in your grave. So, like, this still works. It doesn't work with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mana values. It works for, like, specific mana values, right? If something's, like, double blue and 1, it still counts as a different mana value than something that's 2 and a blue. So, like, this definitely is a wall. It stops your opponent's attacker, and it's a blocker, and it draws 2 discards a card. And it also works when it attacks. But, like, a 6 mana 5/4 flyer? Really? Is that good? It could be good in, like, a Reanimator deck, but, like, that's the only thing I can think about. Like, you reanimate this, draw 2, discard a card, discard something else that you want to reanimate, plus draw more cards so you can reanimate stuff. I don't think this makes a top 25. Reanimator decks are too bad. Street Bruiser is a 2 mana 3/3 defender. As long as there are 2 or more counters among creatures you control, it can attack as though it didn't have defender. Blue-white aggro with Luminarch Aspirant can make Street Bruiser insane. So, like, what if you go turn 1, the training 1/2, 1-drop, turn 2, turn 2, Luminarch Aspirant, put a counter on Aspirant, turn 3, Street Bruiser, attack, and then turn 4, you can attack with this? Okay, that's already bad. A 2 mana 3/3 is good, though. Like, it definitely is a wall. You play this on turn 2 against an aggro deck, and they just stop. They just stop attacking. This is definitely the bouncer of the club, right? This is the bouncer. I mean, also it works with shield counters, which is also pretty cool. Broker's Veteran dies, put a counter, no. Case the Joint, draw 2 cards with the top card of each player's library. That's not as good as the other draw spells we have. Cut your losses. Casualty 2. As you cast it, you may sacrifice a creature with power 2 or greater. When you do, copy the spell, and you may choose a new target for the copy. Target player mills half their library around it down. Excuse me? Wait, what? Has anyone seen this card before? Okay, am I seeing things, or this card just mills your opponent's deck? This card just wins the game? 6 mana win the game. If your opponent has an odd number of cards in their library, they stay at 1 card in library. But then you still win because they have 1 card in library. Sacrifice a creature, win the game? Can someone help me out on this? Am I reading this wrong? Yeah, but it's not like 6 mana 5/5 flyer, make 2 1/1s, draw 2 cards. It's 6 mana, you win the game. Wait. Oh, it's half and then half again. Okay, never mind. It's not like you copy it and then it goes half and then half. What's up, Z-Bruv? I mean, this still is insane. You still play this in your mill deck. But the thing is, you have to have a creature with power 2 or greater in your mill deck. Is it's a game winner? Why? When you copy this spell with a card like Iteration, Galvanic Iteration, it still doesn't mill your opponent out, right? Because like you copy it and then you sacrifice something like a Malevolent Hermit or whatever. And then it goes 50% into 25% into 12.5%. So your opponent still has like what? 8 cards in deck after that? Oh god, your opponent has 8 cards left in deck and then you just cast like Maddening Cacophony and they win. It just puts them really close, yeah. Like also, if mill's a thing, people are gonna be like, oh, let's put expensive cards in our deck to play around Tasha's Hideous Laughter. And then this always mills like 20-something cards. First time. Wait. Say you have 6 mana and your opponent has like 40 cards left in deck. It mills 20 and then mills 10. So this mills 30 cards. Like, almost every time. That's just actually busted. Yeah, Jace. If you can sack this, always put your opponent out like around 10 cards in deck. In limited, this puts your opponent to like, what, 8 cards in deck? 40, you probably have like 25, 30 cards by the time you can cast Cut Your Losses. So let's say you have 30, just for even math. Well, 28's even math, right? So you have 28 cards. You go down to 14, then go down to 7. This puts you at 7 cards in deck. And then Crab can mill everything else. God, that sucks. Sucks for the opponent getting milled, is what I mean. Alright. Disdainful Stroke. I mean, this is obviously a really good card. But, like, it's just a staple sideboard card. But why are they printing this again? Echo Inspector, 4-mana 2/3 ETB Knives? No. Errant Street Artist. Flash Defender Haste. So many keywords for a 1-drop. Pay 2 mana, tap it, copy a spell you control that wasn't cast. You can choose new targets. This looks like a commander to me. Mono blue 1-drop commander. This turns Fierce Guardianship on for with a 1-mana. Like, it turns it on turn 1. That's actually gag. Speaking of gagging. Imagine having Fierce Guardianship in Commander, and then you just, like, have it live turn 1. Copy a spell you control that wasn't cast. You may choose new targets. I don't think this is good enough. Is it a copy of a spell not cast? Yeah, it's copied. A copy of a spell is copied, not cast. So, like, when you copy something, you can, in response, copy the copied spell. Oh, God. This with Cut Your Losses? Oh, no. Oh, come on. Stop building the deck right in front of me. That's annoying. Plus, you can use this to copy Obnixilis copies. Because the copies aren't legendary. Why does this card have Flash and Defender and Haste? What? I don't think it makes the top 25, though. Even the score. It costs triple blue less to cast when an opponent has drawn 4 or more cards this turn? What? What? How does the opponent ever draw 4 or more cards in a turn? That's clearly a commander card. Why would anybody draw more than 4 or more cards in a turn? Connive? I guess? But that's not good. It's only opponent, not even yourself. Any draw 3 with be having draw 4. What do you mean? Any draw 3 will be having draw 4. Why? What? Oh, because they drew for turn. But what draws 3 cards? Sorcery Speed draw 3. Is that a card? Do people play this? Spoils of Adventure? No one plays that. God, why are they printing unplayable mythics? I think this is unplayable. I mean, it's 5 mana to draw 2, it's 6 mana to draw 3. Eight card for a fiend. I don't know. It could be in any color deck in the sideboard. That's true. It lets your mono red deck draw a bunch of freaking cards. I don't know. I'm not going to put it in the top 25. So far, blue has been really bad. I think. Unless I'm just overlooking cards here. Expendable Lackey. 1 mana, 1/1. Exile Expendable Lackey from your graveyard. Create a 1/1 blue fish creature token with it. Can't be blocked. Activate only as a sorcery. Okay, Self Mill. Self Mill. Graveyard Synergies. Sacrifice Fodder. This might go in like my Grixis mid-range deck. Like, this might actually be, like, better than it looks. Yeah, if it didn't have that last line of text being only as a sorcery is, like, annoying. But it is a 1/1 sacrifice fodder for something like Obnixilis. And it becomes another sacrifice fodder later on. I think it's good sacrifice fodder. Like, you probably want your sacrifice fodder to be like Shambling Ghast or the Learn card. But like, this card's not bad. I don't know. Not gonna put it in my top 5. Not gonna put it in the top 25 though. Fairy Vandal is a 2 mana 1/2 flash flying. Whenever you draw your second card each turn, put a 1/1 counter on it. This could be in a really annoying rogues deck. Oh no, it's a flash flyer. Oh god. This goes in like... Wait, rogues are still in standard, right? Oh no. Flash rogue. Now they have 2 of them. Like, Fairy Vandal's a reprint, right? Didn't Fairy Vandal come out in, like, Eldraine? Pretty sure that's an Eldraine card. Off topic, is that pickle juice? No, it's Diet Mountain Lightning. It is scuffed Mountain Dew. Expansion. Throne of Eldraine, uncommon, Throne of Eldraine. Yes, so I got it right. So this is a rogue. It has flash. It probably goes in a rogue's deck. This probably goes in the Esper Connive deck with Raffine. Because, like, you go turn 2, Fairy Vandal, turn 3, like, Raffine, attack, draw trigger off Connive from Raffine, and that's your second card. And then you put a 1/1 counter on it, so it becomes a 2/3 flyer. I think that's good, but it's not in the top 25. I think this is played. Hypnotic Grifter is a 1 mana 1/2. 3, it connives. Oh my gosh, this is an infinite mana outlet in Commander. So this draws your whole deck with infinite mana in Commander? Sure. You win the game. Busted. Ledger Shredder. 2 mana, 1/3. Bird Advisor, flying. Whenever a player casts their second spell each turn, Ledger Shredder connives. This is really good in Commander. Is this good? Is this top 25 worthy? Oh, it includes yourself. We're gonna put this over here. Majestic Metamorphosis. Until the end of turn, a target artifact or creature becomes a 4/4 draw card. Nah. Make Disappear. Counter target spell unless the controller pays 2. With casualty 1. Whoa. Okay, so this is Quench. It's Quench, but better. I skipped a little chat because I don't think I don't think it makes the top 25. This I'm not doing an extensive set review, but I'm like putting together the top 25 cards in the set, and then we'll talk about them at the end and rate them together. Is a little bit better Quench good? I mean, if I have to argue whether I think the card's good or not, I don't think it deserves to be in the top 25. I don't think. Anyway, this probably not. An offer you can't refuse. Counter a non-creature spell. Its controller creates 2 treasures. Yeah, I agree. I agree, Rachel. Offer you can't refuse is 1 mana negate, which is broken, but giving them mana is not broken. But it doesn't give them mana in time for you to counter this with the mana. Is this like the next Mystical Dispute? Or is negate just better than this? I don't know. Countering a non-creature spell for 1 mana is absolutely busted. I mean, this is probably worse than Spell Pierce? Two mana is huge upside. Like, it does let them cast something again. Vent with Piggy? What's Piggy? Oh! They can't sacrifice the treasures because you have the pig. That's hilarious. That's funny. What's the pig? I'm so bad with names. Freaking honkers. God, what is that pig's name? Yasharn. Yasharn Implacable Earth. Okay. So, an offer you can't refuse. Is this in the top 25? I'm just gonna put it in here just in case. Out of the way. Cost 2 less if it targets a green permanent, so 2 mana. Turn an online permanent to opponent controls to turn his hand, draw a card. Huh. Tron's gonna see a lot of play. I don't yeah, I believe so. There's a lot of treasure makers and stuff. Out of the way. 2 mana, return a green permanent and opponent controls, so it's understand, draw a card. So this is a little bit worse version of Divide by Zero. Kind of. Like a lot worse. Like, returning a permanent to his owner's hand and drawing a card is really strong. I can see it in sideboards of blue tempo decks. I don't think it makes top 25, though. Psionic Snoop, 3 mana 0/3, flash, ETB's Connives. Nope. Psychic Pickpocket, 5 mana. Nope. Public Enemy, 3 mana, enchant creature. All creatures can attack enchanted creature's controller. When an enchanted creature dies, draw a card. What? All creatures attack enchanted creature's controller each combat. Okay, so you basically just like have a good creature that you want to block, and you're just like, block this block of your own creature. And then you block, and then it dies, and then you draw a card. That's awful. But it's good in Commander. Reservoir Kraken. 4 mana 6/6, trample, ward 2. Beginning of each combat is untapped, any opponent may tap an untapped creature they control. If they do, tap this and create a 1/1 with it can't be blocked. The fact that it has ward 2 makes this playable. The fact that it has trample and it's a 6/6 for 4 mana. I mean, in a control mirror, this just gets countered. You don't really want to be playing things at sorcery speed in a control mirror if they can get countered. Because then, like, they counter your thing, and then they just play their huge spell, and you can't counter it, and then you're just like, well, I guess I die. Any opponent may tap an untapped creature they control. If they do, tap this and make a 1/1. So this is like really bad against vigilance creatures. Like Raidane. And Wandering Emperor tokens. Like, a 6/6 trample ward 2 is like... I mean, you can play this post-combat on your own turn. And then on their turn, they have to tap one of their creatures, hence, like, not attacking with it. And to just to tap this, and then you make a blocker. This just doesn't seem good. I mean, Ward 2... Oh, this is just so medium. It's so medium. Like, I want to say it's good because it has Trample, Ward 2, and it's a 6/6. But, like, this is the most medium this can get. This reminds me of... this. You know what? This reminds me of, like, the Golgari freaking card that does this. And that card's not good. Alright, Rooftop Nuisance. 3 mana sorcery, casualty 1, tap a creature, it doesn't untap, draw a card. I mean, drawing 2 cards off this is good, because you can casualty 1 and copy it. Oh my god, it's a sorcery. I'm off of it. Run out of town, 4 mana. The owner of target non-land permanent puts it on the top or bottom of their library. So it's Aether Gust, but bad. Could be in the sideboard against random other stuff. Security Bypass, 2 mana enchantment. Aura. As long as it's attacking alone, it can't be blocked. Enchanted creature has whenever it deals combat damage to a player, it connives. No. Sewer Crocodile, 6 mana. No. Well, 6 mana, 4/6 unblockable. Bad. Sleep with the Fishes. When Sleep with the Fishes enters the battlefield, tap enchanted creature and you create a 1/1. No. Slip out the back. Put a 1/1 counter on a creature. It phases out. What? No. 1 mana phase out. No. God. Blue Tempo's back, I guess. God, I hate Blue Tempo. Does this one make the cut, chat? I don't know. Would Snakeskin Veil be top 25 worthy? You think this is Snakeskin Veil? This is not Snakeskin Veil. It avoids board wipes, but it's not Snakeskin Veil for the sole purpose of what Snakeskin Veil does for your deck when you're playing with it. Like, sometimes it's better than Snakeskin Veil, but most of the time it's worse, I think. Because when you're playing a Snakeskin Veil in your deck, it means that you want to dodge a removal spell and still deal damage to them. This dodges a removal spell, but it also just, you can't attack with it that turn. But Slip Out the Back could be a nifty card to play around sweepers and stuff. Undercover Operative. You may have it enter the battlefield as a copy of any creature on the battlefield, except for entered with a shield counter on it. Okay, this is insane in Garuda, but, you know, there's no Garuda in Standard. This is another one of those even-costed copy cards. Insane in Commander. Good in Blink decks, good in ETB decks. You can copy your opponent's stuff. This card will be like at least $20, just because Commander exists. I promise you. I promise you. But top 25 worthy for constructed? Nah. I don't even think Spark Double is constructed playable. Green Shield Agent? And plus we already have Glasspool Mimic. Like, why would you play this instead of playing Glasspool? ETB with a shield counter whenever it attacks up to one of the target creature gains flying. Nope. Wiretapping. 5 mana? God, that's so much freaking mana. Whenever you draw your first card during each of your draw steps, draw a card. Well then. Then if you have 9 or more cards in your hand, you may play the exiled card. Well, I mean, drawing 2 cards a turn is pretty good. But there have been cards like that in the past, and they were not good and constructed. Like, what was the card again? It was like a 4 mana enchantment that drew 2 cards a turn. And that also wasn't played. It was like barely played. These 5 mana is just so much. To like not impact the board. Witness protection. Loses all abilities and is green and white citizen with base power. Tops us 1/1 named legitimate business person. That's funny. It loses colors, card types, creature types, and names. 1 mana? I mean, that's pretty good. Like, it also stops death triggers. It says loses all abilities. Right? Is this card good? I don't know if this card's good or not. Like, it's 1 mana. I wish it was 2 kids in a trench coat. That's hilarious. This would be the 2 kids in a trench coat card. Oh god, is this good? Incognito twirly mustache. You're not wrong. And 1 mana nullifying target creature. As a sorcery. Like, okay, what if this card said... What if this card was 1 mana, 1 blue mana, destroy target creature? What would you think about that card? What would you think about a card that says, was 1 mana sorcery, destroy target creature? How do you feel about that? Yeah, blue blood chief, but if it said 1 blue, destroy target creature, period, not mana value 2 or less or whatever. Because that's basically what this card does. It makes it 1/1, but freaking 1/1's irrelevant. 1/1 doesn't do anything. It's nothing. It loses death triggers. It loses all other colors, card types, creature types, abilities, names. This card literally says destroy target creature, right? There's enchantment hate. That's fair. If they destroy this, they get their creature back. Like, then again, you're trading witness protection with 1 mana for their removal spell that probably costs more than 1 mana if it's not like, you know, March of Otherworldly Light or something. I think this card's super underrated. This I literally think this card says 1 blue mana, destroy target creature. And I could be wrong. But it basically does that. It turns it into a 1/1 citizen that loses abilities. And death triggers, and colors, and card types, and everything. Good freaking lord. Imagine Bloodchief's Thirst. But it's just any creature. You can have it back if you trade in a March? Sure, march this. You have the creature back. But then you don't march my thing. You're marching like a 1 mana card. I will trade my 1 mana card for a march any day. Plus, it's an enchantment that triggers all your enchantment stuff if you play, like, I don't know, ban enchantments. This is definitely going in my CEDH deck. Yeah, this is top 25 material. I think this card's bananas. And should probably be played in like every deck playing blue. Like, wow, this card's good. Can you imagine your opponent going like Adeline, and then you're like, 1 mana, Witness Protection, you're Adeline. It's now a 1/1 with no abilities. Okay, now do my play. This card's basically Bloodchief's Thirst, but better. Unless the 1 damage is like really terrible for you. If you like can't take 1 damage, then sure, it's bad. Wow, this card's insane. Can someone like, is someone like gonna prove me wrong here or something? But like, am I reading this wrong? How many cards do you have in the top 25? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 so far. Going into black. Angel Suffering, 5 mana, 5/3 flyer Angel. If damage would be dealt to you, prevent that damage and mill twice that many cards. What? The fact that it's a 5/3 makes it unplayable, but still. God, why? Why do they make this card just so bad by making it 3 toughness? Couldn't they make this a 5/5? Blue is very, like, below average. But I will be playing Witness Protection at 4 copies in, like, all of my decks. It's just too good. Body Launderer. 4 mana, 3/3 Death Touch. Whenever another non-token creature you control dies, Body Launderer Knives. Okay, strong. Whenever it dies, return another target non-rogue creature with equal or lesser power from graveyard to the battlefield. Huh. This gets annihilated by Vanishing Verse. But a 4 mana 3/3 Death Touch isn't nothing. Conniving isn't nothing. You can connive creatures to your grave for that when this dies, you get the creature back. Could be good in Reanimator, but I don't think makes the top 25 because I don't think this is... It's just meh. I don't see this card being like, you play it and you're like, dang, that card's good. Like, they play it and you're like, alright, you have a 3/3 Death Touch. Plus, there's like multiple sweepers that deal 3 damage. Cemetery Tampering is a 3 mana... Well, I guess you can stack the dies trigger with this dies trigger, and then connive before you get this ability, so you can like connive a creature to the graveyard and then bring it back with Body Launderer, so it kind of plays around sweepers. But like, if you're trying to play around sweepers in your aggro to mid-range deck, why don't you just play Sorin? So yeah, no. Cemetery Tampering, 3 mana, Hideaway 5. At the beginning of your upkeep, you may mill 3. Then if there are 20 or more cards in your graveyard, you may play the exiled card without playing its mana cost. So this is just 3 mana, mill 3 a turn. If you want to. Like, this card's either, like, really strong or terrible. And there's, like, no in between. Like, ETB on turn 3, look at the top 5. and then you keep milling after that. You mill like 3, 6, 9, 12. You probably have to go like 4 turns in a row milling for this to actually cast the card. But like, if you're playing a self-mill strategy with like Malevolent Hermits and that other card that makes a fish, and Memory Deluge, and Lear, I think this gets bodied though. It gets bodied by Go Blank, doesn't it? And Hidetsugu consumes all if people play that. And Graveyard Trespasser. And Hive of the Eye Tyrant. Nope, not good. Corrupt Court Official, 2 mana, 1/1. When it enters the battlefield, target opponent discards a card. Okay, so this is a reprint from a long time ago I saw on Twitter. Crooked Custodian, 2 mana, 3/2. It enters the battlefield tapped. No. Cut the Profits. Cut of the Profits. Casualty 3. You draw X cards and lose X life. So if you play a card with that's like 2 mana, 3/1, which there's like a lot of them in standard, right? Then you can turn 3. Pay Cut of the Profits with X equals 1, sacrificing that. And then you basically have like a 3 mana, draw 3 cards. No, it's 3 mana, draw 2 cards. If you do that. Oh, it's a sorcery too. Yeah, no, we had Deadly Dispute in standard. This card's like bad. I guess you can cut the Profits for like X equals 3 on average. Sacrificing something to like draw 6 and lose it. No, this card's bad. Go through a contender. 1 mana, 1/1, pay a life. It gets +1/+0 till end of turn. Activate only once each turn. What? Bad. Deal Gone Bad. 4 mana, instant. Target creature gets -3/3 till end of turn. Target player mills 3 cards. Bad. Demon's Due. 4 mana, instant. Scry 2, draw 2, lose 2. So it is a worse version of the blue card that does that. Scry 2, draw 2, and you don't lose 2 life. Bad. Dig Up the Body. 3 mana, instant. Casualty 1. As you cast it, you sacrifice a creature power 1 or greater. When you do copy it, mill 2. Return a creature card from grave to your hand. Bad. Dusk Mangler, 7 mana, 5/4. Additional cost to cast it. Sacrifice a creature, discard a card, or pay 4 life. Okay, so you just pay 4 life. When it enters the battlefield, each opponent sacrifices a creature, discards a card, and loses 4 life. Well, this would be really good in my Blink Commander deck. Wow, this is good in my Blink Commander deck. This says each opponent, and I can just blink this. That's hilarious. It's 7 mana, though? Oh my gosh. If you're playing Reanimate, this card's busted. Good freaking lord. How good is this card in a Reanimator deck? Wow. Wow. I mean, that effect is insane. Sack a creature, discard a card, lose 4 life? I mean, I don't think Reanimator's gonna be good, but, like, this is good in that deck, but I don't think it makes the top 25. Because there's gonna be a lot of, like, Cabaret make tokens decks. I'm definitely gonna be picking up this Dusk Mangler for my Commander deck, though. I gotta write that down. And I gotta write down the Witness Protection card, too. Extract the Cruise, 2-mana sorcery, choose one. When opponent reveals their hand, you may choose a creature, enchantment, or planeswalker, and they discard it. Or they sacrifice it to it. Uh-huh. Extract the Truth could be actually really good. It's like a worse Feed the Storm effect. Or like a Farika's Libation effect. But it's also a discard spell. But it's a discard spell. It's like really bad against control decks. Like, getting a creature, enchantment, or walker is like bad against control decks that play instants and sorceries, though. I guess it takes like Goldspan Dragon or like Wedding Announcement or Lolth or Sorin or Kaido or Wandering Emperor or whatever other creature they might be playing. Kodos, Goldspan. This card could be strong. You wouldn't have to have a way of seeing their hand. You just cast this on turn 2, and if they have one, they have one. If they don't, they don't. But it also has the ability to make them sacrifice an enchantment if they have a Wedding Announcement, or if they have a Jukai Naturalist or whatever. It feels bad. I mean, that's true, but you're playing it knowing the feels bad if you play it. Is it a top 25 card, though? Is it better than Check for Traps? I don't think it's better than Check for Traps. It answers enchantments, but they have to sacrifice one. Not like you can answer whichever one you want to answer. So if they have like a random rune on the battlefield or whatever, they just like sacrifice that instead of their Jukai Naturalist. So it's like it's not good enchantment removal, but like it's enchantment removal. Taking a creature, enchantment, or walker is like usually something that black decks want to care about. Plus, you can take their enchantment on turn 2 if you want to, because like it can discard enchantment. Flexibility is nice. I'm gonna put this in here just in case. It might make the cut. Fake your own death. Okay, there's already a card in Magic called Feign Death. So they're making this card called Fake Your Own Death. Running out of ideas. Demir bounce, yeah, bounce their enchantment and then discard it. That seems a bad trade for you. You like 2 for 1 yourself. Fake Your Own Death. 2 mana instant until end of turn. Target creature gets +2/+7 gains when it dies. Okay, it's exactly the same thing as Feign Death. Almost. Good lord. Girder Goons. 5 mana 4/4. When it dies, make a tap 2/2. Blitz for 4. You can give this haste and then it kills itself and you make a tap 2/2. Graveyard Shift. 5 mana sorcery. It has flash as long as there are 5 or more mana values among cards in your grave. Turn a creature card from your grave to the battlefield. It's a reanimate spell that has flash. That's cool. It's cool, but I don't know if it's good. So, like, you mill a lot, and then you flash reanimate spell. Interesting. Flash reanimate spell is interesting. But is it good, though? Like, that's the question. Is it good? How easy is it to have 5 or more? Well, it's as easy as this, right? Graveyard Shift is 5 mana, but it's 4 and a black. Illicit Shipment is 3 and 2 black, which is still 5 mana, but it's actually a different mana value. So it counts as 2 different mana values, even though there's still 5. So like every single type of mana value you can think of is different. But the only things that it would be the same is like Fake Your Own Death is 1 and a black, and Incriminate is 1 and a black. These would be the same. But anything else, like if something was double black and that's it as a 2-drop, it would still be 2 mana value, right? But it would be a different mana value since it's 1 and a black and black. I think that's how it works. 5 or more mana values. No. It's not the same thing because then if it said mana cost, then it would be different if it was... Okay, mana value would be like 4 and a black. And if another card said 4 and a white, that would be a different mana value. Or maybe it wouldn't. Okay, I'm not 100% sure on this. So I'm not sure how this actually works. If someone can confirm with me while I'm doing this, then that'll be great. But I am not sure. 5 mana sorcery reanimate already exists. Well, this is flash. I don't think it goes in the top 25, though. Grizzly Sigil is a 1 mana sorcery, casualty for 1. Choose target creature or planeswalker. If it was dealt non-combat damage this turn, it deals 3 damage to it, and you gain 3 life. Otherwise, it deals 1 damage, and you gain 1 life. Well, this is weird. Sacrifice Shambling Ghast. Lightning Helix. Sacrifice random token off of whatever, Lightning Helix. If you don't have a creature, it's a turn 1 kill your 1-drop. Kind of, maybe. Oh, it's only if it was dealt non-combat damage this turn. Oh god, that's bad. Illicit Shipment. 5 mana sorcery, casualty of 3. Search your library for a card, put it in your hand, then shuffle. You know Ali Eldrazi is using this card. but I don't think it goes into. It's going to be okay in Commander. Incriminate. Choose 2 target creatures controlled by the same player. That player sacrifices one of them. That's weird. That's not good. Join the Maestros. 5 mana sorcery, casualty 2, create a 4/3. Okay, so you can pay 5 mana and make 2 4/3s. Weird. Maestro's Initiate. 3 mana, 3/1, 4, and what the heck? Blue-red. I mean, yeah, I guess it's Grixis. Exile it from your graveyard, draw 2, discard. Okay, that's not as a sorcery, so you can use this in your graveyard mill-based deck to draw 2, discard a card, which is kind of bad for 5 mana. Midnight Assassin, 3 mana, 1/2, Flying Death Touch, not good enough. Murder. Actual factual murder, not good enough. Night Clubber. 3 mana, 2/2. When it enters the battlefield, creatures your opponents control get -1/-1 till end of turn. Oh. Oh, actually. Instant speed, though? Yeah, murder is instant speed. Blitz for 3, so you can haste this if you want to. And then it will die. It's weird that this card has Blitz, but you can just Blitz this for, like, 2 and a black to, like, not have to play 18 black sources in your deck. Creature's opponents don't get -1/-1 is actually really good. Because of all the 1/1 tokens that, like, Cabaretti's gonna play and stuff. I actually really like this card. I don't know if it makes the top 25 though, but it could be like an actually pivotal card in against token strategies. And then when it dies, you draw a card. I'm gonna put this in the maybe pile. Graphene Silencer. 3 mana, 1/1. When it enters the battlefield, it connives. When it dies, target creature and opponent control gets -X/-X till end of turn, where X is Graphene's power. Graphene Silencer's power. So ETB, draw a card, discard a non-land, put a 1/1 counter on this, make this a 2/2. When this dies, you get to -2/-2 something. I wonder if Blitz causes sacrifice if teleportation circle's blinking it. I think the triggers will go on the stack both at start of end step. So then you can stack the Night Clubber sacrifice trigger beneath the teleportation circle trigger, and teleportation circle will blink the Night Clubber and it doesn't die. So yes, Blitz is great with teleportation circle. Only because they both happen at start of end step. I don't think Graphene Silencer is good enough. Ruffle Ruiner. 4 mana, 3/1, Menace. When it enters battlefield, connives. No. Rogue's Gallery. For each color, return 1 target creature of that color from your graveyard to your hand. For each color. This can add a bunch of creatures back. I don't think it's good, though. Sanguine Spy. 3 mana, 2/3, Menace, Lifelink. Interesting. 1, sacrifice another creature. Look at the top card of your library. You may put it into your graveyard. Whoa, what? Why would you want to do that? At the beginning of your end step, if there are 5 or more mana values among cards in your graveyard, you may pay 2 life if you do draw a card. Wow. What? So sometimes we're going to be using this on your upkeep and or like sacrificing things if you like really want to sacrifice them. But like this, no, it doesn't make the cut. Shadow of Mortality. 15 mana. If your life total is less than your starting life total, this spell costs X less, where X is the difference. Death Shadow! Oh, it literally says Shadow of Mortality. It's the same card, chat. It's the same card. Death's Shadow. Shadow of Mortality. They're obviously copying Death Shadow. If your life total's less than your starting life total, it costs X less, where X is the difference. Okay, so if you have 10 life, this card is 5 mana. If you have 5 life, if you have what? If you have 7 life, this card's 2 mana. So that's why it's a 7/7. Well, that makes the life loss things get even better, get kind of better. But if you have 7 life, this card's 2 mana. A 2 mana 7/7 is insane. Plus, it's always a 7/7 and doesn't get actually bigger than 7. But this card's basically like just a dead card before you get to, like, basically to cast this for like what, like 4 mana? Like what's the threshold on like a card being really good at as a 7/7 vanilla, right? 4 mana? Because a 3 mana 7/7 vanilla is like insane. Like a 4 mana 7/7 vanilla is like pretty good. Like just, but when it gets to 5 mana, it's like bad. So if you can get to 9 life, or if you can get to 9 life by turn 4, this card's good. Well, Running Regisaur was 3 mana, but it also discarded a card every turn. So like a 3 mana 7/7 is absolutely busted. But a 4 mana 7/7 is like that, right in that sweet spot. So if you can get to where the 13 is a 2, which means you have to be at 9 life on turn 4, which is like really hard to do without Bolt Lands. Oh, I know, you have Bolt Lands. How do you lose 11 life by turn 4? You go Bolt Land, Bolt Land, Bolt Land, and then like take 2 life from something, and then this is a 4 mana 7/7. But like more of these you draw, you just start like going, like the lower and lower life you get, you're just like Shadow of Mortality, Shadow of Mortality. And it's not legendary, and you can copy this card with Fable the Mirror Breaker and just like hit them for 7/7/7. This might not be really good, but it's also just a really fun deck to build around. Oh, and also Eye of Vecna still in Standard. To take 2 life every turn if you want to. Ooh. And this card can't be a Skyclave Apparition. It's 15 mana. Huh. I requires you to pay mana? Well, yeah, it does, but you don't have to use it. It's a May ability. I have Vectors in standard, plus the other card that cares about life totals also in standard. That cares about like the difference between your own and your opponent's life total. You don't lose life if you don't pay. I'm aware. Yeah. Interesting. This might go in the top 25. It's 4 mana if you're at 9 life, which is like realistic enough. And even if it's a 5 mana 7/7, and on turn 5 you have, on turn 5 if you have 10 life, it's 5 mana. Which is like a 7/7 is like really strong on turn like 3, 4, or 5. And you can realistically do that if you keep bolting yourself, and there's like a bunch of bolt lands in the format. Like if you bolt on turn 1, then you bolt on turn 2. This is all assuming your opponent's not trying to attack you either. You're already at 14 life. Then you play Eye of Vecna on turn 2. And then on turn 3 you bolt again and then pay 2 life for Eye of Vecna. That is a turn 4 Shadow of Mortality. Turn 4 Shadow of Mortality 3, 6, 9, 11. That's a turn 4 Shadow of Mortality without the 4th Bolt Land. So 3 Bolt Lands and Eye of Vecna is Shadow of Mortality on turn 4. Interesting. I'm gonna just like put this in here real quick. Shake Down Heavy. 3 mana 6/4 Menace. Whenever it attacks, defending player may have you draw a card. If they do, untap it and remove it from combat. Wow. It's 3 mana? And then like I'm okay with attacking this, but I'm also okay with drawing a card. So it's 3 mana, and then you pass. And if they don't have Brutal Cathar or Skyclave Apparition, then like you either hit them for 6, or like they let you draw a card and then you can still block with this. I think, to answer your question, Bolted, I think the answer to that question is Aether Hub. Actually, Shadow of Mortality might just be like too hard to do. I quite like this into Ob Nixilis for a 6 loyalty copy. That's also true. Tavern Swindler, 1 mana 2/2, pay 3 life, flip a coin. If you win the flip, you gain 6. What? No. Tenacious Underdog. Why does this look like exactly like, what's that card that looks like this? There's a card that looks exactly like this. Isn't it like, what looks like this? Thank you, Bolded. Tassiger looks like this, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I freaking thought. Hold it, thanks for the follow. Massacre? Tenacious Underdog. Massacre. Tenacious Underdog. Okay, 2 mana, 3/2. Blitz for 4, pay 2 life. If you cast it for its Blitz class, gains haste. When it dies, you draw a card. Sacrifice. My passport photo. My high school yearbook photo? Exactly, Sosa Burrito. That's what I was confusing it with. That 6-pack and everything. You may cast it from your graveyard using the Blitz ability. Whoa. 2 mana, 3/2 is fine. It's good. Already. But then you just get to keep casting it with haste, and then it dies, and you cast it, and then it dies, and you cast it, and then it dies, as long as you have life to pay. I mean, it's kind of cracked. Your opponent has to get rid of this, and then get rid of it again. Whoa, that's a good 2-drop. Yep. That's definitely going in the top 25. Vampire Scrivener. 5 mana 2/2? No. Whack. The spell costs 3 less to cast if it targets a white creature. We already have Raven Concealment. Hello, this card's whack. On the red cards, Antagonize. No. Arcane Bombardment. That's 6 mana. No. Big Score. Additional cost, discard a card, draw 2, create 2. Did they just make it easier to cast Unexpected Windfall? As a common? What? I thought the one thing holding that card back was that it was double red. Well, that definitely goes in the top 25. I mean, what? 6 mana enchantment is no big deal to cast in a standard. It is when it just gets Vanishing Burst. Call on a professional. It's a copy paste of Unexpected Windfall, but easier to cast. 3 mana instant. Players can't gain life this turn. Damage can't be prevented this turn. Call on a professional deals 3 damage to any target. Shield damage. Shield counters don't prevent this damage as they're removed. Wow. Well, this is a really good card in mono red. Or like any aggro deck. Players can't gain life. Damage can't be prevented. 3 damage to face. Is there anything that gains an absurd amount of life right now? Meathook Massacre. Okay. In a red aggro deck, you get Meathook Massacred and don't want your opponent to gain infinite life, you dome them for 3, and then they don't gain life. Doesn't make top 25, but it's nifty. Daring Escape, target creature is +1/+0 and gains first strike, scry 1. Nope. Devilish Valet, 3 mana 1/3, trample haste. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, double its power. Oh. You play this on turn 3 and then you win the game? You play this on turn 3 and then you go turn 4, play a land, Dragon Fodder, Dragon Fodder. Or like play a 1-drop and then play Cabaret Command. Cabaret Charm. And that's 3 creatures. So the first one comes down, it's 2 power. Second one comes down 4 power. Third one comes down 8 power. 16 power if you have double Dragon's Fodder. But realistically, you're going to be playing 2 creatures on turn 4 if you play this. So like realistically, you're playing 2 creatures on turn 4. If you're playing this, realistically. 2 or 3 at the most. It's going to be 4 to 8 power if you do that. Does it make this card good? You're not going to have enough mana to play a whole bunch of creatures and fling. I don't think this card's good. Exhibition Magician, 3 mana, 2/1, ET. Oh, you can buff this. You can, like, Infuriate this to 4 power and then cast 2 creatures, and then it goes 8/16. Like, you can realistically give this 3 power with the spell, right? I will die to this in Standard. I will die to this. Also, you can play a control deck for, like, the longest time. And then, like, work. This is like a Hearthstone card, right? This is like a stall the game or, like, play an interactive game. And then at the end, and then, like, when you feel like it, when you've, like, hoarded up, like, a combo kill in your hand, you're just like, Devilish Valet, because it has haste too. Devilish Valet, give it plus whatever in double strike. Give it plus whatever. Play, and then play 2 creatures. And you're like, you dead? You die? You died? You're dead? You die. And they're like, oh, yikes. Crap. That was good. But then they'll never lose to that ever again. So then, I don't think this card's good. Exhibition Magician, 3 mana, 2/1. When it ETBs, choose 1. Make it 1/1. Oh. Create a treasure. This is good with these, like, creatures enters matters, but not top 25. Glittering Stockpile. Add red, put a stash counter. Sacrifice it, add X mana, where X is the number of stash counters. That's not top 25 worthy. Oh, put this with an Embercleave on it? That's hilarious. Gold Hound. 1 mana, 1/1, first strike menace, which is already pretty good for a 1-drop. And then it can also just be a treasure. Is this better than Rabbit Battery? Like, Rabbit Battery is already, like, fringe not good enough. Is it better than Kumano Faces Kakazan? Probably not. I don't think this dog's good enough. It's a good boy, though. It's a great boy. Horde Hauler. 4 mana. Okay, I think this card's actually good. I think when I read it the first time, Horde Hauler is a 4 mana 5/5 trample vehicle. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, and it can usually create a treasure token for each artifact they control. This card's really good in Commander. Like, it's not, it's not like a insane card, but it's, like, good. Through 3. I mean, a 5/5 trample's no joke. And it also makes Mardu Greasefang better. But for each artifact your opponent controls, it's kind of bad. But Crew 3 for a 5/5 trample is good in vehicles decks. I'm not willing to give it top 25, though. But for a vehicle synergy deck, I think it's good, because now you have 2 different 4 mana vehicles in Chariot and Hauler. Involuntary Employment's a 4 mana sorcery, gain control of target creature, end of turn, untap it gains haste, create a treasure token. This is like a 3 mana kill a card, or gain control of a card. Kind of bad. Jackhammer, 2 mana, equipment, creature gets +2 stuff. Kind of bad. Jaxus the Troublemaker. Okay, I think this card's actually. I think this card has one of the most potentials to actually be broken. 4 mana, 2/3. Pay a red and tap it. Discard a card. Create a token that's a copy of another target creature you control. It gains haste, and when it dies, draw a card. So basically, you're just like blitzing other things because it basically gives something else blitz, and then it also has blitz itself. So in theory, you can blitz this on turn 3. Pay the other mana, tap this card since it has haste, discard a card, make a token of the creature. And then it doesn't say non-legendary creature. And then when it dies, draw a card. So you can play a creature on turn 2, play Jaxus on turn 3 blitzed, pay another red, tap it, discard a card, make a token of like Luminarch Aspirant that you just played on turn 2. Now you have 2 Luminarch Aspirants. +1/+1 counter, +1/+1 counter on Luminarch Aspirant that's not copied. And then you sacrifice Jaxus, draw a card, sacrifice to Luminarch, draw a card. Is that good? So then you're left with draw 2 from Jaxus. So it's like, in that way, it's like a weird divination. If you blitz it on turn 3 and use its ability. It's divination, but does more damage to your opponent and also just makes a copy of the creature, but that dies too. This is going to be really good if you can just cast it not blitzed, but you can just blitz it if you want to. Or if you need to. But this card will be interesting with inside of a deck that's already playing Kiki-Jiki. And this also can do the Kiki-Jiki thing where you sacrifice it at the beginning of the next end step. So if you use this on your opponent's end step, you can get it on your turn as well. And then it will die at your end step. So this is like, I think this is really good. This has to make the top 25. All right, Light 'em Up is a 2 mana sorcery, casualty 2, deal 2 damage to a creature or planeswalker, but if you sacrifice something, you deal 4 damage. This card's bad, right? You can do 4 damage or deal 2 damage divided, basically. Or 4 damage divided, kind of. Like 2 and 2, or like 2/2 of the same thing. I mean, this could be better than just a 4 damage removal spell. But you also have to sacrifice something, which is, like, pretty bad. And it's a sorcery. I don't think it's good. Mayhem Patrol, 2 mana, 1/2, Menace. Whenever it attacks, target creature gets +1/+0 till end of turn. So, like, you can make itself a 2/2. Blitz for 2. Bad. Plasma Jockey. Attacks, target creature opponent controls can't block this turn. Blitz for 3. This gives me, like, vibes from that one card that has, like, the Glorybringer ability, where, like, when you tap it, you can, like, exert. The Exert ability. Like, that one card that's, like, 3 mana, haste, exert. It's a 3/2. When it attacks, your opponent can't block, target creature can't block this turn. And then it, like, stays tapped for a turn, and then it untaps on the next turn. It's, like, similar to that card, and that card is really good, but this card's 4 mana. And its blitz is 3 mana. So if you do that, it actually dies. But then you replace itself with a draw. This card could be really, really good in mono red. And it probably will be kind of good in mono red. It doesn't have haste, though. I don't know if this card is... This card's probably worse. I'm gonna say no. Professional Facebreaker. 3 mana Menace. 2/3. Whenever one or more creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, create a treasure token. Okay, that's really good. Turn 1, 1-drop. Turn 2, 2-drop. Turn 3, Facebreaker. Deal damage with the other 2. Make 2 treasures. So realistically, you can play like 2 cards on turn 3 if you play this. Sacrifice a treasure, exile a top card of your library, you can play that card. Wow. Well, I mean, that's definitely going in the top 25. Pugnacious Pugilist. Pugnacious. Pugilist. 5 mana 4/4 Ogre Warrior. Whenever it attacks, create a tapped and attacking 1/1 red devil creature with. That's bad. Pyre's Sledge Arsonist. 3 mana 2/2 deals X damage where X is the number of permanents you've sacrificed this turn. That works with treasures. And it doesn't sacrifice itself. And it deals damage to any target. Well, this plus this is really good. Interesting. This could make the dog, the brass metal dog, playable in this kind of mono red build. I don't know if I'm willing to give Pyre Sledge Arsonist top 25 though. We already have 18 cards in top 25. Ready to Rumble is a 5 damage to creature or planeswalker destroy an artifact. Actually terrible. Like, why is a Braid 2 mana instant and this card's freaking 5 mana sorcery? Riveteer's Initiate, 2 mana 2/2, 1 and Golgari. Riveteer's Initiate gains Death Touch. Bad. Riveteer's Requisitioner. When it dies, create a treasure token. 2 mana 3/1. This could be playable in a like deck that cares about sacrificing this. Adam Kovachev, thanks for the follow. But Blitz for 3, attack them for 3, end step, sacrifice, draw a card, make a treasure token. 2 mana 3/1 anyway. This is probably good in some kind of like Grixis mid-range deck. I can see myself sacrificing this for Rob Nicholas. I'm gonna say it's playable, not top 25 though. Rob the Archives, Casualty 1, Exile top 2. You may play those cards this turn. Well, the fact that you can play all of them is pretty good, and you can exile the top 4 if you casualty this. I mean, 2 mana draw 4 is pretty good, but you can only cast them this turn, not like the next turn. So, like, I'm going to say no on this. Sizzling Soloist, 4 mana 3/2. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, target creature and opponent controls can't block. If it's the second time an ability resolves, it attacks during its controller's next combat. Sticky Fingers, 1 mana Aura. Menace, and whenever it deals combat damage, make a treasure token. When it dies, draw a card. Wow, this card is a lot for 1 mana. And it replaces itself with mana. You pay 1 mana for this, and you get the mana back with the treasure. And then when it dies, you draw a card. The only thing that punishes this is if they kill this target in response. Light Paws likes this, yeah. Like if you play like Mardu, some kind of Mardu or Jeskai Horus deck. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, create a treasure token. Giving a creature menace is strong. Getting treasure tokens is strong. Being 1 mana is strong. When it dies, it draws a card is strong. This always replaces itself on mana and the card. Like I can't figure out a reason why this isn't all just all upside. But like, why would a deck want this? It also protects your stuff from dying to sweepers. Because, like, you draw a card if your things die. I can see a world where your opponent has, where your mono red opponent has like a couple sticky fingers on their stuff, and then you're like, wow, if I deal with this, they draw a card. Making treasure tokens is also pretty strong if you're going to be playing like a card like Rob the Archives. I don't know what we're going to see it do, but it's got to be good. Like, it's above average. But like, why would you play this over just playing another creature? Okay, so this is bad if your opponent just exiles your card, right? Because then you just like lose the card. But the point is you don't lose the mana though. Because like being Menace pretty much guarantees it's gonna hit. And like you just keep making treasures. I don't know if it's top 25 worthy, but it's definitely neat. Strangle is deal 3 damage to target creature or planeswalker, so this is literally just like Lightning Bolt in a sorcery that can't hit face. Which I think's still really strong. Like, this is just like 1 mana destroy target 1 or 2 drop, right? This is like Bloodchief's Thirst. That can kill planeswalkers for 1 mana. Frostbite with no snowlands. I mean, that's got to be good, right? Like, Frostbite is a real deck building requirement. Like, this is not. Like, I can see like Jeskai control just playing this. Because it's better than like 2 mana card than the 1 mana deal 2 damage things. 1 mana kills 3 toughness will make its way into stuff for sure. For sure. Takes out tick down Narset for 1 mana. Takes out a lot of stuff. I'm gonna put it there. Structural Assault, 5 mana sorcery, destroy all artifacts. Then it deals damage to each creature equal to the number of artifacts that are put into a graveyard from battlefield this turn. Okay, well, you'd think this is good because you're like, oh, I'll destroy all the treasure tokens. But no, your opponent will just sacrifice the treasures. Does treasures actually go to the graveyard? Because, like, if your opponent sacrifices treasures in response to this, does it still kill stuff? So this is pretty good if you are a, like, there's probably no world where this card is better than Burn Down the House, though. Yeah, no, it's not guaranteed damage or anything. Yeah, this is definitely a commander card. Holy crap. Torch Breath. Costs 2 less if it targets a blue permanent. It can't be countered. It deals X damage to target creature or planeswalker. Okay. So it's 1 mana, deal 2, instant, can't be countered to a blue card. This is good against like a mono blue tempo deck, blue white tempo, Esper tempo. Good against those type of cards. It doesn't deal damage to face. It's basically worse Fry. Like a way worse Fry. And Fry is not like a top 25 type of card. I'm going to say no on that. Unlucky Witness is a 1 mana 1/1. When it dies, exile the top 2 cards of your library. Until your next end step, you may play one of those cards. Turn 1, Unlucky Witness. Turn 2, Deadly Dispute on your opponent's turn. And then you get to draw 2 cards, make a treasure token, draw 1 card for turn, and then you also exile 2 cards from this. This card is actually just insane, I think. Plus, you can sacrifice this card for your Obnixilis, and then you exile 2 cards, and then you get to play the other 2. Like, this is not a card that you want to sacrifice for Obnixilis on turn 3, though. But this card is definitely just going to be... This is like the primo sacrifice fodder, right? Outside of, like, Shambling Ghast. And in some ways, this card's better than Shambling Ghast, because later on in the game, it actually does stuff. Yep, that's going to be insane. Rask, 5 mana, 4/4 haste, beginning of your upkeep, exile. I don't think this card's playable. Beginning of your opponent's upkeep, next time they draw a card, they exile tap 2 cards to their library, they can play it. I don't know. Like, Volatile Arsonist is better than this card. Widespread Thieving, 3 mana, hideaway 5. Whenever you cast a multicolored spell, make a treasure token. Okay. Then you may pay 5. If you do, you may play the exiled card without paying its mana cost. Wow, that's actually extremely easy to do. So you can just keep making treasures from this, like, over and over and over and over. I don't know if it's top 25, but I think this card's good. Witty Roastmaster, 3 and a 3/2. Whenever another creature in spell under your control, Witty Roastmaster deals 1 damage to each opponent. This could be like a commander win condition, though. Wrecking Crew, 5 mana, 4/5. Nah, fam. Attended Socialite, 2 mana, 2/1. Alliance, creature enters battlefield, gains +1/+1 till end of turn. If this got a counter, it will be different, but +1/+1, I think it's too bad. Bootleggers Stash, 6 mana artifact, lands have tap, make a treasure token. This card's busted in Commander, but I think it's just bad everywhere else. Bouncer's Beatdown, 3 mana instant, cost 2 less if it targets a black permanent. It deals X damage to target creature or planeswalker, where X is the greatest power among creatures you control. So it's 1 mana instant. If that creature or planeswalker would die this turn, exile it instead. So let's say, for instance, you have a 3-power creature. 1 mana instant speed, deal damage equal to power, and then also exile. This card is insane for green. Instant speed, X damage. I guess you can blow this card out by killing their highest power creature in response. I don't really know about this card. But like, this card might be just really strong in green. Take that, Lolth. Yeah, I know. I'm not going to put it in the top 25, but I think it's really strong. Broken Wings, not top 25, but strong. Cabaret Initiate, 1 mana, 1/2. It gains double strike if you pay 3 mana. If you have more than one creature, they can't kill it in response. That's true, but what if one of your creatures is like a 1/1? Then it's like really bad. Cabaret Initiate. Doesn't this look like the freaking cat from Guardians of the Galaxy? Samuel, thanks for the raid. How's it going? Thanks for sending your people here. How's it going, everybody? We are rating the top 25 new Capenna cards. We are currently in the process of picking out our top 25, and then we'll rate them from 25 to 1 and make a YouTube video from it. So if you want to watch this on YouTube later on and maybe catch yourself in it, you can subscribe to the YouTube channel by typing in !YT in chat. How's it going, Simulan? How was your stream? Not the Wallet Inspector. What's up? Cabaret Initiate's an interesting card because, number one, it's a Raccoon Citizen, and why would you not like a Raccoon Citizen? Getting Double Strike is pretty cool, especially because Cabaret will probably put 1/1 counters on stuff. But like, is this good? Having that second point of toughness is good, but not top 25 worthy. Kaldaya Strongarm, 5 mana 2/3. When it enters the battlefield, put 2 1/1 counters on target creature. Blitz for 4. Nah. Capenna Express, 4 mana 6/6. Sacrifice a treasure. It becomes an artifact creature. So you don't actually have to crew this. Top 25 in what respect? Standard. Standard, like kind of overall, but usually, but like pretty much standard. But like we've been talking about limited also, not the wallet. Let's see. Sacrifice a treasure, it becomes a 6/6. I mean, the fact that you don't have to crew this is pretty strong. But like, it's no Chariot, that's for sure. I don't think it makes the top 25. Civic Gardeners, a 2 mana 2/2. Whenever it attacks on tap a creature or land, kind of like ramps you. It doesn't really ramp you as much as it lets you double spell because you lose the mana if you tap it in your main phase. Oh, it also has Vigilance. You can like target itself. I don't think it's that good. It's okay. Cleanup Crew, 6 mana 6/6. When ETBs, choose one. Destroy an artifact, enchantment, or exile a card from a graveyard or gain 4 life. Helps protect a creature from Wandering Emperor. No, because you can Emperor on the trigger of Civic Gardener. Cleanup Crew is really good in limited. I really like the 6 mana like huge gain life creatures in limited. Also, the fact they can kill an artifact or enchantment. Other than that, I don't think it's good. Courier's Briefcase, 2 mana treasure. Okay. ETBs make a 1/1. Sacrifice it, add a mana. You can pay 5 mana, sacrifice it, and draw 3 cards. Okay. So not only can this make mana if you need it, it makes a creature, and it draws 3 cards. Briefcase on 2, Restoration of Agano on turn 3. Yes. Get a land. Play the land. Next turn, bring the Briefcase back. Tapped. Make a 1/1. Hog. This will probably be played in some kind of like... I'll definitely be putting this in the Kami War. That's for sure. This is a good top deck in the late game if you're playing 5 colors. But not top 25 worthy. Elegant Entourage, 3 mana 4/4. No. Evolving Door, 3 mana artifact, 1 and tap it, sack a creature, count the colors of it, then search the library for a creature that's exactly that many colors plus 1. Wow. So it's like sacrifice a 2-drop, like a 2 mana 2/2. Sacrifice like an Orzhov 2-drop, and then you can like search the library for a creature that's 3 colors, and then exile it, and then you can cast it. But it's not without paying its mana cost. It's just like a birthing pod. Oh yeah, Courier's Briefcase is like exactly Innkeeper, right? What, better? You don't gain life, but if you think about it like it's an Innkeeper. This is like a strictly worse birthing pod, though. You can get anything for 1 mana, but you have to cast the card still. It doesn't say put it on the battlefield. It just says exile it, then you can cast it. So let's say you play Luminarch Aspirant on turn 2. Put a counter on it. Turn 3, play Evolving Door. Attack with Luminarch Aspirant. Turn 4, pay 1, sack Luminarch, get a 2-color thing, but you have to cast it. This will definitely go in some kind of toolboxy deck, though. Also works in a sacrifice deck. If you sacrifice a non-colored token, you can get a 1-color creature from deck and cast it. Yeah, sack the construct tokens to find epicures and like random other stuff. Sack epicures for Blood Tithe Harvester. Yep. Then you can sack Blood Tithe Harvester for a 3-color card. Is that good? Is that top 25 worthy? I don't know. This seems like clunky. It's nifty, it's fun, it's cool. Fight Rigging. 3 mana enchantment, hideaway, beginning of combat, put a 1/1 counter on a creature you control. So this is basically Luminarch for green. / Ranger class. Then if you control a creature with power 7 or greater, you can play the exile card without paying its mana cost. Well, when you think about it like it's Luminarch Aspirant, then that's a little better. But I don't think any of these hideaway cards make the top 25. I just don't think they're that good. It's like clunky. It's nice and stompy, but like when are you gonna get a creature with power 7 or greater? Like I guess it's not that hard. Shadow of Mortality, that's true, but Shadow of Mortality is double black. Are you gonna pay Fight Rigging with Shadow of Mortality and also have a deck that loses life? It triggers immediately off of Michiko. Would it though? Not really. Like it will like later on in the game. Green-white enchantments. It's definitely interesting. I can see this card in runes. Or like green-white enchantments. Yeah, this might be the best hideaway. But is that good enough for top 25? We can like put it in there and try to narrow it down. For the family, 1 mana instant, +2/+2. You control 4 more creatures, gets +4/+4. Nope. Freelance muscle, 5 mana 4/4. Nah, fam. Gala Greeters, 2 mana 1/1. Alliance. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, choose one that hasn't been chosen this turn. Put a 1/1 counter on Gala Greeters. Create a tapped treasure token, or you gain 2 life. Two mana 1/1. I'm trying to think if you like play Gala Greeters on turn 2, and then turn 3 you play like Wedding Announcement, attack for 1, end step, make a 1/1, and you get to put a 1/1 counter on this or make a tap treasure. Luminarch should be better, but yeah, but what if you could play Luminarch and Gala Greeters? Like what if you go turn 2 Gala Greeters and then turn 3 Luminarch? Yeah, like things like that. Like turn 2 this, turn 3 Luminarch or Wedding Announcement, Chariot. This can also cast Chariot on turn... It can't cast Chariot on turn 3, right? No, you can only do that if you had, like, Ornithopter. Yeah, choose one that hasn't been chosen this turn. So you keep putting 1/1 counters on this, you keep gaining life, you keep making treasure tokens. Just bar Sentinel on turn 1, turn 2 Gallagrators. Plus tap Gallagrators for another 1-drop is what you're saying? Then you make a treasure token, and then turn 3 Chariot. This is like another like weird Magda. It's like Magda plus Innkeeper plus Luminarch Aspirant, and all those 3 cards are good. Oh yeah, turn 3 Chariot if you don't have a 1-drop because that's what just Bar Sentinel does. Crossroads Innkeeper and Magda already give you turn 3 Chariot, as does Kalane. I agree. But is this card better than Magda? Also, you don't have to be playing red. Aspirant for Gruul? Yeah, like different things like that could push the card better than it would be, right? It's not Aspirant, but because it puts a counter on itself. But I think Gallagrators could have a chance to be in the top 25. Glittermonger, 4 mana 1/4? Heck no. High Rise Sawjack? No. Jewel Thief. This is like what people are considering the best common ever printed. 3 mana 3/3 Vigilance Trample, and when the ATBs make a treasure. Luxurious Libation. Target creature gets +X/+X till end of turn, create a 1/1. I mean, that's an instant. +X/+X is like really strong. The last card that did that was strong was like Primal something. Primal Fight. Primal whatever it's called. Primal Might. But Primal Might also fights. So like definitely not that. This is an instant though. I think it's insane in command it's insane in like I don't know, this doesn't fight. Doesn't make the cut. Most wanted, 3 mana aura, flash, enchant creature, gets +2/+1. When it dies, create 2 treasures. Nope. Rise Fight. 2 mana instant, target creature you control fights target creature you don't control. Ooh, create a treasure. This is better than the one currently in standard. Doesn't make the top 25 though, but it does replace the one currently in standard. Rock's Pummeler, 6 mana 6/3, ETB with a shield counter. It has trample as long as it has a shield counter. Nope. Riveteer's Decoy, 2 mana 3/1. It must be blocked if able. Must be blocked? Oh, it's a decoy. I get it. Blitz for 4. Okay. Social Climber, 3 mana 3/2 Alliance. Okay, this goes in like Selesnya Life Gain. Take to the Streets, 5 mana sorcery. Creatures get +2/+2 to underturn. Citizens get additional +1/+1 and vigilance. Nope. Titan of Industry. This is an interesting card. 7 mana 7/7 Reach Trample. This card's literally a house. When it enters the battlefield, choose 2. Destroy an artifact or enchantment, gain 5 life, make a 4/4, or put a shield counter on a creature. So usually it's destroy an artifact or enchantment and make a 4/4, or gain 5 life, make a 4/4. Usually. You can also protect itself. And Trample's really good, and Reach is really good. You basically play this card against an aggro deck and you win the game. But it's a matter of, like, if this gets Elite Spellbindered and it's, like, 9 mana and you can never cast it. Like, you're never casting this against mono white, by the way. I mean, it can also get, like, Brutal Cathard. But the gain life make a 4/4 is really strong. Mono white can't tax creatures. You think that when they Elite Spellbinder this out of your hand. Yeah, do you think they're going to draw their Elite Spellbinders while you have this in the hand? The answer is yes. This is good at Cathar, but you'll also make a 4/4. It's good into Cathar. You make a 4/4, but like you can kill the Cathar and you get this trigger again, which is really strong. I'm gonna like, this card is such a bomb that I think I'm just gonna put it in top 25, maybe. Shield counter does not protect it from Cathar. Shield counter is only for destruction. Topiary Stomper, 3 mana 4/4 Vigilance. When an ATB, search for a basic land, put in the battlefield tapped and shuffle. It can't attack or block unless you control 7 or more lands. Now, this card's like basically the same thing as the other dinosaur that played an additional land for turn. Like, the fact that this gets land from deck is better than the other dinosaur. It has Vigilance. It can't attack or block unless you control 7 or more lands, like, really puts this out for me. If it could block, if it was like Lovestruck Beast, that could still block. But it can crew vehicles. I don't know. Searching for basic land, putting in the battlefield tapped is strong. Teleportation Circle again. You have draw, ramp, 4/4 blocks. Jadzi can get this to attack on turn 4. What does Jadzi do? Search for a basic land, put on the battlefield tapped and shuffle. I mean, that effect is kind of good. It's like Cultivate, but you're trading the land in hand for a 4/4 that can't do anything. Like, this is good if you play Vivian on turn 5. Not Vivian. If you play, like, Wrenn and 7 on turn 5, Topiary Stomper curves into Wrenn and 7. And then, like, Wrenn can put more lands in your hand onto the battlefield with 0 ability, and then you can just attack with Topiary Stomper. In that case, I like it. Sick with vehicles. I'm gonna. It probably doesn't make the top 25 though. Like, we still have the multicolored cards to go over, and a lot of these cards are gonna make it. We already have like 21 cards in there. Venom Connoisseur is a 2 mana 2/2. Whenever another creature in this battlefield under your control, Venom Connoisseur gains Death Touch on a turn. If it's the second time ability has resolved, all creatures you control gain Death Touch. This is a really good card if you're playing the Death Touch, like Toxic Venom token deck or whatever it's called. But not good enough. Vivian on the Hunt is 6 mana, 4 loyalty, planeswalker. You may sacrifice a creature. If you do, search your library for a creature with mana value equal to 1 plus the sacrifice creature's mana value. Put on the battlefield, then shuffle. Okay, so this is Birthing Pod. But it doesn't have an ultimate. +2 equals go get Mind Flayer, take your opponent's thing, and then sacrifice your opponent's thing next turn. Mill 5, then put any number of creatures into your hand. Oh, this card's strong. The ultimate is being able to make 4 rhinos in a row. Yep. You just keep making rhinos over and over and over. Plus, you can sacrifice a rhino to get a 1-drop if you really want to. Why is the +1 mill 5 and put a creature in your hand? Put any number of creatures. This has to be good. Like, the fact that It makes a 4/4? This card's gotta be good. Like, the fact that it's 6 mana is, like, the problem, right? Yeah, I like the Birthing Pod. But the fact is, like, you have to get Vivian on board and then Birthing Pod something for it to be actually good. You don't want WotC to print playable pods. I mean, this is as playable of a pod as you can get, right? It's a 6 mana card. It's +2 is pod. That's crazy. I like the design of this. I'm gonna do that. Voice of the Vermin, 4 mana 2/2 ETB with a shield counter. Whenever it attacks target creature you control has base power and toughness 4/4. It includes itself. Not good. Warm Welcome, 3 mana instant. Look at the top 5, reveal a creature from one of them, put it in your hand, put the rest on the bottom. Create a 1/1. Not good. Workshop War Chief, 5 mana 5/3 trample. Already bad. Like, 3 toughness is so bad. ETB gain 3 life. When it dies, make a 4/4. Blitz for 6. 6 mana 5/3 trample haste. ETB gain 3 life. When it dies, you draw a card and make a 4/4 if you blitz it. If you don't blitz it, you still gain 3 life. So this is basically like freaking Thrag Daddy Chief. Thrag Chief. Workshop Thrag Chief. Vanishing Verse will be played less, so it makes this card better. Plus, it has the ETB gain 3 life already. It gains 3 life, not 5. Potential haste is good. Making a 4/4 when this dies is good. No reach is kind of weird. Not weird, but worse. I don't expect a Rhino to have reach. Exile removal is going to be even more of a thing than it already is. Why? I think it's going to be less of a thing than it already is, because we have cards like Vanishing Verse that are going to be terrible against everything that has multiple colors, and this entire set has multiple colors. This can come in on turn 4 with any turn 1 to 3 ramp. That is true, Christmas. The 3 toughness is what gets me on this card. Like, everything does 3 damage, and there's even a 1 mana red card that does 3 damage to a creature. The fact that it does that, it makes a 4/4, but it says when it dies, not like Thragtusk, when it leaves the battlefield. This being a 5/3 trample, and then if this gets swept by a control deck, makes a 4/4, it's good. Also, it can be haste, which is good. Baleful Mastery sees more, maybe? I don't know. It gives your opponent a draw, which is really bad. It can't be Skyclave app, that's true. And then if it gets Brutal Cathard, then you get the ETB again if you kill the thing. Yeah, Thragtusk being a Leaves trigger is pretty dumb. This card's really good. I'm not saying, I'm just trying to like make devil's advocate cases for this. The 3 toughness is really getting me on this. I realize that it's the same exact mana cost as Thragtusk besides 1 additional green and the same exact power and toughness. So like they obviously wanted to make a playable Thragtusk. Like that's actually just super obvious. But you know what's really good with this? Oh my god. I just broke this in my head. You guys, do you see it? Do you see it, guys? Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Let me know if you're thinking what I'm thinking. I'll give it 5 seconds. Ding, 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 ding. 187 on a underscore. Says Fable the Mirror Breaker. Yes. Yes, yes. Fable this. Attack with a 5/3 with trample. You want to block it? Sure. I make a 4/4. Gain 3 life. End step. Sacrifice it due to the Fable. Make a 4/4. It's all upside. This card is bananas with Fable the Mirror Breaker. If you give it Blitz, will Fable copy the Blitz draw effect? I don't know. Everything in this set's like, oh, I can play this with Kiki Jiki. Yeah, but also not only can you play this with Kiki Jiki, but you can play this with that freaking red card. Imagine playing that with like Jaxis the Troublemaker. Now you have 2 cards with that. Alright, I'm sold. I'm sold. Alright, how many multicolor cards do we have? Like, way too many? Alright, I'm gonna go to the restroom real quick while we go over the multicolor cards, and then, chat, in your heads while I'm doing this, while we go to quick little break while I use the restroom, we have these cards that I would like you guys to just think about in your head about where in the top 25 you think these should belong. We're going to have to cut some of these cards, but I'm going to go over them one more time. Depopulate, Elspeth Resplendent, Giada Font of Hope, Halo Fountain, Knockout Blow, Mage's Attendant, Cut Your Losses, Ledger Shredder, On Offer You Can't Refuse, Witness Protection, Extract the Truth, Night Clubber, Shadow of Mortality, Shakedown Heavy, Tenacious Underdog, Big Score, Jaxis the Troublemaker, Professional Facebreaker, Strangle, Unlucky Witness, Fight Rigging, Gala Greeters, Titan of Industry, Vivian on the Hunt, and Workshop War Chief. I'll be right back in just a minute.
Riley, does your opponent ever make a play that doesn't seem to make sense on the surface, but then over time starts to kind of come together a little more?
Yeah, this Aethergust's obviously going to do a good job of keeping Igor Kerim, a little more alive, but there's a spell piece, alright, sure. Pay for it, I guess.
Easy deal.
Okay, I still have enough mana to pay for this spell pierce. What are you doing, man? I mean, yeah, sure, you get the prowess triggers, but like, what's the plan here? Oh.
There it is.
A mystical dispute as well.
Functional. Yeah, functional spell pierce enough to get in for Xaxes.
Settle the wreckage.
I'm glad you asked.
Oh my god! A 100-card historic brawl. Settle the wreckage in hand after I called it.
Riley, here we go. Nothing ventured, nothing gained here. Seasoned Pyromancer can let you ditch your hand in this case to draw 2 cards, and we need exactly 2. We need Bone Crusher Giant and an untapped red source.
Need the Bone Crusher Giant with Stomp, which stops the 9 lives from preventing damage, and we need the red source to cast the Stomp, Dennis. And wouldn't you know
there it is!
Look at that! I've always maintained, Dennis, I've always maintained that Magic is a very skill-testing game indeed, and Charizard James is showing us just how skill-based this game is, ripping the actual perfect 2 off the top here, and is going to win the game on the spot because of it.
Yo, what's up, Titan Smash? Oh no!
If this was the only way Tybalt's Trickery had ever been used, Riley, I think it would have been balanced the way Wizards intended it.
I think this is actually Magic as R&D intended. Tybalt's Trickery. Getting rid of an eye twitch? Why are you scared of an eye twitch? Now you have to deal with a lull. What was that?
I'm terrified of an eye twitch, dude. Like, if only it had been something like a lull, you know?
Raise the alarm We found their win con. We didn't know what it was, and now we know. I've now found their win con. I don't like it. You fool didn't play around triple tithe. Listen. My opponent had Sky Tether main deck and then boarded out of all the bad cards and boarded in good cards like Memory Lapse and Teferi. How am I supposed to win if I know that? Their tempo play of 2 soldiers are going to win them the game. Oh, it hurts. Oh, it hurts. It hurts. I can't look. I can't look. Ow. Man, Valkmir is a problem.
Nope.
Oh no! Wait, what just happened? Why was this 5 mana? Oh no! It came in tap!
Oh no! It came in tap.
Oh my god, did we do it?
Yes! I attack!
Holy shit!
I attack! I attack! I attack!
Everyone's clenching right now.
No! Oh, he lost! He lost!
I attacked! No! No! What?
Oh, he lost! Oh no! Oh man!
Okay, guys. They come in pairs to know? Wait, was there really like 2 bots at the same time? Why is offer you can't refuse in contention? Where is it? Oh, because this card is a 1 mana negate. Oh, hold on 1 second. I'm going to step away for a quick second. Like, it ramps your opponent, but it doesn't matter if you, like, got rid of their best thing, right? Or if, like, you have your play go through for 1 mana. Like, it ramps your opponent after your spell goes through. I'm thinking about this, like, against control decks, where, like, they already have enough mana to do what they want anyway. Right? Like, you cast your big spell with 1 blue mana left over, and then they're like, counter it. And then you're like, 1 mana counter your spell. And then they get 2 treasures, but your card already went through. Who cares if you ramp them? They already have, like, 6 mana. Like, you can probably always keep 1 mana up. Like, your opponent goes, like, Memory Deluge. And you're like, counter it. Or your opponent goes, like, Wandering Emperor. Like, you just attack all. And your opponent's like, Wandering Emperor. And you're like, counter it for 1 mana. Then what do? I don't know, I just think it's, like, pretty good. Might not make the top 25, but it's up there, I think. Alright, multicolored. Let's get Hypus Bipus. Alright, Aven Heartstabber. 2 mana, 1/1 flying as long as there are 5 or more mana values among cards in your graveyard. Aven Heartstabber gets +2/+2 and Death Touch. So it becomes a 3/3 flyer for 2 later on down the line. When it dies, mill 2, then draw a card. Whoa! What? Okay, so if you play this on turn 2, and then on turn 3, you sacrifice this for Obnixilis. You get a 1 loyalty Obnixilis copy, and you mill 2 and draw a card. And then you can bring this card back. Like, in theory, you can bring this card back with the Esper Charm. And then, because it's a multicolored card. I don't know how easy it's going to be to get 5 or more mana values among cards in your graveyard, but the Grixis Charm also mills cards for you. I don't think it makes the top 25, but I think it's a really good card. Like, you draw a card. Black Market Tycoon is a 2 mana 2/2 cat rogue. Beginning of your upkeep, it deals 2 damage to you for each treasure you control, and then you can tap it to make a treasure. So this casts a 4-drop on turn 3 every time. So it's a 2 mana 2/2 that you. It's like that Gruul Werewolf. On turn 2, when you attack with it, it makes a mana. But you can stack up these treasure tokens to cast a 5-drop on turn. Wait, what? Turn 2, you play this. Turn 3, you make a treasure token. You don't use it. You play a land. Turn 4, you play a land. You make a treasure. You can cast a 6-drop on turn 4 with this. Any cards that synergizes with milling for Aven. Yeah, the Grixis Charm mills cards. And also, you can bring back Malevolent Hermit if you mill it. And you can also bring back that 1-drop that when you can pay 2 mana, 1 and a blue to make a fish. That can't be blocked. There's going to be a lot of graveyard cards. Conspire mills? You mean connive? Like it kind of does synergize with connive. Do we read Endless Detour yet? I don't think so. Black Market Tycoon probably makes the top 25 as like the best 2-mana dork in the set. Like dealing 2 damage for each treasure you control, like yeah, you can die from that. But like I feel like casting your cards ahead of curve are worth the 2 damage. Like, think about it. Like, on your turn, you can tap Black Market Tycoon to just make a treasure token, and then you can sacrifice that treasure token for, like, that red card that we were talking about. Sacrifice the treasure token for Professional Facebreaker. Sacrifice a treasure, exile the top card of your library you can play at this turn. It's also really good with Magda. To, like, keep making treasures over and over again. Can't use it until turn 3, but yeah, you can just like cast Chariot on turn 3. It's worse than Innkeeper. Interesting. Is Black Market Tycoon better than something like Ledger Shredder or like Mage's Attendant or Knockout Blow? I think Heartstabber is really good, but I don't know if it's top 25 worthy. This even Heartstabber is really good with Kaido Shizuki also. 2-mana flyer. And then Kaido can filter your cards to make 5 mana values in your graveyard. Yeah, Tycoon can play a 6-drop on turn 4, correct. Like, I think this card's good. I just don't know if it's top 25 worthy. I'm gonna put Tycoon in here just to think about it. Yo, HGG, how's it going? Body Dropper, 2-mana 2/2. Whenever you sacrifice another creature, put a 1/1 counter on it. You can pay Rakdos and sacrifice another creature. It gains menace till end of turn. There has been cards like this in the past that have not been that good. But like this could be like another one of those cards that you don't mind sacrificing. But like, Brazen Upstart, 3-mana 4/2, Vigilance. Whenever it dies, look at the top 5 cards of your library. What? The Angel might be the best 2-drop in Standard? Like Giada Font of Hope? Yeah. This card's insane. Brazen Upstart, when it dies, look at the top 5 cards of your library, reveal a creature from among them, put it in your hand, put the rest on the bottom in a random order. Oh, this only works when it dies. I thought it was when it ATBs. I don't think the Angel's good with Starnheim because Starnheim's not a natural angel. He doesn't like ramp to Starnheim. You play it in green light tokens? Maybe. It does make the tokens bigger. I think Upstart would be better if it was ETB. Being 2 toughness vigilance is like pretty bad, but like it's like It's easy to trade with, but then when you trade with this, they get a creature. I don't think it's that good, though. Broker's Ascendancy. Beneath your end step, put a 1/1 counter on each creature you control, and a loyalty on each planeswalker. Is this card good? Probably not. It's probably not, like, top 25 worthy. Broker's Charm? Oh, this card's good. +1/+0 deals damage equal to its power to creature or planeswalker. Destroy an enchantment or draw 2 cards. I think Broker's Charm's actually good. Like, drawing 2 cards at instant speed when you don't need this is really strong. Well, yeah, it's a good mode, but the other ones are good also. Like, instant speed +1/+0 deal damage to a creature or a planeswalker is good. Instant speed destroy target enchantment. I would have kind of liked this to say artifact or enchantment, but I understand it. But you're not paying the mana for, like, each individual effect. You're paying the mana to have the option to use them. You're paying the 1 on average extra mana just to have the versatility of the card. Cabaret Ascendancy. At the beginning of your upkeep, look at the top card of your library. If it's a creature or a planeswalker, you may reveal it, put it in your hand. If you don't put the card in your hand, you may put it in the bottom. So if you need lands, then you can just put the creature or planeswalker on the bottom. So basically it's like scry 1, but draw a card if it's a creature. Which is, like, pretty good. Right? It's basically scry 1, but if it's a creature or planeswalker, draw a card. Like, that's what this card says? It requires a Naya mid-range pile. Well, it could be a Naya aggro pile that you play a couple copies of this to like draw. Like, while you have a board and you just never run out of gas ever. Like, you only get nothing out of this card is if it's a land on top and you scry and you, like, put it to the bottom because you didn't put it in your hand, and then you draw a land for turn. Like, 2 lands in a row. Would it rather have Ranger class? You would just play both. I don't know if you play both. Well, you could play, like, 4 Ranger class and, like, 2 of this. You're right, they don't hit each other. That's true. That's unfortunate. This card will draw you a lot of cards. Is Cabaret Ascendancy better than any one of these other twerk cards? Is it better than Mage's Ascendant? Better in mid-range with Thrag Rhino. I think it's actually worse in mid-range. It's only good in a mid-range creatures-only deck. It's not good in a mid-range I have removal spells and creatures and planeswalkers. Like if all of your mid-range cards that are interactive are like Elite Spellbinders, Classically Apparition, Brutal Cathar, and like Wandering Emperor, then this card's like really good. And like Legion Angel and stuff. Yeah, this card could be gas. But it also doesn't work with Fable the Mirror Breaker. This card could literally say draw a card every turn. But then if your opponent takes time to deal with this card, they don't deal with your creatures and they die anyway. I think this card's really good. Carbonate Charm deals damage equal to the number of creatures you control. I think this is the worst charm. I don't think it's as bad as people say it is. If you want to see what I think about the charms, you can check out my YouTube video about the charms. But this might not make the top 25. I'll just put it in the maybes just in case. Celestial Regulator. 3 mana, 2/3 flying. When ETB chooses a creature you don't control and tap it. If you control a creature with a counter on it, the chosen creature doesn't untap. Okay. Ceremonial Groundbreaker. 2/+1 has Trample. Equipped Citizen. Civil Servant. 2 mana, 2/3. Whenever it attacks, you may tap another. Formella Glamour Thief. 4 mana, 2/4 with haste. 1 and tap it. Add Grixis mana. Spend only to cast instant or sorceries. When it dies, return up to 1 target instant or sorcery from grave to hand. This, I don't know. Corpse Appraiser, 3 mana, 3/3, ETB, exile to 1 target creature from a graveyard. If a card is put into exile this way, look at the top 3 cards of your library, put 1 of them into your hand and the rest into your graveyard. This is the other card I was talking about that is like really good in like Grixis mid-range. Because like, if you're going to sacrifice a creature on turn 2, like with Deadly Dispute, or sacrifice a creature on turn 3 with Obnixilis, then like you can just play Corpse Appraiser on turn 3 or 4, and then exile the creature in your graveyard that you just sacrificed, and then add a card, and then the rest go to the graveyard, and you already have graveyard synergies. Honestly, Cormella could be played in some kind of 5-color deck that's playing that like weird 8-drop. Oh, it's also graveyard hate, like a graveyard trespasser type card. It's a win con with Mirror Breaker? Ow. It definitely does keep getting you cards over and over again, but only if there's a creature in the graves. I don't know if this is a top 25 card, though. I'll put it in here just in case. Corpse Explosion. Additional cost to cast, exile a creature from your graveyard. It deals damage equal to the exile's power to each creature and each planeswalker. Now, this card I think is really interesting. Like, if you're playing a Reanimator deck, this card is bonkers. Because, like, you can just, like, loot away a huge creature, and then, like, turn 3, exile it, nuke the board. Or turn 4, nuke the board if there's a Thalia in play. This card could be really insane against Mono White. But It's too situational to go in the top 25, I think. It's a 3-mana board wipe if you have a creature in grave, which is worse. Group Captain. It's a Jund 4/2 haste, has indestructible as long as it enters the battlefield this turn. A little worse. Darling of the Masses. Other citizens get +1/+0. Whenever it attacks, make a 1/1 citizen. So a 2/1 citizen. Nah. Disciplined Duelist. 3 minutes, 2/1, double strike, ETB with a shield counter. Nah. Endless Detour. Here's the card we were talking about before. The owner of target spell, non-land permanent, or card in a graveyard puts it to the top or bottom. So this is Aether Gust for everything. You can also, like, target a card in your graveyard and put it on top late game if you have a bomb in your graveyard. Yeah, this card's freaking broken. Brokers are broken, get it? Evelyn the Covetous is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mana mono black or Grixis card. Or blue-white card. No, or blue-black card or red-black card. Flash. ETB or another vampire. Exile the top card of each player's library with a collection counter. Did it make 25? We don't know yet. We haven't gone over it. We're going to rate the ones that we put in. These are all maybes up top here. I'm going to do all the maybes, and then we're going to rate them all. So this has Flash, so you're going to be playing it in your, like, whatever control deck. Blue-black control, probably. Was it a maybe? Yes, it was a maybe. Of course. And those detours broken. Once each turn, you may play a card from exile with a collection counter on it if it was exiled by an ability you controlled. And you may spend mana as though it were any color to cast it. So it's like a Gonti. Like, in a control deck, this is better than Valky to vault. Because it's 5 mana and has Flash. This is okay in a Vampires deck. Like mono-black Vampires. Or like red-black Vampires. This also goes in our play our opponent's deck. But that's not going in the 25, I don't think. Exotic Pets, 3 mana. Make 2 1/1 blue fish with it can't be blocked. Then for each kind of counter among creatures you control, put a counter of that kind on either of those tokens. So you're going to be putting like 1/1 counters and or shield counters on your token. Falcospara Pact Weaver. 4 mana 3/3 flying trample, ETB with a shield counter. You may look at the top card of your library anytime. You may cast spells on top of your library by removing a counter from a creature you control in addition to paying their other costs. Wow. This isn't just shield counters. This is like 1/1 counters and stuff too. Flying Trample is good, but like Trample with only 3 powers, like kind of bad. If you're playing a card on turn 4, it might as well be a Chariot, and this is no Chariot. Looking at the top card of your library and casting it from the top is good, so it's like a Realm Walker type of thing. Yeah, not good, right? Well, it says any spell, not just creatures. But if you hit a land, it's pretty bad. Fatal Grudge, 2 mana sorcery, additional cost, sacrifice a non-land permanent. So it's got that Rite of Oblivion text. Each opponent chooses a permanent they control that shares a type with the sacrifice permanent and sacrifices it. Draw a card. It's a Rite of Oblivion that doesn't get the second cast with the graveyard ability of Rite of Oblivion, but it draws a card instead. Gosh, this card's like really medium. This will be good in Anvil because you can sacrifice any artifact and then get rid of their artifact. I don't think it makes the top 25, though. Yeah, it can sack everything. But, like, I don't know. You can sacrifice Meathook to get rid of one of their enchantments, but, like, they choose the permanent. Like, you don't. Rite of Oblivion is a million times better than this. Like, yeah, you draw a card, but you're also sacrificing something, so you're not really going up on card advantage. It's like an even 0. But like when the thing you're sacrificing, you know, has value out of it, it's good. But like if you play if you play like a 1-drop and then your opponent plays a creature, you can like Fatal Grudge, and they only have 1/1-drop. They only have like their 1 creature on board, and then you draw a card and get rid of their creature, but you also get rid of your creature. So it's like you're trading Grudge and a creature for their creature, and then you draw a card. So it's like a 1-for-1. What if your creature's gassed? Then you get a treasure. That's like a lot of things to have to go right for you, right? Plus, with Cabaretti being a thing and like decks making a lot of creatures and tokens and stuff, it makes Fatal Grudge even worse. All right, Fleetfoot Dancer is a 4-mana 4/4 trample lifelink haste. I mean, that's a lot of good keywords. Like, you get hit by a couple of these in a row and you're dead. You can't race this card. We need a Ghastly Gas. No Ghastly Gas emote. But, oh wait. Actually, like, oh my god, that's gas, and it's a Ghastly? Alright. I can get behind that. Sick. And we can name it Gas. Gas, bro. Not like a fart. I think Fleetfoot Dancer is sick. Alright, Forge Boss. 4-mana 3/4. Whenever you sacrifice one or more other creatures, it deals 2 damage to each opponent. Only triggers once. Only triggers once? Come on. Why does this man look like a Secret Lair card? Glamorous Outlaw. 6 mana 4/5. ETB, deal 2 damage, and scry 2. 2 mana, fix your mana for Grixis. And then you can cast it from exile. I know, but like the reason why you shrugged is because it's medium, right, Adam? I don't think these cards are good. Freaking 6 mana 4/5. Ugh. Hostile Takeover basically makes your creature a 4/4 and then deals 3 to everything. I think this card is actually really good in like Grixis mid-range or control deck. I don't know. Hostile Takeover might be one of those cards that's like slept on, right? It deals 3 to everything, but makes your creature that you want to stay alive a 4/4, and then you get to hit them for 4. It says up to 1 creature gets 4/4. So you can just like make their best creature that you can make their Adeline a 1/1 and then sweep. And usually 3 damage sweepers can't kill Adeline. Like, yeah, you could just play Shadow's Verdict. Like Shadow's Verdict exiles your own cards. With this card, you can actually keep your card alive. And you can shrink their biggest creature and kill it. Yeah, turn your Kiki into a 4/4. Exactly. Like 3 damage for 5 mana isn't great, but you also deal like pseudo more than 3 damage because you can like kill the thing that's like over 3 toughness. Because you can just make it a 1/1. Like, I think this goes in the top 25. Incandescent Aria is deal 3 to each non-token creature. So this is like a one-sided board wipe if you're playing tokens. Three for 3 is good sweeping, but it's not good sweeping if they're playing tokens, and you want to be sweeping the tokens deck. That's what makes this weird for me. Like, you need to have tokens to play this, so it's a sideboard card to potentially play when your opponent not playing tokens. But like, what do you even want 3 damage to each creature for? If you're playing against mono green, if you're playing against like Gruul werewolves, like that's where I think you would want this type of card, or like maybe mono white, but they also have like there's a lot of things that make tokens. This is actually hilarious with Asika's Chariot, and hilarious with Kiki Jiki. This just makes Naya beat mono white. I mean, Naya has always had a good matchup against mono white, right? Because like they have Halana and Elena, and mono white doesn't. I don't know. I still think this card's really strong, but like usually the decks that you want to sweep, like there's gonna be the Naya tokens deck in the meta, and this is not good against that deck. It's just good against mono white. My internet being really slow right now. Pretty sure my internet's being really slow. I think we're going to see it do a lot. Potentially. Okay, so I think we're putting Incandescent Aria in the cards, right? I think so. Okay, so Jetmir, Nexus of Revels. 4 mana, 5/4. Creatures that get +1/+0 and have Vigilance as long as you control 3 or more creatures. Creatures that get +1/+0 and have Trample as long as you control 6 or more creatures. Creatures you control also get +1/+0 and have Double Strike as long as you control 9 or more creatures. I mean, realistically, you're always going to have Vigilance. Are you realistically going to have Trample? I mean, Jetmir's pretty good. It's like good as just a 5/4. 4 mana 5/4 that get +1/+0 if you have 3 or more creatures, which you probably already do. Like this card could be like a 2 or 3 of. But I think since it probably sees play in standard, I think this might be top 25. Jetmir's Fixer, 2 minutes, 2/2, it gets +1/+1 till end of turn if it mana was from a treasure. Nah. Yeah, Chariot activates this super quick. Exactly. Jenny Faye, Jetmir's second, 3 mana, 3/3. If you would create one or more tokens, you may instead create that many 2/2 cats with haste, or that means 3/1 dogs with vigilance. Wow. This could be a mono green card, it could be a Gruul card, could be a Selesnya card. Oh, Innkeeper, Chariot, Jetmir? Oh, that sounds really, really strong. If you would create one or more tokens, you may instead create that many 2/2 green casts or 3/1 vigilance. I think this card is pretty darn good. This is also a cat and dog commander. Logrella the Magpie. The Magpie? Oh my god. This makes creatures out of creating treasures. Or blood tokens. Oh god. Wait. That makes this card much better, right? That makes Black Market Tycoon like actually busted. Ginny is busted. Alright, Logrella. Bant, 2/3. When it enters the battlefield, exile any number of other target creatures controlled by different players until it leaves the battlefield. Whenever an exiled card enters the battlefield under your control this way, put 2/1/1 counters on it. Whenever it enters the battlefield, exile any number of other target creatures controlled by different players. What? So does this allow you to just exile your opponent's entire board? But it says any number. Okay. So why doesn't it say exile a creature from each other player? Like, why doesn't it say that? So this exiles one from me and one from my opponent? Really weird. I'm not going to put it in the top 25 just because it's confusing. Lord Xander? Nope. Maestro's Ascendancy? Once during each of your turns, you may cast an instant or sorcery from your graveyard by sacrificing a creature in addition to paying its cost. So it literally gives every instant or sorcery spell in your graveyard flashback sacrifice a creature. Isn't that broken? Well, I mean, I guess this isn't Lear, right? Jeez, why is Twitch freaking out on me right now? Okay. Maestro's Charm, I think this is top 25 for sure. Diabolist is Death Touch Haste attacks. If you don't control a devil, make a tap devil. Nah. Bandits, no. Meeting of the Five, no. Metropolis Angel. Whenever you attack with one or more creatures with counters on them, draw a card. That's 4 mana. Mr. Orfeo, the Boulder. 4 mana, 2/4. Whenever you attack, double target creature's power till end of turn. I don't think that's good. Nimble Larcenist, 3 mana, 2/1 flying, ETB, target opponent reveals their hand. You choose an artifact, instant, or sorcery and exile it. Oh. Oh. Well, that's pretty good. So, you play this on turn 3. You probably exile a card from their hand. Unless it's a creature deck. But then, Obscura Charm can bring this card back from the grave. If you want to. But this could definitely go in some kind of, like, Esper Tempo Flyers deck. Obnixilis is obviously, like, freaking top 5. Casualty X, copy isn't legendary, starting loyalty X. Each opponent loses 2 life unless they discard a card. If you control a demon or devil, you gain 2 life. Okay, I didn't even know you gain 2 life, but okay, that makes it even better. -2, make a 1/1. When it dies, it deals the damage to any target. -7, target player draws 7 and loses 7 life. So, good luck. Obscure Ascendancy. Whenever you cast a spell, if its mana value is equal to 1 plus the number of soul counters on Obscure Ascendancy. Okay, this is actually like the worst card in the set. Obscura Charm, I think, is really good. Definitely top 25 worthy. Obscura Interceptor is Flash, Lifelink, ETB Connive. When it connives, return up to 1 target spell to its owner's hand. So this is basically like Spell Queller. So, is this card broken? I think Obscura Interceptor is just insane. So it draw discards, and then it just like bounces the spell. Interesting. Yeah, I think we'll put it in the maybes here. Agnes the Dragon's Lash. It's a mono red card or a Rakdos card or a Gruul card. 4 mana 3/3 haste. Whenever a creature you control with haste attacks, make a tapped treasure token. It dies to a lot, but you're not using it as a flash blocker most of the time. You counter their spell. But Agnes Dragon Slash probably doesn't make the top 25. But you can make a couple treasure tokens with this, but I think I'd like to see this at 3 mana, not 4. Like if you hold up if you've like go turn 2 creature, turn 3 creature with Obscure Interceptor, your opponent goes land and like tries to hold up Wandering Emperor or like goes or tries to go like land Doomscar, and they go like land Doomscar, and then you flash Obscura Interceptor in, and it's a 4/2, and then you just counter their Doomscar. Your opponent basically just loses. Especially if you have multiple of these. Good lord. Oh my god. If you played a 4-color deck with Kiki Jiki, you can Kiki Jiki the Interceptor and keep doing it. Oh god. Agnes plus Ginny? Oh yeah, because you can play a Gruul aggro deck. And then you can play Ginny on 3, and then Agnes on 4, and then you make a bunch of 2/2s. Whenever our 2/2 haste cats attack, they make more 2/2 haste cats? Yeah, exactly. Jeez. Yo, Ginny into Agnes is busted. Ouch. Do the two creatures get tapped? No. Because Ognis makes tapped treasures. And then Jenny says if you would make a token, create a 2/2. It doesn't say tap 2/2. It doesn't say if you make a tap treasure, make a tap 2/2. You just make a 2/2. I don't know if Ognis belongs in the top 25 for this, though. Gruul aggro is like a real thing, for sure. But, like, is this card good? Is this card top 25 worthy? Hey, Book, thanks for the follow. I don't know if it's top 25 worthy. Park Heights Pegasus. 2 mana, 2/1 Flying Trample. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, draw a card if you had 2 or more creatures enter the battlefield under your control this turn. Okay, so you played on turn 2, and then on turn 3 you play something that get... Oh, Cabaretti Charm. Turn 3, play Cabaretti Charm, attack, deal damage, draw a card. Why does this thing have trample? I guess because it has a combat damage ability? This is probably like a premier 2-drop in Cabaretti. Right? Like, the 2 mana 2/1 that can draw a card is pretty good. But it's like 2 creatures enter the battlefield, a little bit sus. Like, it's good with Cabaretti Charm, but like, what else are you playing that makes 2 creatures in a turn? I guess on turn 3 you can play a 1-drop and a 2-drop. Raffine? We haven't got to Raffine yet. We're at Park Heights Pegasus. Nah. Okay, Queza, Augur of Agonies, 4 mana 3/4. Whenever you draw a card, target opponent loses life and you gain a life. This is an infinite combo in Commander and Historic with Lily, like Lich's Mastery, I think it's called. Because it says whenever like you gain a life, you draw a card. And then this says whenever you draw a card, you gain a life. So if you have this and Lich's Mastery on the board at the same time, you win the game. But, like, is this good enough for top 25? Is this even playable? I don't think so. All right, Raffine Scheming Seer. 3 mana, 1/4, flying, ward 1. Whenever you attack, target attacking creature connives X, where X is the number of attacking creatures. So you attack with 2 things. Your 1 creature gets to connive 2, which is pretty good. I think this is gonna go in. All right, Rakish Revelers. 5 mana, 5/3. ETBs make a 1/1. 2 mana, exile it from your hand. Okay, that's one of those cards. Not good. Rigo, Streetwise Mentor. It's a mono white Selesnya or Azorius card. Rigo enters the battlefield with a shield counter on it. Whenever you attack a player or planeswalker with 1 or more creatures with power 1 or less, draw a card. Whoa. The fact that this has a shield counter on it's pretty relevant. And Kaido, if you play this in Esper, Kaido makes a 1/1 unblockable. So you usually keep drawing cards over and over again. Oh my god, this draws so many cards with Kaido. This works well with just like random tokens. And it doesn't have to deal combat damage. It literally just has to attack. It is a 2/2 though. Like I'm trying to think what you would play why you would play this card over a card like Welcoming Vampire, or like why you would play a card like this over a card like, you know, any white 3-drop. Like, why would you play this over Brutal Cathar? Why would you play this over Skyclad Apparition? Why would you play this over Wedding Announcement? Why would you play this over, like, you know, anything else? So I'm going to give this a no. Riveteer's Ascendancy is a whenever you sacrifice a creature, you may return a target creature card with lesser mana value from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. Do it only 1 each. I mean, you're going to be sacrificing creatures if you're playing Jund. But the problem is, it doesn't say equal to or less, it just says less. So, like, it's like a reverse pod from the grave. I'm going to say no. Riveteer's Charm. Target opponent sacrifices a creature or planeswalker they control with the highest mana value. Exile the top 3 until your next end step. You may play them. And then, or exile target player's graveyard. It draws the turn you play it and blocks Thalia. Well, I mean, you could also just play Brutal Cathar or Skyclad Apparition. Riveteer's Charm. Do we think this makes the top 25? Is Riveteer's Charm better than, say, like, Extract the Truth? I'm going to say no on this card for top 25 already. I think it's good. Rocco Cabaretti Caterer is an X and 3/1 ETB. If you cast, you may search your library for a creature card mana value X or less, put in the battlefield, then shuffle. This card is a 4 mana 3/1 that gets a 1-drop. I don't think that makes it. I like Rocco. 4 mana gets a 1-drop. 5 mana gets a Thalia or a Luminarch Aspirant. 6 mana gets a really good card. 3 mana just gets a 3/1. I don't think it makes top 25. Scheming Fence. As Scheming Fence enters the battlefield, you may choose an online permanent. Activate abilities of the chosen permanent can't be activated. Okay, so they already have to control the online permanent. Scheming Fence has all activated abilities of the chosen permanent except for loyalty abilities. You may spend mana as though it were mana of any color to activate those abilities. So you stop their card, but then you get it? I guess this can stop Planeswalkers from activating their abilities, but it can't, like, use the Planeswalker ability. Oh, like, Green Sun's, like, Rocco's insane in Commander. I'm just talking about in Constructed, like in Standard. I don't think Fence is good enough. Security Rocks is 4 mana 5/4. You can pay 2 rather than pay the spell's mana cost, but only mana produced by treasures to cast it. Oh. Oh, God. I mean, this card with Black Market Tycoon is busted. Turn 2, Black Market Tycoon. Turn 3, make a treasure. Cast Innkeeper. Cast Rocks. And you still have a mana left over? I mean, Rocks, wow. Alright, how about this? Turn 2, play Magda. Turn 3, attack with Magda, make a treasure. Like Innkeeper, make a treasure, cast Rocks. This card is, like, always coming down on turn 3. You can go turn 1 Sentinel, turn 2 Magda. Make a treasure with the Magda, and then with your 1 red mana that you made off the Sentinel, cast Strike It Rich, and then cast Rocks. So you can technically cast Rocks on turn 2. I don't know if there's other ways to make treasures, though. But you can go, like, double Innkeeper, too. Like, you can, like, turn 2 Innkeeper, turn 3 Innkeeper, cast Rocks, and then, like, play a tap land or, like, play an untap land. Turn 1 Treasure Dog, turn 2 Innkeeper or Briefcase. Yep. Turn 1 just borrow Sentinel. Yeah, there's, like, so many ways you can cast Rocks on turn 3 or turn 2. Oh yeah, turn 1 Shambling Gas, turn 2 Deadly Dispute, get a treasure off the gas, treasure off dispute, cast Rocks. That's actually hilarious. Jund aggro with Security Rocks. Jund aggro treasures. Okay, I'm going to put this in top 25, I think. Anyways, Shattered Seraph is a 7 mana 4/4 flyer. When it ETBs, you gain 3 life. Pay 2, exile it from your hand. Bad. Snooping Newsy. 2 mana 2/2. When it enters the battlefield, mill 2. Ooh, this could go in the Grixis self-mill deck. 5 or more mana values among cards in your graveyard. Snooping Newsy gets +1/+1 and lifelink. Not good enough for top 25. Soul of Emancipation. 7 mana 5/7. ETB, destroy up to 3 other target non-land permanents. For each of those permanents, its controller makes the 3/3 white angel. So you can destroy your own things to make 3/3 angels, or you can destroy your opponent's things. 7 mana is like way too much. As far as adjudicators, 5 mana 4/4 ETB, target creature opponent controls can't attack or block till your next turn. That's bad. Stimulus package, 4 mana. When ETBs create 2 treasures, sacrifice the treasure, make a 1/1. Turn 4, cast Stimulus package, cast rocks. Isn't the angel just like a Terrastodon? It is Terrastodon, but like, how good is Terrastodon in standard? Also, Terrastodon can kill lands, and this can't. Stimulus Rock seems good enough. You usually keep sacrificing treasures to make 1/1s. Syndicate Infiltrator, 4 mana 3/3 flying. As long as there are 5 more mana values on cards in your graveyard, it gets +2/+2. Tainted Indulgence, draw 2 cards and discard a card unless there are 5 or more mana values. Oh my god. Oh yes, this card's insane. Toulouse, Clever Conductor. It is Esper. It is Esper, Mono Blue, Azorius, or Dimir. ETB Connive, already good. Whenever you discard 1 or more cards, exile them from your graveyard. Ugh. When it dies, put the exiled cards into the owner's hand. Oh. Oh. Oh, this card's annoying. This card is actually really good. One second, chat. I think this might go in there. Unleash the Inferno. Well, that sounds good, at least. 1 second, chat. Stuff I gotta do. Unleash the Inferno's a 4-mana instant. I mean, actually, I saw this card a while ago, and dealing 7 and dealing excess to like mana value to artifacts or enchantments actually I think is like pretty busted. Right? Like 4 mana, deal 7 to a creature playing already like automatically kills it, right? Excess damage, destroy target artifact or enchantment and opponent controls a mana value less than or equal to the amount of excess damage. So, in theory, right, 4 damage is probably all you're going to have to deal, if not 5. And even if it's 5, and you need to deal like 5 damage to whatever mono green card, and then also kill their ranger class. They sack the target, it fizzles? Yes. But like, it's also an instant, so you can just like do it whenever. Like, what if you just like killed your opponent's creature, like, and their wedding announcement? Like, that's pretty strong, right? What if you like killed their Lolth and their wedding announcement? Or what if you killed their creature and their like Edgar artifact? Void Rend is obviously insane. Destroy any non-land permanent can't be countered, obviously just freaking insane. Zeotor the Incinerator is a 6-mana 6/6 flyer. Beginning of your end step, you may sacrifice another creature. When you do, it deals damage equal to that creature's power to any target, and you create 3 treasures. That's gonna like be too much to do, right? Zeotoro's Envoy is a 4-mana 5/4 trample. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, look at the top card of your library. Okay, it doesn't have haste. I guess it has Blitz. If you play a land from the top of your library, you cast a spell with mana value less than or equal to the damage dealt from the top of your library without paying its mana cost. If you don't, put that card in your hand. Okay, so it draws a card. So you play on turn 4 as your 5/4, and then it just like gets Skyclaved, and then you cry. Or it gets like Void Rended and you cry. But Jun could be like a crazy value engine, a value deck. An aggressively slanted big range value deck. You almost always blitz this. So you blitz it for 5. You look at the top card. You may play the land. Or you can cast a spell that's like, what, like 2 or 3 mana value? And then if you don't, you just put it in your hand if you don't want to cast it. And then this dies and you draw a card. What's Make Disappear? I think this is really good in theory, but I think it's not going to work out like almost all the time. The fact that it has trample though is like insane. Did I not get to read Make Disappear in all of this? Did I skip it somehow? Oh, I didn't skip it. I just said it was it's a quench. It's not a counter spell, it's a quench. Which makes it so much worse. Counters any spell for 2 mana. Your opponent can always play around it. You can copy it for casualty 1. It should be in the top 25. I don't know. You played in Mana Link metas in standard or modern? They can hold up 4 mana the whole game? No, of course not. But you can hold, but like usually a deck playing that, if it's not like Esper or Azorius Tempo. Okay, and if you play Esper or Azorius Tempo, yeah, the card's gonna be good. You're mythic with mono blue tempo and you're excited? Well, yeah, it's gonna be good in mono blue tempo, but is it good in anything else? Like, it's definitely not played in control. Because you have Gerard Disruption already. And that card's infinitely better. The only thing I can think of is Esper Tempo and Mono Blue Tempo, Esper Tempo, and Azorius Tempo. It's good in all control decks with blue. Are you forgetting Solid Coming exists? We're talking about the Quench card. Best new counter for any blue aggro deck in Pioneer through Standard. Yeah, you have to be able to have creatures. It's going to be the premier counterspell? So you think that control decks are going to be playing creatures just for this card? I can see it if people are playing like 4 copies of that 2 mana card that makes 2/1/1s that gains 4 life. Okay, so if it's not for control, then you can't say it's the premier counterspell of the format, is what I'm saying. All control decks play walkers that make creatures. You have to have the walker, and then you have to have the creature. Most decks play creatures. Okay, not control decks. You gotta give me a better example than most decks play creatures. Can we move on? I would love to move on. There's like a Dirtly Gandalf deck that doesn't. I mean, there's Gandalf decks that play Goldspan as their only creature, but you wouldn't like sacrifice your Goldspan to counter a spell. Unless you like had to. Like, it's good in every deck playing blue that also is playing creatures. Which is like 3 decks. We'll see. We'll see. If an Esper Tempo deck or Blue-White Tempo or Mono Blue Tempo is an actual deck, like actually competitive, which we haven't seen in a pretty long time, then I'll give it to you that card's insane. Two mana counter anything unless you pay 2 is not that good. It's if you look at like the history of the game, 2-mana counterspell, unless you pay 2, is not usually that good. No, I don't. You can put the list in the Discord in case anyone wants to see your list, but I don't usually play like blue tempo decks. It'd be cool to look at it though. Like in order to say premier counterspell for standard, you got to be able to play it in a control deck. That's the decks that want counterspells. Did we talk about the Jund 4 drop? Yeah, yes we did. We talked about it. I think 4-mana 5/4 is good, but I think this card reminds me a lot of what's the 4-mana 5/4 red card that like you think is good, but it's also just not. It's an old card. It's a 5/4 trample. The Neheb. Like this is what this card reminds me of the other card, and this card's not good. Like you read this card and you're like, wow, that card's really good. 4-mana 5/4 trample. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player or planeswalker, you may discard any number of cards. If you do, draw that many cards and add that much red mana. Until end of turn, you don't lose this mana as steps and phases end. You're like, oh god, insane, that card's broken. But then you play it and construct it and the card's trash. Like, yeah, you can't play 5 mana to give this card haste, like you can with the new Jund card, but like, this is almost that exact card. And this card was honestly pretty bad. Did I play with Mana Leak and Snapcaster in Standard? I didn't play with those cards in Standard, but I have played with Quench in Standard, and Quench was not that good. Girder Goons is a sleeper. I gotta look up Girder Goons. I already went over this card, but I forgot. 5-mana 4/4 when it dies, make a 2/2 with Blitz for 4. Like it's a 4-mana 4/4 haste, and when it dies, you draw a card and make a 2/2 tap. Should be okay. Mana Leak shaped the meta. I mean, Quench didn't shape the meta when I played it. When I played against it. Anyways, going to artifacts. Arc Spitter, no. Brass Knuckles. Whenever you cast it, copy it. Double Strike, nah. Cement Shoes, +3/+3. Beginning of your end step, tap it. The creature doesn't untap. Weird. Drumcat. ETB Scry 1. Getaway Car. Haste, attacker blocks, return up to 1 target creature that crewed it this turn to its owner's hand. I guess you can recycle your stuff, but that's not a top 25 card. Gilded Pinions. ETB make a treasure. Oh? Oh? Wait, hold on. Why are you comparing that card to Mana Leak again? Mana Leak says unless its controller pays 3. Obviously, Mana Leak is insane. I'm talking about Quench because that's what that card does. Counter unless you pay 2. What's going on, chat? Chat, do I need to give you like some coffee today or something? Counter unless its controller pays 3 is significantly more insane. What is going on? This can cast rocks though. Gilded Pinions. Insane. Then you can next turn have a Flying Rock. Halo Scarab. 2-mana 2/1. Exile it from your graveyard. Make a treasure. Okay. Luxior Giada's Gift. Equip +1/+1 for each counter on it. Isn't a planeswalker and is a creature. Equip Planeswalker 1. That is a weird card. Quench doesn't have casualty, therefore it's an invalid comparison. Oh my god, Adam. Adam, are you gonna actually me? With your first time here? It's obviously a comparison. It says counter a spell unless a controller pays 2 for 2 mana. Anyway. Well, 3 is very significant. A control deck having creatures is not really something that's going to happen all the time, right? And we already went over the fact that it's good in a deck that's already playing creatures and like maybe some insignificant creatures. But what if you have to counter a spell for 4 and you have to like sacrifice a significant creature, right? And to play Devil's Advocate, Neheb was printed in War of the Spark. It might have been a good card in a broken format. That's also true. War of the Spark had some great cards in it, and maybe if it was a little bit of a powered down format, Neheb would have been good. Maybe. Yeah, we'll see how it shakes out for sure, Z. Me, Dimir control with Shambling Gas and Eye Twitch. Yeah, could be good. Could be really good. We'll see. Just like for the control decks that are currently constructed right now, which is a weird argument because decks are not going to be constructed like they are currently next set. But just the way that control decks are, especially the ones with no creatures, which there are like 3 or 4 that don't really play creatures. No, 2 or 3 of them that don't play creatures, then like Quench is like pretty bad. But the mirror control with Shambling Gas and Eye Twitches and stuff could be the home for it. We'll see. What do we think of Luxior Giada's Gift? So it's good in like a Walker's deck? One of in a Walker's deck? Losing Resculpt. Ouch. Luxior is a modern card. Can you imagine making your Renin 6 attack? Hello? Your Renin 6 like attacking for 5 on turn 3. Luxior will make your giant Gideons finally do something. I don't know. Probably not top 25 or standard. Ominous Parcel. Sacrifice it, search for a basic land. Nah. Paragon of Modernity. 4 mana 2/2 flyer. Pay 3. It gets +1/+1 until end of turn. If it's after 3 colors of mana were spent, put a 1/1 counter on it instead. Pretty cool for limited. Quick Draw Dagger, 3 mana flash. When it enters the battlefield, attach it to target creature you control. It gains first strike. Whatever. Scuttling Butler, 3 mana 4/1. Beginning of combat on your turn, if you control 2 or more multicolored permanents, it gets double strike. What? A double strike? 4 power? Hello? Wow. You play this on turn 3, and then on turn 4 you play like 2 2-drops that are both multicolored, and you're like, attack you for 8. Ouch. Suspicious Bookcase, this is a reprint. Unlicensed Hearse, 2 mana, through 2, exile to 2 cards from a single graveyard. Unlicensed Hearse power and toughness equal to the number of cards exiled with it. Oh my god, this is insane. Play Unlicensed Hearse, tap it, exile 2. So now it's a 2/2. Hellstar, what's up? And it's also graveyard exile and an artifact. And then it's a crew 2, so next turn you get to like attack for 2. But then you get to like keep doing that like over and over again until your opponent removes it. This thing can attack for like 12. This card's broken. Well, Tasha's doesn't work with this because it says exiled with it. All right, so now that we've been through the set... Oh, wait, there's lands to go through. I don't think the lands make it. I think we'll make, like, a number 25, like, shout out to the Triomes. That's what we're going to do. That's the number 25. Right? Pretty sure that's what we're doing here. Please call them Triomes. I'm calling them Triomes. Looks like a better Lion Sash? Yeah, pretty much is. Alright, so now I'm going to go over these one more time, and we're going to count the number of them, and we got to narrow them down to 25, then I'll make a video. The cards that are up for top 25 are, these are the best cards in the set. We're going to trim it down to 25. 1, the Triumph. 2, Depopulate. 3, Elspeth Resplendent. 4, Giada Fontophobe. 5, Cut Your Losses. 6, Ledger Shredder. 7, Witness Protection. 8, Nightclubber. 9, Shadow of Mortality. Shakedown Heavy is 10. Tenacious Underdog is 11. Big Score is 12. Jax's Troublemaker is 13. Professional Facebreaker 14. Strangle is 15. Unlucky Witness is 16. Fight Rigging is 16. Gala Greeters is 17. Titan of Industry is 18. Vivian on the Hunt is 19. Workshop War Chief is 20. Black Market Tycoon is 21. Broker's Charm 22. Cabaret Ascendancy 23. Cabaret Charm 24. Corpse Appraiser 25. Endless Detour 26. Fleetfoot Dancer 27. Hostile Takeover 28. Incandescent Aria 29. Jetmir 30. Ginny Faye 31. Maestro's Charm 32. Obnixilis 33. Obscura Charm 34. Obscura Interceptor 35. Raffine 36. Riveteer's Charm 37. Security Rocks 38. Tainted Indulgence 39. Toulouse Clever Conductor 40. Unleash the Inferno 41. Void Rend 42. And Unlicensed Hearse 43. We have to cut 18 cards. Start shouting out cards that you think you might want to cut while I run to the restroom real quick, and I'll be right back.
Riley, does your opponent ever make a play that doesn't seem to make sense on the surface, but then over time starts to kind of come together a little more?
Yeah, this Aethergust's obviously going to do a good job of keeping Eagle Carrium, a little more alive, but there's a spell pierce, alright, sure. Pay for it, I guess.
Easy deal.
Okay, I still have enough mana to pay for this spell pierce. What are you doing, man? I mean, yeah, sure, you get the prowess triggers, but like, what's the plan here? Oh.
There it is.
A mystical dispute as well.
Functional. Yeah, functional spell pierce enough to get in for Xaxes.
Settle the wreckage.
I'm glad you asked.
Oh my god! A 100-card historic brawl. Settle the wreckage in hand after I called it.
Riley, here we go. Nothing ventured, nothing gained here. Seasoned Pyromancer can let you ditch your hand in this case to draw 2 cards, and we need exactly 2. We need Bone Crusher Giant and an untapped red source.
Need the Bone Crusher Giant with Stomp, which stops the 9 lives from preventing damage, and we need the red source to cast the Stomp, Dennis. And wouldn't you know
there it is!
Look at that! I've always maintained, Dennis, I've always maintained that Magic is a very skill-testing game indeed, and Charizard James is showing us just how skill-based this game is, ripping the actual perfect 2 off the top here, and is going to win the game on the spot because of it.
Yo, what's up, Titan Smash? Oh no!
If this was the only way Tybalt's Trickery had ever been used, Riley, I think it would have been balanced the way Wizards intended it.
I think this is actually Magic as R&D intended. Tybalt's Trickery. Getting rid of an eye twitch? Why are you scared of an eye twitch? Now you have to deal with the lolth. What was that?
I'm terrified of an eye twitch, dude. Like, if only it had been something like a lolth, you know?
Raise the alarm. We found their win con. We didn't know what it was, and now we know. I've now found their win con. I don't like it. You fool didn't play around Triple Tithe. Listen. My opponent had Sky Tether main deck and then boarded out of all the bad cards and boarded in good cards like Memory Lapse and Teferi. How am I supposed to win if I know that? Their tempo play of 2 soldiers are going to win them the game. Oh, it hurts. Oh, it hurts. It hurts. I can't look. I can't look. Ow. Man, Valkmir is a problem.
Nope.
Oh no! Wait, what just happened? Why was this 5 mana? Oh no! It came in tapped.
Oh no! It came in tapped.
Oh my god, did we do it?
Yes! I attack!
Holy shit!
I attack! I attack! I attack!
Everyone's clenching right now.
No! Oh, he lost! He lost!
I attacked! No! No! What?
Oh, he lost! Oh no! Oh man!
What? Okay, I want them to kill this first. So I play this first. And I want these 2 to cast my other spells. No! Stop, opponent! Stop it! Please stop. Please stop. Please don't do it to me. Don't cast another land destruction spell. Please, oh my. Let's go! Not distortion! Yeah! Feel the power of the 6 mana black sorcery. Thought distortion, come forth. I summon the winged dragon of Ra. Oh! Oh! Pugnacious! Oh! 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 What the heck, dude? I was exaggerating. Oh, Royal Eruption again! Oh my god! Kicker! Base! Oh, double Chandra emblem! Oh, is this... Yes! Oh! Oh! I guess I should just use this anyway. Wait, is this game? Oh, face damage! Oh! Okay, guys. Now, what cards do we think of that are not good enough? So Shadow sucks? Shadow? Make Disappear didn't make the cut. I mean, I just don't think it's that good. Like, Jawari Disruption is just so much better. Like, like it might make the cut in some tempo decks. It's a card that your opponents will have to play around. All charms except for Maestros. I think the Esper Charm's really good. The 4-mana 2/3 red card is awful for standard. What is that card? This card? I think the Blitz cost makes this good. Like a lot of people said that Reflection of Kiki-Jiki wasn't good at all, and no one had it on their radar until everyone played it. Granted, it made you a 2/2 and it filtered your draws. And the Reflection of Kiki-Jiki already wins the game. Like, this also has to discard a card. But whenever the creature dies, you draw a card. Instead of Reflection of, like, you don't get to draw the card. This is also just only as a sorcery, which makes it worse. All right, so looking at the cards we've looked at, Depopulate's really good, right? Like, we're set with this being in the top 25? Does it see play with Doomscar? Like, I think so. Being 4 mana is really relevant with cards like Thaliga in the format and stuff. I don't know. I guess Doomscar is better than this, but is this better than Devastating Mastery? Probably. Elspeth Resplendent. Is this a card that is in the top 25? Like, looking at 7, putting a mana value 3 or less any permanent from among them on the battlefield is, like, pretty good, and it has a shield counter on it. Is Giada in the top 25? This card, like, has to be in the top 25, right? This card's just busted? I mean, is Elspeth better than Depopulate? Probably. Is Giada better than Elspeth? Yeah, we're talking for standard. Is Giada better than Elspeth? All right, so is cut your losses in the top 25. All right, is Ledger Strider in the top 25? Now, whenever a player casts their second spell each turn, Ledger Shredder connives. Now, this could just do nothing. It's a lot better in Commander. Like, is your opponent, like, really gonna cast 2 spells with this out? Well, I mean, you can play 2 spells. But, like, you can build around this. And the two mana, the Clarion Spirit, like, you can play this and Clarion Spirit. And then, like, a lot of your cards, like, do second spell each turn cards. Like, does things. It just makes it, so it's, like, 24th. Witness Protection. This is blue Bloodchief's Thirst, basically. Like, I think this is more than draft fodder. I think this just, like, turns your opponent's best creature into, like, nothing for 1 mana. Just, like, so good. But, like, if they have a bounce creature, they can bounce their creature back. Like, this always trades with an opponent's card. Like, always. And this is 1 mana, and your opponent's card's probably not 1 mana. We'll just put it, like, here for now. Nightclubber. Is this card in the top 25? Nuke your opponent's board. Only thing it doesn't deal with is +1 counters on a creature. Sure. Or any counters for that matter. Right? No. It deals with shield counters too, right? Because it says it has no abilities? No, wait. Like, 1 toughness will be terrible because of this card? Like, there's also Meathook Massacre that's also probably better than this. Like, this kills Thalia and Elite Spellbinder. It might not make the top 25. I don't know. Shakedown heavy? This definitely makes it, right? Do I think any of the 3 decks that are in current standard meta will not exist after New Capenna? I think they'll still exist. We have a lot of, like, I don't know, it's bad, and I like it. The fact that this card, when it attacks, if they don't want to take 6 menace, they untap it and you draw a card. So this can still block. This is like the new Lovestruck Beast. But it's also a 6 power menace. And doesn't have a condition on attacking. Yeah, this card is insane. Oh, Neon Lotus, thanks for the follow. Is it better than Giada, though? Alright, how about Tenacious Underdog? Not better than Giada? Alright, right under Giada. Tenacious Underdog. 2 mana, 3/2, and it can keep coming back. I think we put this, like, right above Elspeth. Elspeth isn't garbage. Elspeth's good. Alright, now we have Giada. Okay, we have Big Score. This is above Elspeth? Yeah, it's already above Elspeth. Shakedown Heavy, Giada, Big Score. Big Score's nuts. Big Score will be bad. Okay, wow. Okay, wow. Wow, Nanoplasm. Do you understand this card is better than Unexpected Windfall? Have you ever played against Unexpected Windfall? This card is that, but better than that. I think Windfall is, like, really, really good. I mean, Big Score. I think Big Score might be better than Shakedown Heavy. It might be the second best card in the set that we're looking at right now. I think it's better than Shakedown Heavy. Alright, Jaxus. Alright, this card probably doesn't make the 25. Facebreaker. I think this card's busted. Whenever one or more creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, make a treasure token, sacrifice the treasure, exile the top card, you can play that card. Like, it fuels itself. I think Facebreaker is, like, right under this. Better than Heavy, but worse than Big Score. Strangle. Strangle is probably better than Ledger Shredder, better than Depopulate. Strangle is like under Elspeth over Depopulate. Unlucky Witness. Strangle's better than Elspeth. Unlucky Witness is really good. This is a sack card where you don't think it's an archetype in standard? I mean, it already is. Is Unlucky Witness better than Nightclubber? I think so. Is Unlucky Witness better than Witness Protection? Like, honestly, I looking at these cards, I don't even think I don't think Nightclubber makes the top, and I don't think this makes the top or this. Permanent Wipe with Downside isn't that good. If you played with Shadow of the Sky in the format, it's still really good. Facebreaker, Big Score, Giada, Unlucky Witness. Where does this go? I'm going to put it right here for now. Big Score, Giada, Fight Rigging. Based on all these cards, I think Fight Rigging doesn't make it. Gallagreeters. Is Gallagreeters better than Unlucky Witness? Is it better than Ledger? Ledger Shredder's like okay. Could be good though. Ledger Shredder can come out. What about Unlucky Witness and yeah, I think that's it. I think Unlucky Witness can stay in top 5, top 25. Greeters is really good. Is Greeters better than any of these other cards? Is it better than like where are we putting it though? Greeters is better than Strangle. Is it better than Elspeth? What's better, Greeters or Tenacious Underdog? Better than Underdog? Is it better than Shakedown Heavy? Underdog's better. I mean, is that just because you're saying it's because it's an underdog? Better than Heavy. Shakedown Heavy is really good. It untaps itself, which is the good thing. It draws a card and untaps itself. So, like, sure, you don't get to attack with it, but you get a blocker and a draw every turn. And if you don't get a draw, then you hit them for 6 damage menace. All right, Titan of Industry. This is a really strong card, can be reanimated, does a lot of things. Like, it's a 7/7. It also has reach and trample, makes a 4/4, gains 5 life. You get to choose 2 of these. The 3/2 is a good top deck late game. No, it has haste. Paladinus. Is Titan of Industry top 25, though? Endless. We did not cut Endless Detour. It's still in here. Titan of Industry. Is Titan of Industry better than any of these cards? Is Titan of Industry better than Unlucky Witness? Okay. Witness is broken. I'm aware. Okay, Vivian on the Hunt. Is this top 25? This is sacrifice. This is like basically Birthing Pod. And then you can put a bunch of creatures in your hand, or you can make a 4/4 every turn. I'm gonna put Viv right under Titan, so like 24th. Well, the previous Vivian can pod you, but not every turn. Viv's unplayable. This pods and makes 4/4s every turn, and also puts a bunch of creatures in your hand. Viv is in top 25? Alright. Let's see. Workshop Warchief. This card's probably better than Titan of Industry, but worse than Unlucky Witness. All right, Black Market Tycoon. We have basically like everything from trash to interesting. These are the cards we have to go through. Tycoon, Broker's Charm. Okay, I think this gets out of top 25. Cabaret Ascendancy. That doesn't make it. Cabaret Charm doesn't make it. Corpse Appraiser. Doesn't make it. Endless Detour makes it. Fleetfoot Dancer, maybe. Hostile Takeover. Probably not. Incandescent, maybe. Jetmir, maybe. Jennifer, maybe. Maestro's Charm, maybe. Obnixilis, yes. Obscure Charm. Potentially. Interceptor, potentially. Raffine, maybe. Riveteer's Charm. Maybe. Security Rocks, probably not at this point. Indulgence, maybe. Toulouse. Probably not. Unleash, maybe. Void Rend, yes. Unlicensed Source, yes. Okay, so we've narrowed it down a little bit. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29 cards. We have to cut 4 cards. Is Black Market Typhoon a cuttable card? Why play this over Innkeeper or Magda? Because Magda has to tap and Innkeeper only makes it once. This card will be played over Innkeeper and Magda. I doubt that it'll be played over Magda, because you can crew it to tap to make treasures, and then Magda also gets dragons and artifacts from your deck, and also just borrows it plus Magda's broken. So like I think this might be played over Innkeeper, but maybe not, because Innkeeper guaranteed makes the treasure to cast Chariot on turn 4 or whatever you want, whatever else, and Black Market Tycoon isn't guaranteed to make the treasure, because it could get Bloodchief's Thirsted or whatever. But it does dodge Vanishing Verse, but I don't think Vanishing Verse will get played anyway. But Tycoon into Jenny is insane. Yeah, this plus Jenny's really good. Like we might just have to cut like Titan of Industry from the top 25. But I'm gonna put Black Market Typhoon at the bottom right now. Gallagher's and Magda get played with Ginny over this. Does Gallagher's? Oh yeah, Gallagher's makes the treasure token. I'm gonna put it at I'm gonna put it at 24th. All right, Endless Detour. The owner of target spell, non-land permanent, or card in a graveyard puts it on the top or bottom of their library. This is Bant Aether Gust for any color, and can also put your own cards on the top. So this is get rid of anything, doesn't proc any dice triggers, can counter spells, can put targeted graveyard things back on top or bottom. I think this is better than Facebreaker. But is it better than Giada? I think it is because it's more ubiquitous. It's like, this just hits everything. It like goes in more decks. Fleetfoot Dancer. 4 mana 4/4 trample lifelink haste. Titan's better than Tycoon. Yeah, that's what I have. But how good is Fleetfoot Dancer? Did I say Fleetfoot? How good is Fleetfoot Dancer? Is it better than like a board wipe, or is it better than Unlucky Witness, Elspeth? Is Fleetfoot Dancer better than Unlucky Witness? Is it better than Strangle? It's probably not better than Strangle. Is it better than Shakedown Heavy and Tenacious Underdog? Like Underdog is right here under Gallagher's. Is there a way we can see the top 25 as they all sit? Yes. All the Triomes is 25th. 24th is Black Market Tycoon. 23rd, Titan of Industry. What do we put as number 1? Nothing yet. These over here we just haven't touched yet. Workshop Warchief, then Unlucky Witness, then Depopulate, then Elspeth Resplendent, then Strangle, then Shakedown Heavy, then Tenacious Underdog, then Gallagher's, then Big Score, then Professional Facebreaker, then Giada Font of Hope, then Endless Detour, and now we're figuring out Fleetfoot Dancer. So right now, number 1 is Endless Detour. All the other ones that we just haven't done yet. So is Fleetfoot Dancer better or worse than Strangle? Blake could be really good. Oh, I agree. Blake scores reprinted Rinfall, but better. I feel like you just always want to cast and draw Dancer. Correct. Giada's better than she should be. Is higher than she should be? Giada just, like, makes the entire archetype, though. Like, by herself. Like, not only is it a 2-mana 2/2, but it's an angel herself, and has flying and vigilance, and each angel enters with additional +1/+1 for each angel. So, like, you could cast a 1-mana, you can cast a 2-mana angel, like, on turn 7, and it can be like an 8/8. Just because Giada's on the board. Not only that, but Giada casts 4-drop angels on turn 3, guys. Like, Amaria's Call tokens don't just get +1/+1. If you have, like, 3 angels on board and you cast Amaria's Call, they're 7/7. Like, let's give Giada the respect she deserves. She's only as good as the angels in standard is not that great. Well, there's the Life Gain Angel. There's Legion Angel. Those are both amazing. Alright, so Fleetfoot Dancer, is it better or worse than Tenacious Underdog and Shakedown Heavy? I need an answer. Is it better or worse than Strangle? We gotta move on. Fleetfoot's right next to Heavy. Better than Heavy? Even with Heavy. Okay. So above Heavy, under Underdog. Under Underdog. Is that Mountain Dew? Yes, it is. Underdog's better than both. I agree. Alright, Incandescent Aria. 3 to each non-token creature. A fine beverage choice, a man of taste. So, Incandescent Aria dealing 3 damage to each non-token creature for 3 mana. It can kill your own cards. Well, I mean, not if you're playing like Naya tokens. Or not if you're playing mono white or against like Gruul Werewolves or mono green. Then like 3 damage on turn 3 like kills everything. One-sided Rask seems fine, probably a sideboard staple for a Cabaretti and Naya. Yeah, for sure. I can't see Naya playing that. Well, I mean, they would if they're playing against mono white or mono green. Or, like, you know, anything playing things that have 3 toughness or less. You don't know what you're playing in these colors that it doesn't die when you have to use it? Tokens? Like, you could be playing Cabaretti Charm and Wandering Emperor and Wedding Announcement and Chariot and Renin 7 and, like, Fable of the Mirror Breaker. Like, you could be playing literally everything that makes a token, and they're all good cards, and you can play that, and then you play Incandescent Aria, and then none of your things die, and your opponent's things die. So, like, that's gotta be good, right? Yeah, Wedding Announcement, Jetmir. Also, you have to consider that if you play freaking Fleetfoot Dancer, that your Incandescent Aria doesn't kill your Fleetfoot Dancer. Like, I think this card's, like, pretty strong. Also, you can just play this in, like, a control shell and just deal 3 to stuff. So we're gonna put it, like, right over Black Market Tycoon. What do you pair with it turn 2? Briefcase? Yeah, exactly. Because Briefcase makes the token and it's the treasure, and then you kill everything. What control shell runs 9 colors? I don't know. There could be a new deck that comes out. Like, you could play Naya Control, and you can play, like, Incandescent Aria and Depopulate, and then win the game with, like, Elspeth and Wandering Emperor and stuff. Like, you could definitely do that. Yeah, exactly, Adams. Cards like this is what makes those decks happen. You can also play Strangle and stuff. Like, you could definitely make a Naya Control deck. Alright, Jetmir. Briefcase turn 2 sets up for turn 3 wipe. What's our 5 mana turn 4? Elspeth? Wandering Emperor? I think Elspeth and Wandering Emperor is what you do on turn 4 with 5 mana. I mean, you can also play, like, where is it? Depopulate? Doomscar? Like, I'm just naming, like, a bunch of playable cards. Oh, you also get to play this card. Okay, so where does Jetmir go? Jetmir's, like, pretty easy to do, right? Because you can go, like, turn 2 like Briefcase or Innkeeper or whatever, and then turn 3 Jetmir, and then turn 4 Chariot, and then attack with Trample. No, not Trample. Attack with Vigilance. Because you'll have what? 1, 2, 3, 4 creatures on the battlefield? And then on the following turn, you get to give everything Trample and Vigilance. Big score plus Ginny, right? Gallic Reader on turn 2, Charm on 3, Jetmir on 4. Yep, that works too. Jetmir's Vigilance is almost free. You can get trampled by turn 4 or 5. Yeah. So is this better or worse than Tycoon? Is Jetmir better or worse than Tycoon? Magical Christmas Land, Mike? Like, Jetmir also dodges 3 damage removal. You predicted big mess first week experimenting stuff. The best way to experiment with stuff and see if things are good is to play in my tournament. My tournament is on the 1st of the month. I'm doing it with Ali Eldrazi, and we get to play with streamers as well. The best place to do that is for our 128-person tournament on the 1st. New standard, new Streets of New Capenna, bring the best deck that you think is the best deck, and do well in the tournament. $1,000 of prize support by CoolStuffInc.com. That's the best place to do it. You can see the tournament by typing an exclamation point SL in the chat. Jetmir better than Tycoon? Is Jetmir better than Incandescent Aria? All right, chat, say something. So Jetmir's better than Aria? All right, is Jetmir better than Titan of Industry? Like, I see Titan of Industry as like the new like Elder Garderoth. And like that card's busted. Like, Titan of Industry gains 5 life. It makes a creature, like, it's basically Elder Garderoth for 1 more mana, but it's another one. It's a 1/1 bigger. It also has reach. It also has trample. It just doesn't have vigilance. It can't. I mean, you can put a shield counter on it if you want to, if you're scared of it dying. But if it dies, we still get a 4/4 and gain 5 life, or kill their thing and get a 4/4, or put a shield counter and gain 5 life. Whatever you want to do. Yeah, it's basically like a mythic command on a stick. If you make it to turn 7, white probably kills you before that, doesn't it? I mean, you know what ramps into 7? This card. Turn 4, big score, discard a card, make 2 treasure tokens, my go, play a land, play industry, profit. Alright, so right now we have Jetmir over Arya, but under Titan. Does that sound good? Or do we want it over Titan and War Chief? Because, like, I think War Chief's better than Jetmir. Unlucky Witness? This card's busted. I might have to bring Elspeth down to earth a little bit. Nah, I think these cards are like where they should be. Is countered by the bad counterspell? Ah, Circle of Life. If you're playing War Chief and Titan, anyone going under you should just lose. What's Arya's? Oh, to lose to Arya's. Oh, yes, definitely. Yeah, like, I think Naya Control is like a good deck. Like, imagine going Arya on turn 3, and then turn 4, big score, and then turn 5, huge green creatures. Your opponent dies. Alright, so now we're going to go with Ginny Faye. Now, how good is Ginny Faye in Naya, Mono Green, Gruul, or Selesnya? This is definitely played, right? If you see this card, you have to kill it? Well, yeah, because your opponent's just going to, like, make it infinite tutus. Especially if they play, like, Black Market Tycoon or, like, anything else that makes treasures. Or, like, if they play Professional Facebreaker, like, deck that makes a bunch of stuff, big score, Gallagrators, yeah. Like, if your opponent's playing Gallagrators and Briefcase and all those cards, like, Ginny Faye's gonna be busted. Your own Arya will kill it. Well, Arya will just be a sideboard card. It can activate multiple times? Yeah, I agree. Naya tokens or Selesnya tokens, but definitely not mono green. Arya might go in the same deck. So what's better? Is this card better than Arya? Is it better than Jetmir? It is nice before Chariot. Because your 2/2 cats from Chariot can just be 3/1 Vigilance if you want them to. Is it better or worse than Titan of Industry? Better than Arya, not better than Jetmir. Ginny, Jetmir, Chariot, Rabble Rousing. Might be better than Jetmir. Is Ginny Faye better than Jetmir? Is Ginny Faye better than Titan of Industry? I think it's better than... I think it's worse than Titan of Industry because it has to have something else to go with it. Like, Jetmir and Ginny take things to go with it. Like, Titan of Industry, Workshop Warchief, Unlucky... Like, these cards are just good by themselves. Unlucky Witness has to have things that go with it, but this is, like, way better than those other cards. Jetmir can legit come down and kill someone in the right board state. I mean, you're not wrong. All these cards are good. All right, moving on to Maestro's Charm. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. Like, Maestro's Charm could be in a Grixis mid-range deck. Where, like, you look in the top 5, put some of them into your graveyard, and you could even put like a Tenacious Underdog in your graveyard from that, and like cast it back out of the graveyard. Like, there's a lot of value to go on here, right? You can put Malevolent Hermit in your graveyard with it, and like a lot of good cards in your graveyard with it. And then you like get the card that you want. You also get to play like Expressive Iteration and stuff like that if you wanted to. And then you can also just dome them in the face for 3. And then the 3-mana Grixis 3/3 gets targets from this if you mill creatures. Did I see the paper price are going up around 11%? Yes, I did, Riley. Yeah, like, Maestro's Charm can get that card and then mill a creature, and then you can cast a 3/3 and then exile a creature, and then look at the top, whatever, get another card. Like, and then this also just kills something. Like, this card's really, really strong. I think it might be... Like, Gallagrators and Tenacious Underdog just go in so many decks. I think it's just better than Fleetfoot Dancer. I think it's better than Fleetfoot, but worse than Tenacious Underdog, because Underdog can go in like so many more decks. This is like just Grixis. How do we feel about that? I mean, we might be over-evaluating Greeters, though. Underdog's better? Yeah, that's what I said. You put it over Dancer? Yeah, that's what I did. Gallagrators might just be... Like, critting creating a tapped treasure token when a creature enters the battlefield means that this card isn't a ramp to 4 card. This is a ramp to 5 card. But it's also really good if you just play more than one creature a turn. So, like, this is like a weird mix of Innkeeper and Luminarch Aspirant. It's a mix of Tycoon and Aspirant because it keeps giving treasure. That's true. Okay, so let's go ahead and move on to Obnixilis. Alright, well, I mean, Obnixilis is the best one so far, right? This card's better than Endless Detour. Like, this, like, ubiquitously, like, gets rid of everything. But Obnixilis is, like, literally the best thing you can do on turn 3 in the format. What number is Gala right now? If we keep Obnixilis on 1, then it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. With, hey, HGG, what's up? We have our top 5 right now is 5 Big Score, 4 Professional Fakes Breaker, 3 Giada, 2 Endless Detour, and 1 Obnixilis. Obnixilis is obviously broken, right? You can cast anything on turn 1 and turn 2, and you can casualty whatever power you have, make a copy of it with X loyalty, +1 the Obnixilis, they lose 2 life. Like, you can -2 this one, the first one, and then +1 the copy. And then they lose 2 life and you gain 2 life. Because you created the devil. So now you have 2 planeswalkers and a devil, and you go up 2 life, and they lose 2 life. And then next turn, you plus Obnixilis, and then plus Obnixilis again. Lose 2, gain 2, gain 2. Drain 2, drain 2, drain 2, drain 2, drain 2, drain 2. Every single turn. Until they discard cards. And then eventually they just die. Because they have to kill both planeswalkers. If you're not using casualty, it doesn't seem good. Well, that's why you play an abundance of 1 and 2 drops, so you get this on casualty. Yeah, that's how you build it. All right, Obscura Charm. We could do top 25 and then just have the triomes as, like, honorable mentions. Okay, Obscura Charm. Esper, choose 1. Return a multicolor permanent card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. You can return Kaido with this. You can return Obnixilis with this, even though Obnixilis, like, wouldn't get the loyalty, right? Yeah, it would come back as 3 loyalty. You can get back. I mean, you might not play 4 colors, but you can get back just so many things with this. Counter instant or sorcery, which is strong, and then destroy a creature of planeswalker with mana value 3 or less, which is strong. This card's gonna be really good against Kaido and Obnixilis. Like, you're just going to get to do that with this card. So it kills, like, almost everything you care about. The only things it really doesn't kill that you care about is, like, Wandering Emperor, Sorin, Lolth. Like, other meat hooks and maybe other, like, wedding announcements. And, like, this doesn't counter meat hook. But bringing things back with mana value 3 or less is really strong. Well, it doesn't bring back a Kaido and kill it. You only choose one. But you can, like, kill their Kaido on end step. It returns after meat hook. Yep. Like, well, how do we feel about this? Really good with the 2/1 flying ETB, exile, and instant sorcery artifact command. I agree. But is it better than any of these? Brings back Graphene. Yep. Is it better than... Okay, go. Is it better than Black Market? The charm. Is it better than Aria? Do we not know if it's better than Aria or not? It probably is. I don't know. Is it better than this? Is it better than Jetmir? Counter instant or sorcery, kill a creature with mana value 3 or less. Creature or planeswalker. And return something with mana value 3 or less that's multicolored. Is it better than Jinny Fae? Like, I don't know if it's better than any of these cards. Strangle, Elspeth, Depopulate. We're evaluating the Obscura charm, the Esper one. Unlucky Witness, War Chief. Is the green avatar actually good? What is that one? This Titan of Industry? Seems bad. This thing's really good. Like, you can think of this card as, like... You can think of this card as, like, Elder Gargaroth. It's not Elder Gargaroth. Which is why it's not higher on the list. Right. You can think of it like that. I'm not saying it's as good as. Like, can you imagine a Naya control deck playing Incandescent Aria as a sweeper? Playing Big Score as a card that ramps you into Titan of Industry? Can you see a control deck where I would want to do that? And the control deck also gets to play Workshop War Chief and Depopulate and Elspeth Resplendent, and also gets to play Doomscar, and also gets to play Wandering Emperor. And then you just win the game with like Titan of Industry and Amaria's Call and the Workshop War Chief. I mean, you don't know if it'll be good or not. There's like literally a 3 damage sweeper right here in those colors. Did I cover the one that's like Innkeeper? Yeah, it's like right here. Gallagrators. So many better control decks you can build. Well, I'm not saying it's the best control deck. I'm saying like you could play it. All right, so Obscura Charm. Where does this go? I think it goes better than Tycoon, better than Aria, better than Jetmir, better than Fae. Probably better than Industry. I think I like putting it right here. That'd be a mid-range deck. It would be like a ramp control deck. Yeah, but even though it's hard to cast, a 3 damage, 3 mana sweeper has been played like it's just always been like pretty good. Like, yeah, it doesn't kill tokens, but how many times is your opponent going to play a token creature on turns 1, 2, or 3? Outside of, like, just Wedding Announcement? Or, like, Cabaret Charm, but I don't think people will be playing a lot of that card. You don't think this card's good? It kills almost everything. Like, creature, Planeswalker, mana value 3 or less is, like, almost everything. Not only that, but it counters stuff, and it also brings your stuff back. The options aren't worth. I mean, there was already a 2 mana instant speed that did exactly the same thing as this on the bottom, called Eliminate, and Eliminate was one of the premier removal spells in that standard. Granted, 3 mana and harder to cast is a lot bigger of a deal than just like 1 in a black, but Eliminate was also really bad against control matchups, and Obscura Charm is good against control, being able to counter instants or sorceries or bring your creatures back. So, creature or Kaido. So in like an Esper mid-range-ish deck, Esper Planeswalkers deck, this card's really strong. Well, yeah, 3 mana is terrible if it just did that, but it does other things too. Obscura Interceptor. Now, this is basically, this 4 mana 3/1 counterspell, basically. Well, yeah, Z, you're not paying it 3 mana for individually those effects. You're paying 3 mana to have the versatility and options to do that, which I think makes it good. So Obscura Interceptor is a flash lifelinker that is basically a 4/2 lifelink with flash. Can flash in and block. Can flash in and block like anything with 4 toughness or less, which is Adeline. I mean, I don't even think bringing back Celestis is good. You bring back Kaido with it. You bring back, you know, whatever else. This is 4 mana, divide by 0-ish, because it's only a target spell. It's not spell or non-land permanent. So this is basically bounce your opponent's spell with a 4/2 life flanker. Yeah, you're gonna play 3 mana, and then your opponent's gonna be like, land, go. And then your opponent, then you're gonna attack and then pass with 4 mana up, and your opponent's gonna go land Doomscar, or land whatever this card is. Land. Your opponent's gonna go land depopulate. And then you're gonna go Obscura Interceptor, bounce your depopulate, draw discard, put a 1/1 counter on it, Mygo, land, attack you for game. That's how this is gonna go. Venser hits non-land, so does this. Target spell. You're getting game on 5 in Esper? Why wouldn't you be able to? You have an Esper Triumph. Like, you can play a Triumph on turn 1, turn 2 Luminarch Aspirant, turn 3 like Elite Spellbinder, turn 4 play a land, pass. Obscura Interceptor, their card that they play. Connive, attack for 12 damage, and then what is your opponent going to do at that point? Sleep you? What if you have a negate or another Obscura Interceptor? They just die. You can bounce their lands? No, it's not a spell. Oh. Venser, you can bounce lands. Sure, it's not Venser. But Obscura Interceptor is, like, really strong. Imagine going Spellbinder into this, and your opponent's just like, wow, I die. I think it might be better than Fleetfoot Dancer. Okay, is it better or worse than Maestro's Charm? You can get around uncounterable stuff? That's also true. Well, wouldn't your dad's mom be just your grandma? Alright, so better than Maestro's Charm? Is it better than Underdog? Better than Underdog? Is it better than Galligrators? Is it better than Galligrators, chat? Yes? Oh my gosh, I know Modelo. Really hard. I think Galligrators goes in like more decks. So does Big Score. Is Charm better than Greeters? I have Charm worse than Greeters. One of the reasons being that Greeters is probably played in a lot more decks. An Interceptor will be giving your opponents like freaking brain damage trying to play around this card, and then they're gonna die to this card every freaking time. It's gonna be so frustrating playing against this freaking Esper Tempo deck. No, Interceptor's a 4 of. Like, all these cards are 4 ofs, basically. Like, this isn't legendary either. Professional Facebreaker. Like, this card's absolutely bonkers. Imagine ever running out of gas. You just don't, because, like, you just keep sacrificing treasures and never run out of gas. And you're gonna get a crap ton of treasures from this card. Giada, Endless... Like, these cards are just broken. Interceptor's more splashy and swingy, but I think the Greeters is just more consistently great. Yeah, we can keep it like this. All right, Raffine. We still have to cut 3 cards from this list. And we have Raffine, Riveteer's Charm, Tainted Indulgence, Unleash the Inferno, Void Rend, and then Licensed Hearse left. Raffine top 5? No. Definitely not. Right? No. Like, in order to crack the top 5, you have to be Obnixilis, Endless Detour, Giada, Professional Facebreaker, Big Score, Galligrators level. Like, it's not going to reach the top 5 unless it's better than Obscura Interceptor. It's not even bad against aggro. Like, you stop their play, and you block their Adeline, and you gain 4 life. Graphene is really good. On average, you're going to have 1 creature on the battlefield, probably, before you play this. You play this on turn 3, and then you connive with your creature. Has flying and ward. Eat green for your ultimatum, right? So are we putting it above Underdog or below Underdog? Is Raffine better than the Charm? Is it better than Fleetfoot Dancer? Above Underdog? I mean, Underdog is a 2-drop. Raffine worse than Underdog? Is it better or worse than Maestro's Charm? But we agree it's better than Fleetfoot Dancer and Shakedown Heavy, Strangle, Elspeth, Depopulate. Probably better than those. I think Raffine is probably better than Fleetfoot Dancer. Even though Dancer's still really good. I'll put Raffine there. Alright, Riveteer's Charm. It's Jund. Choose one. Target opponent sacrifices a creature or planeswalker they control with the highest mana value among creatures and planeswalkers they control. So this is whatever 3-mana card that is. Soul Shatter, which is already good. Or you can exile the top 3 until your next end step you can play them. Or you can exile a grave. So this does like a lot of different things. And the Exile the Grave is going to be really, really, really good against the Grixis decks. I think the Grixis Charm is the best charm right now. But, like, this is up there. The Grixis Charm gets to deal 5 damage to something, which is basically, like, better than the first mode on Riveteer's Charm. It also gets to look at the top 5, get a card, and put the rest in the grave, which your deck really wants to do. And it also gets to drain for 3. Jund's better than Grixis, but it's close. This gets their best thing basically every time. Well, but that's the thing. Basically every time. The Maestro's Charm gets their thing every time. I mean, unless their thing has like 6 toughness or higher, or 6 loyalty or higher, which is not going to happen. And the Exile top 3 is better than look at top 5. And Exile Graveyard is like slightly better than Drain 3. Plus 5 damage to kill it. Like, that's really rare. Like, 5 damage not killing something is going to come up a lot less often than them having 2 3-drops on the board, and they get to choose the 3-drop that they sacrifice with this charm. So I think I'm going to put it right underneath Grixis. I agree you'll see a lot of play, but I think Maestro's Charm is just slightly better than Riveteer's, but I think this charm is better than Raffine, and honestly, I just think these are, like, almost equal. But I'm going to give Maestro's Charm, like, the slight edge. I thought you were ramping into Titan of Industry. I mean, what does that have to do with anything that we're talking about? But yes, I will be ramping into Titan of Industry. But maybe other people don't do that, and just me. It's okay. We'll kill Titan of Industry with our card that we're going to talk about coming up in a little bit. We'll kill it with our Unleash the Inferno because it deals 7 damage. We'll also kill it with our Void Rend because this card doesn't care about anything. Our next card here is Tainted Indulgence. I mean, true, it kills Titan, but who's playing that? We've already went over that killing Titan probably isn't the smartest thing to do, and if they resolve Titan, they likely win the game. Maestro's doesn't? Well, I don't think Titan's what we need to worry about. I think Maestro just kills everything that's relevant to kill. Alright, Tainted Indulgence. Draw 2, discard a card unless there are 5 or more mana values among cards in your graveyard. I think this card's busted. If your deck cares about mana values among cards in your graveyard, like the Grixis deck does, and you can also play this in Esper. Like, this is just so good. This card's so good. Like, more often than not, if you're playing the Maestro's deck, you're going to want to discard a creature from this. Imagine going turn 1, Shambling Ghast or whatever, turn 2, Tainted Indulgence, discard whatever creature, turn 3, Obnixilis, sacrificing Shambling Ghast or whatever, or if you don't have Obnixilis, on turn 3 you can cast a 3-mana 3/3 that exiles a card exiles a creature out of your graveyard to look at the top 5 and get a card, and then mill the rest. Like, this card is going to, like, turn on the deck. And then also, when you have 5 or more mana values in cards in your graveyard, you just draw 2 cards for no reason, for 2 mana at instant speed, which is insane. So not only does it helps the deck in the early turns, but it's also just 2 mana draw 2 on turns like 6 or later. Not as good as Expressive Iteration, though. I mean, probably not, but like, it's not much worse. It's not much worse than Iteration. Like, it's worse, but it's not, like, really worse. Like, this draw spell is really strong. You think it's better than Expressive Iteration or a Little Chat? It's better than a Little Chat, but it's not better than Iteration. A Little Chat's not even in this list. Like, a Little Chat is like a Impulse, but better. I think this card is much better. This card is strictly worse Charter Course. Charter Course is a sorcery. So not strictly worse. It's actually way better. Charter Course, like, doesn't discard a card if you like attack this turn, which is fair. But Tainted Indulgence is in a deck where you want to be discarding, and then it also just draws 2 later on in the game. Well, the mana is going to be good, right? Because you have Grixis and Esper Triome, so you're usually always going to have blue-black on turn 2. Like, always. This card is gasoline. In your same scenario of turn 1 Shambling Ghast, you can turn 2 Little Chat, sack the Ghast, look at top 4, and take the best 2. Well, Shepard, thanks for the follow. I mean, that's true, but then you also don't get the option to like hold up anything on your opponent's turn. Like if you wanted to play the what's it called? The 2-mana counter spell unless they pay 2. Like if you want to play that, you can hold up that and this. If you want to hold up like Infernal Grasp, you can do that and this. You can't do that with a sorcery. It just makes it so much more awkward, especially on turn 2. Is a little chat an instant? It is an instant, right? Okay, well, never mind. I changed my mind. I still think Tainted Indulgence is better than a little chat. Because, like, 2-mana instant, look at the top 2, put one in your hand, another on the bottom, has been a card that has been printed for a while. And it's not, like, that good. I think just, like, Tainted Indulgence having the upside of later on in the game just strictly drawing 2 cards is much better than a little chat. Even though Casualty is still really good. But, like, if you're going to Casualty a little chat on turn 2, then you won't have the Casualty on turn 3 to cast up Nixilis. Try to pick one early, draw 2 late. Like, I think Tainted Indulgence is just better. I mean, I could be wrong, of course. I'm not like, you know, the end-all be-all. But I think Tainted Indulgence is extremely good. And because of that, I think I put it... Honestly, like, draw 2 at 2 instant speed mana, I'm going to put it over Raffine. It seems hard to hit the draw 2. Try 2 pick one's already a card people don't play. That's true. Like, this card will make the Grixis deck do everything it wants to do if you cast this card on turn 2. And then later on in the game, it just draws 2 cards. Because there's probably going to be 5 mana values in cards engraved. Yeah, for sure. It's going to be really, really, really good. Now we have 3 cards left. Inferno, Rend, and Unlicensers. Alright, Unleash the Inferno. What do we think about this? It's an instant speed, 4 mana, Jund. Deals 7 damage, so kill everything. Or anything. When it deals excess damage, destroy an artifact or enchantment. With bounty value less than or equal to excess. High ceiling, expensive floor. The ceiling is extremely high, and the floor is kill their best thing. For 4 mana, you can do that with a card like, you know, the 4 mana exile a creature or planeswalker card. But not only that, but there's a lot of artifacts and enchantments. There's Fable the Mirror Breaker there, which is really easy to kill with this. There is Jukai Naturalist that is like super easy to kill with this. Like, any saga, kills Meathook Massacre, kills Oni Cult Anvil, kills like just so many things. It kills Wedding Announcement. Like, imagine your opponent goes like Adeline, for instance. No, like, say for instance your opponent goes like turn 2 freaking on the draw, like goes turn 2 Ranger class, turn 3 like Reckless Stormseeker. And then you go turn 4, play a land, pass. And then your opponent goes like play a land, Holana and Elena. And then you go, oh, before combat, destroy your Reckless Stormseeker or Holana Elena and kill your Ranger class. Not Anvil, it still kills the Anvil. They just get to use the trigger of it before you kill it. Like, let's give this example. Your opponent goes turn 2 Anvil, turn 3 whatever, turn 4 freaking Sorin. Then your opponent goes Sorin plus it. And then you can be like, okay, land. Unleash the Inferno, kill your Sorin at 5 loyalty, and kill the Anvil. Yeah, you wouldn't target you wouldn't target an artifact with this. You would target their Planeswalker or another creature that they can't sacrifice. Anvil only sacrifices artifacts. I mean, if you really need to, you can target your own thing and kill it, and then kill their artifact or enchantment. Like, I think this, like, almost always 2-for-1s your opponent. And at the very worst, it's a 4-mana removal spell. This also goes like, kill your Kaido and your Wedding Announcement. Or like, this even, like, this can just kill everything. Like, a lot of meaningful things with one card. Yeah, you can target your own creature too, if you really need to kill an artifact or enchantment. I think this is really strong. Especially against decks like Orzhov midrange. You can even kill their 3 toughness creature or less, and then go ahead and kill their Edgar artifact. The spell doesn't die to Doomblade. You're not wrong. So, like, I think this card has more applications than Incandescent Aria. Like, it kills everything. I think I put it, like, under Obscura Charm. But, like, over Titan. Like, this card's gonna be really good. Like, really good. Like, I keep Jetmir and Ginny down here because they're more, like, replaceable, I think. Like, Ginny is definitely busted when it gets going, but it needs other things to get going. And then Jetmir is really good. But, like, you could also just play Halana and Elena and have, like, a similar type of card. 4 mana against almost every planeswalker that creates a token to protect itself. Exactly. Alright, so now we have Void Rend and Unlicenser, which we can agree that both of these cards are better than Black Market Typhoon and Incandescent Aria. Okay, so my honorable mentions are going to be Jetmir, Aria, Black Market Typhoon. Does a nice job at killing red and 7? That's true. Assuming the token is not like an 8/8. Okay, so we're talking about Void Rend. It can't be countered and destroy any non-land permanent for 3 mana instant speed. Now, that's insane. That has to be, like, here. Right? I hate this card. No way is Void Rend better than Endless Detour? Yeah, that's why I have it underneath. I think my top 5... I don't know where Unlicensed goes, but my top 5 right now is Obnixilis, Endless Detour, Void Rend, Gianna, and Professional Facebreaker. How is that how's what insane? Void Rend? Are you talking to me? Have you read this card? No. Hero's Downfall doesn't say non-land permanent on it. It says creature or planeswalker. This is like a little bit worse Vindicate, and Vindicate's busted. This can't kill lands like Vindicate can, which is why I think Vindicate's slightly better than this. But this is a slightly worse Vindicate, and Vindicate's broken. Well, yes, Heroes. The only downside to this is it can't kill creature lands. But like, if you're already playing Esper colors, you already have infinite ways to deal with creature lands. You have like Power Word Kill, you know, whatever you want to play. Like you probably have like, you know, March of Otherworldly Light to kill those things. What percentage of the time are you using it on enchantment or artifact? A lot. Anyways, that's why I have this here. Now, the last card is Unlicensed. At instant speed, destroy opponent's wedding. Yeah, you can destroy their wedding. You can destroy, like, anything. You can destroy their planeswalker. You can destroy their creature. You can destroy their, like, whatever you want to destroy. Is it better than Vanishing Verse? It will be in this format. Vanishing Verse doesn't exile anything in this format. Where does this go? This exiles, like, your opponent just never has a graveyard with this card. And this card will be really, really annoying for the Grixis deck to deal with. We're gonna need a proxy of friend with Running Crashes as the pick. Merch when? What do we feel about Unlicensers? This card goes in every deck, in every sideboard that wants Graveyard Hate. It also attacks your opponent for a lot. Your opponent's also going to have to deal with this card that also Vanishing Verse can't exile. This card is going to be in absolutely every deck, and it's going to be so annoying. Like, everyone's gonna be like, why do you have to play Graveyard Hate when you can just play a vehicle that also exiles your opponent's graveyard? How impactful do you think the set will be on Pioneer? I don't have a good knowledge of Pioneer. If you want to learn more about Pioneer, follow Jaffer. I mean, also follow me, but still follow Jaffer. Thanks for the follow. Too bad it only grows with the cards exiled by its ability. Well, that's going to be like almost everything. Like, you're going to attack with this for like 8 damage and kill your opponent. Like I promised you. It's only crew 2. Like, this is going to be like so freaking ubiquitous, it's not funny. Like, it might just go over the charm, to be honest. It might just, like, go right here. Modelo, thanks for the follow. You don't think it makes main decks? I mean, this card is like is going to be in everybody's sideboard. Like, people are playing Go Blank just to exile graveyards. If you have 2 of them on board, do they pump each other? No. Exiled with it means exiled with each one. Go Blank is a 2-for-1. This is not. Well, I mean, it's basically free graveyard exile every turn, and you get to pick the cards. Exiling at instant speed. If everyone has Void Rend, it looks real bad. I mean, you get to exile their cards before they Void Rend. Their cards stay exiled. And if you have to Void Rend this card after it already exiled your cards, it already did its job. You just ate a Void Rend. I think it's really good. It might be worse than like Tainted Indulgence. I think it's just really strong and it's gonna be used in like so many things. So right now we have 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 12, 13. Okay, we have 25 with 4 honorable mentions. Like, are there not better options for Graveyard Hate? The only Graveyard Hate options right now really are Go Blank and Graveyard Trespasser, which are really good Graveyard Hates. But this exiles 2 every turn and also hits your opponent for a freaking truck. I mean, hearse. After it does that. Like, imagine going through the whole game and exiling everything in their entire graveyard, and it doesn't die to creature removal, like Graveyard Trespasser does. If your opponent just doesn't want you to exile their graveyard anymore, they just kill the Trespasser and discard a card. But with this, they have to, like, use some random Binding the Old Gods or some crap on this. Like, they can't actually kill this with a creature removal. And, like, at their end step, every single time in response to their card, doesn't matter, you just exile it. Okay, cool. You played a Memory Deluge. Cool, exile it. Like, Go Blank exiles their graveyard once and then doesn't do it again. This card keeps doing it. Like, if they already have a massive graveyard, then, like, yeah, okay, Go Blank is better against an already massive graveyard. But, like, Unlicensed Hearse is really good to just keep doing that over and over again, and then also hit your opponent for, like, 12. Let's crew it on its empty stomach. All right, guys. I'm gonna use Restroom one more time, and then we're gonna go over the top 25 with our honorable mentions, starting with Jetmir's Garden and all the other Triomes. And then our honorable mentions are Triomes, Black Market Tycoon, Incandescent Aria, and Jetmir Nexus of Revels. And then it starts with number 25, going all the way to number 1. We're gonna make it as a YouTube video, and I'll be right back.
Riley, does your opponent ever make a play that doesn't seem to make sense on the surface, but then over time starts to kind of come together a little more?
Yeah, this Aether Gust's obviously going to do a good job of keeping Eagle Karim, a little more alive, but there's a spell pierce, alright, sure. Pay for it, I guess.
Easy deal.
Okay, I still have enough mana to pay for this spell pierce. What are you doing, man? I mean, yeah, sure, you get the prowess triggers, but, like, what's the plan here? Oh.
There it is.
A mystical dispute as well.
Functional. Yeah, functional spell pierce enough to get in for Xaxes.
Settle the wreckage.
I'm glad you asked.
Oh my god! A 100-card historic brawl. settle the wreckage in hand after I called it.
Riley, here we go. Nothing ventured, nothing gained here. Seasoned Pyromancer can let you ditch your hand in this case to draw 2 cards, and we need exactly 2. We need Bone Crusher Giant and an untapped red source.
Need the Bone Crusher Giant with Stomp, which stops the 9 lives from preventing damage, and we need the red source to cast the Stomp, Dennis. And wouldn't you know
There it is!
Look at that! I've always maintained, Dennis, I've always maintained that Magic is a very skill-testing game indeed, and Charizard James is showing us just how skill-based this game is, ripping the actual perfect 2 off the top here, and is going to win the game on the spot because of it.
Yo, what's up, Titan Smash? Oh no.
If this was the only way Tybalt's Trickery had ever been used, Riley, I think it would have been balanced the way Wizards intended it.
I think this is actually Magic as R&D intended. Tybalt's Trickery. Getting rid of an eye twitch? Why are you scared of an eye twitch? Now you have to deal with the lolth. What was that?
I'm terrified of an eye twitch, dude. Like, if only it had been something like a lolth, you know?
Raise the alarm. We found their win con. We didn't know what it was, and now we know. I've now found their win con. I don't like it. You fool didn't play around Triple Tithe. Listen. My opponent had Sky Tether main deck and then boarded out of all the bad cards and boarded in good cards like Memory Lapse and Teferi. How am I supposed to win if I know that? Their tempo play of 2 soldiers are going to win them the game. Oh, it hurts. Alright, guys. Let's talk about it. One second, chat. Alright. Let's talk about it. So I'm going to start the YouTube video like a regular YouTube video would be, and then we're going to go into the honorable mentions, and then go into the cards. The top 25, let's go! Top 26. No. Not 26. It's 25. We have 4. Let's just do 5 honorable mentions instead of 4, right? So we should definitely do 1 more honorable mention. So what's our 5th honorable mention? What was the last card we cut? I don't remember. It wasn't Ledger Shredder. Let's talk about Make Disappear. I think I should give that card like the time of day for a second. What is the context of this ranking? Standard. Alright, so we're gonna make Disappear an honorable mention. Alright, let's go. What's up, Jamers? It's a new set coming out, The Streets of New Capenna, and today we're talking the top 25 cards in the new set. I'm super excited to go over these cards with you, and we're going to go from rank 25 all the way up to rank number 1, what I think is the first best card in the set. But we do have some honorable mentions to go over. First, I think there's many really good cards in this upcoming set. A lot of them will reshape what we think of Standard. So let's go ahead and get started. First of all, I'll start out with my honorable mentions. Number 1 is Jetmir's Garden. Now, this is not just Jetmir's Garden. This includes all the triomes, the 3-color lands. This one's Mountain, Forest, Plains. There's one for a bunch of other ones as well, but this one doesn't make it into our top 5, but it does make it into our honorable mentions. They're really good in Modern, but this one's going to be in the more of the context of Standard. So we're going to do this one as our honorable mention number 1. Our second honorable mention is going to be Black Market Tycoon. A lot of people would say, "Whoa, James, you're not putting this card in your top 25. What's wrong with you? This card's insane." But honestly, I think this card has a lot of good synergies with cards that are in our top 25, but I think there's a few of them that kind of edge this card out that are already played, like Magda and Prosperous Innkeeper. We have Incandescent Aria. It's a 3-mana sorcery in Naya colors. This does 3 damage to each non-token creature. This one gets edged out of the top 25, but I think this is a really strong card and will definitely see Standard play. Jetmir Nexus of Revels. I really thought this was going to make the top 25, but it turns out there's a lot of really good cards in this set. This one is going to be a really good top-end Naya aggressive go-wide tokens decks, and I definitely expect to lose to this card in Standard, but I think this card doesn't make the top 25. Now, last and not least, for our honorable mentions, is going to be Make Disappear. Now, this is a little bit controversial because it's almost like a mana leak. Counter target spell unless the controller pays 2, and you can casualty 1 to counter target spell unless the controller pays 4, basically. So it could be a stronger mana leak if you casualty this, if you sacrifice a creature with power 1 or 1 or greater. But I think Quench type effects like this, and Quench is counter target spell unless the controller pays 2 without the casualty ability, is a little bit too easy to play around in Standard and probably won't see play in actual control decks, but we'll see a lot more play in more tempo strategies, which we haven't really seen much yet, but feel free to watch this a little bit longer. You'll see some tempo decks, which I think this will be played in, but it slightly edges out our top 25. Now, to start, number 25 here, and does make the cut, is Ginny Faye Jetmir's second. So Jetmir doesn't make the top 25. This one is in the top 25. It's either a mono green Selesnya or Gruul card. Now, if you would create 1 or more tokens, you may instead create that many 2/2 green cat creature tokens with haste, or that many 3/1 green dog creatures with vigilance. And I think this makes the top 25 because not only does it make tokens with things like Wedding Announcement, but it makes tokens with cards like the cards that make treasures. Every time you make a treasure, you can choose a 2/2 haste or a 3/1 vigilance. And you can make multiple treasures in a turn, which you can see with other cards in this list. And it just turns all of your tokens that aren't creatures into creatures, which I think is really strong and an effect that is really good in a Selesnya deck or Naya deck or even a Gruul deck. So moving on to Titan of Industry as our 24th best card in the set. 7 mana, 7/7 Reach Trample. When it enters the battlefield, choose 2. Destroy target artifact or enchantment. Target player gains 5 life. Create a 4/4 Green Rider Warrior creature token, or put a shield counter on a creature you control. Now, this card does everything you want to do in a ramp payoff, and also doesn't just immediately give you nothing back if it dies immediately to something like Vanishing Verse or even a Murder or something like that, right? It creates a 4/4, and you can even put a shield counter on it if they choose to not destroy it on the stack. Even if they do destroy it on the stack, you can kill their thing and make a 4/4, or make a 4/4 and gain 5 life. If you're against an aggro deck, they usually have a lot of tramplers like Elite Spellbinder and Raidane. This can block those cards. It also has Trample, which lets you get in for that really crucial trample damage against cards like Lolth and things like that. So really strong card. I think it's going to be the new ramp top end that we go for. This plus Amaria's Call is going to be really strong and really solidifies you in the late game if you're being attacked with an aggro opponent. Now you get a 7/7 and a 4/4 and you gain 5 life. It's going to be a tough pill to swallow for your opponents if you cast this on them. We have Unleash the Inferno here as the next one up. It's a 4 mana Jund instant. it deals 7 damage to a creature or a planeswalker. When it deals excess damage this way, which it pretty much always does, it's 7 damage. Destroy target artifact or enchantment an opponent controls with mana value less than or equal to the amount of damage that was excessed. Now, this seems a little bit medium when you read it at first glance, but if you decide to deal 7 damage to a Sorin, and that also kills their Oni Cult Anvil, it looks good, right? If you deal 4 damage to one of their creatures and you also kill a Wedding Announcement, that sounds pretty good, right? Or if you kill their creature and you also kill their Meathook Massacre, that seems pretty good, right? There's a lot of things that you can do to just 2-for-1 your opponent and really blow your opponent out with this, not to mention that it also just kills everything that you want to kill, including Planeswalkers. So that's why I have this here. Next up is Obscura Charm. Now, there's a few different charms in here. Some of them didn't make the top 25, but this was the Esper Charm. Choose one, return a multicolored permanent with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. Now, that will bring back things like Graphene, which we'll go over later, or bring back things like Kaido Shizuki. Or you can counter an instant or sorcery, or you can destroy a creature or planeswalker with mana value 3 or less. I think Esper Tempo is going to be a deck that people will play, and this is going to be a very, very good card in that deck, especially countering your opponent's removal spells and sweepers. We also have Workshop Warchief, which is a 5-mana 5/3 with Trample, and when it enters the battlefield, you gain 3 life, similar to a card like Thragtusk. This is the new Thragtusk. When it dies, you make a 4/4 green Wino Warrior creature token, and it has Blitz for 6. So not only does it do a really, really good Thragtusk impression, which is really good against aggro, it also has a 5-power Trampler, which is really good. When this dies, you also make a 4/4. Not to mention the Blitz cost being 6 mana. When you cast it, it gets haste, so a haste 5/3 Trampler. Amazing, especially as a top end of a green deck, or a Gruul deck, or even a Naya deck. But also, it dies on the end step with the Blitz trigger, you draw a card from Blitz, and when it dies, you make a 4/4. That's a lot of value for just a 5/6 mana card. So I have this here in the top 25. Now, that's it for 25 to 20. Here goes 19. Unlucky Witness. It is an uncommon. 1 mana 1/1. When it dies, exile the top 2 cards of your library until your next end step. You may play one of those cards. Now, this looks pretty unassuming. When you look at it, yeah, it's a 1 mana 1/1. Yeah, it's a, why would you not play Shambling Ghast instead? This is one of the premier sacrifice creatures that we've had in a long time. Shambling Ghast doesn't get you extra cards unless you kill something with its -1/-1, right? It doesn't actually get you access to further cards, and it's a little bit worse as time goes on in the game. Now, Unlucky Witness, you can draw on turn 7 of the game, and if it dies, you can just chump block with it, or you can sacrifice it with something else. And you can even use it with other triggers of other cards in the set. And now you get to look at 2 brand new cards and choose one of them, the best one out of the ones that were exiled, and play it. So it's a form of card advantage in a 1-drop, and it's just premier sacrifice fodder. We also have Depopulate here as our next card, number 18. 4 mana sorcery. Each player who controls a multicolored creature draws a card, then destroy all creatures. We've seen something like this before in a card like Shatter the Sky, which is everywhere in Standard. Yes, you have Doomscar that is still available, but after that rotates, Depopulate will be the best sweeper to play. Even I really still think that people will play Depopulate and Doomscar in the same deck. Even though you do give your opponent that draw, it is a 4 mana destroy all creatures card, which you cannot underestimate the power of a 4 mana destroy all creatures unconditionally. Elspeth Resplendent is our next card, and this can be the top end of your mid-range deck, or even a control finisher here. The reason why this card is this high up on the list is because the -3, look at the top 7 cards of your library, you may put a permanent with mana value 3 or less from among them onto the battlefield with a shield counter. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. That can get way more than just creatures. That can get your Wedding Announcement. That can get your Kaido Shizuki. And they all have a shield counter on it, which means it's a lot harder for them to kill. You can even play it as a top end in your mid-range deck. You can get a Skyclave Apparition, Elite Spellbinder, Raidane, whatever kind of card that you want to get, you can have access to. And that is amazing with Elspeth Resplendent. It doesn't just make a 3/3 Angel or, a 2/2 with Vigilance. It gets you a card that was designed to be in your deck, which is very powerful. Not only that, but you get to use the +1 to put a 1/1 counter on a creature and 1 among flying, first strike, lifelink, or vigilance. So pick your poison. You get to choose whichever one you want. And then the -7 just wins the game, basically, creating 5/3/3 angels with flying. So very, very powerful in the control or a mid-range top end. We have Strangle, which is a 1-mana sorcery, not exactly Lightning Bolt, but it is as close to Lightning Bolt, I think, as you can get. Sorcery, deal 3 damage to target creature or planeswalker. It can't go face, and it's a sorcery, but 3 damage for 1 is really, really good. Not to mention that it also kills planeswalker. Moving on to Shakedown Heavy. This is a 2 and a black 6/4. I have this pretty high up on the list because of a card that I'm about to mention that it's kind of like the new Lovestruck Beast. Yes, 4 mana is a lot less significant than 5. Toughness, I should say. But the fact that this has Menace, and whenever it attacks, they can have you draw a card, and not only does it take this out of combat, but it untaps it. So it's always a blocker. So if your opponent wants to let you keep a 6/4 blocker and keep drawing a card every single turn, sure, let me do that. I will love to draw a card every turn. And if you don't want me to draw a card, this is going to be a really, really hard card to block. 6/4 Menace for 3 mana is absolutely absurd. That's why I have this card so high. Moving on to Fleetfoot Dancer. It is a 4 mana 4/4 in those Cabaret colors. We have Trample, Lifelink, and Haste. That is 3 really, really good keywords. No Vigilance on this one, but Trample, Lifelink, and Haste is really, really good. If you're playing an aggro mirror match or mid-range against aggro, they're not racing this card. This card will beat them. And it's going to be really, you're going to lose to this card a lot, I promise you. Moving on to Raffine Scheming Seer. This is the next up on the list, which I think is better. It's a 3 mana 1/4 flying ward 1. Whenever you attack, target attacking creature connives X. Notably, this doesn't say when this attacks. It's whenever you attack. Where X is the number of attacking creatures, you're going to get to draw 2 cards and discard 2 with this all the time. You're going to get to fuel your graveyard, make your hand better. It also is really tough to kill. It's also a really good blocker. It also has flying. Like, what more could you want for a 3 mana creature? Like, wow. Okay, got it. This is going to be really strong and very, very annoying. We also have Unlicensed Hearse. Now, this is one of the only artifacts, if not the only artifact that we have on here. It's a 2 mana vehicle with XX as its power and toughness, and you can tap this to exile up to 2 target cards from a single graveyard. Unlicensed Hearse's power and toughness are each equal to the number of cards exiled with it. And then crew 2. So this reads as, oh, you get to exile up to 2 cards from a single graveyard every turn. All right, your opponent's just not going to have a graveyard, ever. And then on turn 6 of the game, this card's going to get to attack for like 10 damage, and your opponent's going to die really quickly to this card that also exiled their graveyard. So opponents have to be aware of this card, especially in best of 3 in the sideboards, because this card is going to be eating up the graveyards and then killing you with it. So got to be aware of this card. We have Tainted Indulgence, which I think is one of the most underrated cards. I haven't seen really many people talking about this, but this goes all the way up in this list, almost cracking the top 10. This is about 11 or 12 on the list. Draw 2 cards at instant speed, then discard a card, unless there are 5 or more mana values among cards in your graveyard. Later on in the game, it's not going to be too trivial to have 5 or more mana values among cards in your graveyard. So this is just going to be instant speed, dim your colors, draw 2, which we've already know that is amazing. Instant speed, draw 2 off 2 mana is absurd. Not only that, but if you are playing a Grixis deck, which cares about the graveyard, even casting this on turn 2, draw 2, discard a card, you want cards in your graveyard. There are specific cards in the Grixis deck that want creatures in the graveyard to exile. Specifically, it didn't make this list, but there's a 3 mana Grixis 3/3 that exiles a creature from your own graveyard, or any graveyard, I believe, but it has to be a creature. So you can discard that own creature to fuel itself, and then you look at the top 5 and grab a card, the rest go to the graveyard. So it's a graveyard-centric, self-mill, exiled creatures, things like that from your own graveyard, and really kind of cares about mana values among cards in your graveyard. So this is a pivotal, important part in that deck, and it's also just 2 mana draw 2 at instant speed, which is amazing. Anyways, we have Riveteer's Charm as the next one. Now this is really, really high up on the list. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This is number 11, barely doesn't crack the top 10, but it is the Jund Charm. Choose one. Target opponent sacrifices a creature or a planeswalker they control with the highest mana value among creatures and planeswalkers they control. So there's already a card like this in Standard. It is Soul Shatter, and it is a very strong card. So not only do you get a very strong card tacked onto this, there's a couple more abilities. Number 1 is exile the top 3 cards of your library until the next end step you may play those cards. So you can just use this on your opponent's end step, exile the top 3 cards, and you can play all of those cards. So you get a land, you get like 2 more cards, you cast them all. A lot of very good source of card advantage, or you can just exile a player's graveyard. And we just talked about how the Grixis deck really cares about the graveyard, and this card can really punish that strategy. Moving on to the next card, and I think is barely better than the Jund one, is the Grixis one. You can choose one, look at the top 5 cards of your library, put one of those into your hand and the rest into your graveyard, which I have already talked about, which is very strong. Each opponent loses 3 life and you gain 3 life, which is a sneaky good part about this card. There's going to be a lot of decks like Grixis mid-range going around with Ob Nixilis and sacrifice creatures and attacking your opponent. You'll see in the next few cards that also make the top 10. But you will lose to the Drain 3 on this card. You just wait. It also just deals 5 damage to target creature or planeswalker, which kills basically everything in the format, besides the Titan that we already talked about. We also have Tenacious Underdog, which I think is definitely one of the best creatures that it is in the set. It comes in at number 9. 2 mana, 3/2, human warrior. You may cast Tenacious Underdog from your graveyard using the Blitz cost, which is 2 black, and pay 2 life. Now, in an aggressively slanted deck, even in a deck where you want to sacrifice creatures, you can sacrifice Tenacious Underdog and cast it back from the graveyard later on. The 2 mana, 3/2 is really good in an aggressively slanted deck. I already said that, but later on in the game, you just cast this for its Blitz cost, attack them for 3 from the graveyard, and then it dies and you draw a card. That is an amazing source of value from just a 2 mana 3/2. This card is insane, and that's why it comes in at number 9. Number 8, we have Obscura Interceptor. This is a 4 mana 3/1 Esper card here with flash and lifelink. When Obscura Interceptor enters the battlefield, it connives. When it connives this way, return up to 1 target spell to its owner's hand. Now, this says target spell, so it's basically a counter spell that just bounces their card to the hand. Think about this. You cast a 2-drop. You cast Elite Spellbinder or Raidane or whatever other 3-drop. And then next turn, you play a land and you pass turn. What does your opponent do? Do they play their sweeper, their new 4 mana sweeper into your play? Yes, maybe they do cast it because your board is really scary. Then you go, in response, Obscura Interceptor. I'll bounce your sweeper, and then I'll connive. Connive, draw a card, discard a card. Put a +1/+1 counter on this. All right, my go. Attack you for a lot. And then you're down to like 7, 6, 5 life. Do you really want to risk casting another sweeper if you have another one? What if your opponent has another interceptor? It's not just a sweeper that you have to worry about. It's you cast Wandering Emperor, okay, cast Obscura Interceptor in response, bounce your Wandering Emperor. What do you do then? It puts your opponents into really bad spots. And I think this card's really, really strong for the new Esper deck. That's more of a tempo strategy, considering you can play Raffine that we already talked about on turn 3 into this on turn 4. I think your opponent will die really, really, really fast to this archetype, and I can't wait for this card to make a lot of people really mad. Moving on to number 7 is Gallo Greeters. You're probably waiting on this card and see where this shows up and if it was in the top 5 or not. But this is a 2 mana 1/1. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, choose one that hasn't been chosen this turn. Put a 1/1 counter on itself, create a tapped treasure token, or gain 2 life. This is almost like a Luminarch Aspirant / Innkeeper kind of card. Makes a treasure, puts a 1/1 counter on a thing. Well, this does both of those things. If you can make it so that you can play your Cabaret deck or token strategy that makes multiple creatures per turn, this is going to get really, really out of hand. Even only if you play 1 creature at a turn and get a tapped treasure token, and then keep getting treasure tokens and life and 1/1 counters over the course of time. Gallo Greeters is one of those cards that can get out of hand really, really quickly. And not only that, but it does ramp you into turn 4 and 5 and 6 really fast. Moving on to number 6 here is Big Score, right before the top 5. This card is absolutely nuts. It is a 4 mana instant. As an additional cost to cast a spell, discard a card. Draw 2 cards and create 2 treasure tokens. Sound familiar? Yeah, I know. You're thinking of the same card I'm thinking of. Unexpected Windfall. You know what Windfall costs? 2 red. Harder to cast than Big Score. It is the same card, except for this one's easier to cast, therefore making this card better than Unexpected Windfall. How many times have you lost by your opponent going Unexpected Windfall and then casting like 4 spells in a turn? A lot of times, just like me. yeah, you're going to lose to this card again. And not only that, but that deck has 8 copies of the card now if they want to play 8 copies of it. This will definitely be one of those cards that you're just like, please don't have it. And they're always going to have it because they have Windfall and Big Score. So good luck beating that opponent. Anyway, moving on to crack the top 5 is Professional Facebreaker, making it to the top 5. This one is a 2 and a red for a 2/3 human warrior with Menace. Whenever one or more creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, create a treasure token. Let me explain to you how good this is. Turn 1, play a creature, or Kumano faces Kakazan, or whatever you want to play. Turn 2, play Luminarch Aspirant, or whatever other creature you want to play. Whatever, name the 2-drop creature, right? Turn 3, your Kumano faces Kakazan, or whatever other 1-drop you played becomes a 2-mana haste creature. Play Professional Facebreaker pre-combat. Attack with both creatures. When they deal combat damage to a player, or maybe one of them deals combat damage to a player, you make a treasure token. Cool, that's a treasure token. Then, next turn, you have a 2/3 menace creature, and then you can sacrifice that treasure to exile the top card of your library and play a card this turn. That's not once per turn. So as many times as you can attack with your creatures or make treasures with other cards, like Black Market Tycoon that we already went over in our honorable mentions, you can keep sacrificing those treasures and exiling the top card of your library and playing the card. It doesn't say cast either. So if you need to hit your land drop, all you have to do is sacrifice that treasure and then get that land. Or cast a creature. If you're out of gas, sacrifice a treasure. Get a card. That's not a card you want. Sacrifice another treasure. Get a card you want. That's not a card you want. Sacrifice another treasure. You will never ever run out of gas with this card. And it's already a 3-mana 2/3 menace. This card is really, really, really strong, and that's why it makes the top 5. Number 4, Giada, Font of Hope. This is the 4th best card in the set. 2-mana 2/2 Angel Legendary, Flying Vigilance, which is already good. Each other angel you control enters the battlefield with an additional +1/+1 counter on it for each angel you already control. Yeah, you heard that correctly. If you have like 2-3 angels on the board and you cast a Maria's Call, yep, those are 7/7 angels. Yeah, that's really good. If you have the 2/4 angel, that comes in as a 3/5 already. So turn 2 into that is already a 3/5 angel that gains you a bunch of life. And your opponent's going to be really sad when you have Giada on turn 2 and you can't deal with it. Not only that, but it taps to add white mana. Did you also not think this was a mana dork? It's also a mana dork. Spend it only to cast an angel spell, but you're only playing angels. Oh, this card's so good. That card's really good. Anyways, I'm gonna die to this card a lot. Moving on to 3rd place is Voidrend. This is an Esper instant. It can't be countered. Don't you love spells that can't be countered from Esper decks? Yeah, me neither. It destroys target non-land permanent. And there's a period at the end of that. There's no restriction. There's like nothing. It just destroys a non-land permanent. And it can't be countered. Goodbye, Goldspan Dragon. Goodbye, Hanada, or like anything else. This also dodges ward because it can't be countered, so you don't have to discard a card to kill Graveyard Trespasser anymore. You don't have to pay. You don't have to pay 3 mana to get rid of any like ward 3, ward 4. Who cares? It can't be countered. All right, that's it for this card. Yeah, moving on. This card's really, really strong. It says non-land permanent, by the way, so planeswalkers, creatures, enchantments, artifacts, you name it, it's dead. Moving on to Endless Detour. This is our 2nd best card in the set. It is a Bant instant. The owner of target spell, non-land permanent, or card in any graveyard puts it on top of or bottom of their library. This includes yourself. Have you ever heard of Aether Gust? Have you played with that card? Yeah, so you know how annoying that card is, right? This card is that but better with just a little bit harder mana. Target spell, non-land permanent. So this is basically it can be a counter spell that they just put on top if it's a good card. It can be any non-land permanent, like, all right, cool, put your Wedding Announcement back on top, reset it. Or put your Planeswalker back on top because I don't feel like dealing with that anymore. Or if you want a card in your own graveyard, you can cast this like on your opponent's end step or whatever, or in your upkeep, and then just get the best card in your graveyard, slap it back on top of your library, draw it for turn. Oh, look, Endless Detour was like, drew my best card out of my graveyard, then cast it again. Yeah. So this card is like a clean answer to literally everything in the format, and it's also a counterspell. What more could you ask for? It's basically the Divide by Zero that already got banned in Standard, but you have Divide by Zero back again. And that's why it's number 2. Excuse me. And number 1, the best card in the entire set. I believe, strictly my opinion, best card in the entire set, Obnixilis the Adversary. Now, this card is absolutely bonkers. If you have a creature on turn 1 or turn 2, all you gotta do is put a creature on play in turn 1 and turn 2. On turn 3, this has Casualty X. The copy isn't legendary, it has Starting Loyalty X. This card has a good chance of getting banned, I think. It copies it that's not legendary. And then you can -2 the first one, because it starts with 3 loyalty, moving this down to 1 loyalty. And then you make a 1/1. With the other copy, you +1, they take 2 damage or discard a card, and then you gain 2 life because you have a devil. And then on the next turn, you play a Seeker's Chariot, and then you can copy the copy of Obnixilis, since it's not legendary, with a Seeker's Chariot. It comes in with the same loyalty as the copy came down on, and now you have 3 Obnixilises. Like, what is wrong with this card? Your opponent's going to take 2, you're going to gain 2, then you're going to drain 2 again, and then you're going to drain 2 again, and then you're going to drain 2 again. Not to mention, this card also has an ultimate that wins the game by making your opponent lose 7 life and draw 7 cards, or like drawing 7 cards yourself if you can't beat them with the 7 damage. There is everything messed up about this card, and I will love playing with this. I'm going to build every combination of Rakdos plus another color. I'm going to build literally every deck with this, and then we're going to find out what's the best one. But this card is absolutely the best card in Streets of New Capenna. Thank you very much for hanging out with me during these top 25, and I will see you in the next one. And as always, peace. All right, guys, thanks for hanging out. This is Oak all over again. Thanks for hanging out. You guys are awesome. Appreciate it. Thanks for helping me out and going through all of this with me. I'm going to go over to my fiance's house and spend a little bit of time with her because I spent a little bit longer streaming. I usually never, ever stream till like 9:30 at night. But we are going to do that. And we are going to send you over to someone that we probably usually never raid because they're probably never online this late. Like and subscribe. Yeah, I did. I didn't get a chance to say that because I forgot. But the tokens from Chariot comes in with the copies started with. Yes. Smash that bell icon. By the way, you all that are listening in chat right now should go sub to my YouTube. Thank you. Slayer Man, what's up? We're gonna go ahead and raid Empty Junior Girl. It's been awesome. Thanks for hanging out. I can't wait to build some Streets of New Capenna decks, and we're back tomorrow with some more Magic gameplay. And I'll see you tomorrow. And as always, Goose Gang out. Let's go.